Conor McGregor has recently been released by the Hitman video game, and we're going to talk about it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So the reason why Conor McGregor has been dropped from the game of Hitman is simply because of the current case that he had ongoing with Nikita Hand, which was a civil case accusing him of rape. And by the way, make it clear, it was a civil case, not a criminal case. Nonetheless, it's kind of awkward and weird because, on the other hand, this is a crime that is punishable by prison sentence, sometimes even worse, and yet not treated as such because it was in the confines of a court that held it for a civil trial. But either way, Conor McGregor is going to suffer financially because of it. Maybe or maybe not. We will see where this road takes. But for now, the video game company, iOS, the one that hosts the Hitman video game, give you a little synopsis behind the story in the video game. So as you know, Hitman is a video game where you go around doing missions, killing different targets. And sometimes there is a different objective for each of those targets, right? There's a difference or multiple of people that are your targets, and then there's a storyline behind it, and you have to do it within the confines of a particular city on a map and a particular stage, which is on the game. And different facilities and houses. I mean, you are immersed in an absolute real 3D world. So what about Conor McGregor? Okay, so in this particular case, he's in a video game that is taking place somewhere in the offshores of, I believe, the English Isles, okay, which is, by the way, in the North Sea of some sort. On any regard, here's something that I think is really interesting about that particular subject, right? He is in a room full of people that are dressed in this Illuminati type of uniform. And that is the stage that Hitman is in. And your objective is you have to go and take out Conor McGregor. Now, there are multiple ways of doing it. You can either sit from a rooftop where you can possibly shoot him, but then give away your coordinates and your whereabouts and your visibility. Or you can volunteer to be his opponent, which means you have to sneak in some kind of locker room and dress as an MMA fighter to go in there and fight him to the death. And by the way, what's crazy about the fight scene with Hitman and McGregor, there's barely any kicks thrown on the part of McGregor. All he does is throw punches, and then the same thing with the Hitman. But either way, this isn't really about the video game, its content, although it is a great concept. What's the most important topic to talk about here is Conor McGregor's brand, and where does it go from here? Who knows? You got to understand we live in a different world now where Donald Trump literally influenced a lot of people to stop putting pronouns in their name, or at least hindered certain companies to do that before he could even ascend his throne to being the 47th president, because he doesn't get sworn in until January 6th. Which, by the way, is very ironic. But nonetheless, this is all that we have for Conor McGregor right now. What will happen with his brand? Is there going to be more particular business ventures that are going to be affected due to his conviction? And by the way, a conviction in a civil case, but nonetheless, a case that you don't want to lose because it's going to make you look bad overall. Well, that is all that I have for Conor McGregor, unfortunately, and his new business ventures that he has going on. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content. Inshallah. Epic and historic championship card right now. So here we go. Straight away. Oh, wow. Yeah, Pantoja hurt him bad with that left hand, and then he shot in for a takedown straight away. Now in the first clinch situation of the fight. Wow, just out of nowhere, he goes and he rocks him, right? Just a very strong early start of the fight. Yeah, this is really huge for Pantoja to be able to get the top position the way that he's getting it right now. This is perfect for him, actually. So now Pantoja is right on top with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left into this fight. If you want to sync up this fight and see what I'm seeing, watch it right now in the future for 3 minutes and 20 seconds, or if you're live with me right now watching this. All right, so now we're up. Kai Asakura is now up. Let's see if he can use his size and his length. Ooh, Superman punch by Kai Asakura. Yeah, it's very quick on his feet. So this is quite good. Quite good, and an advantage against. Ooh, there's a kick in the body right there. There's a punch to the body. Oh, he hooks him again. Pace is just something else. Yeah, the pace. Ooh, that was a flying knee by Pantoja. I'm sorry, by Asakura, but the pace on Pantoja is insane. One thing you got to do when you're watching a 125 fight, you got to be able to watch these guys like a hawk, my man. You know, you got to be able to break down and watch what they're doing because they go really quickly, right? They are fast as lightning. A life of kung fu fighting that's fast as lightning. Yeah, really nice closing the distance in the part of Asakura right here. Ooh, that was a nice head kick by Asakura. And then he backs right away as soon as he gets that head kick. Nice leg kick by Pantoja right there here in the first round. Oh, that was a big knee by Pantoja.
It's like we kind of like had an early fight this late class. You're like, these people with fast, and everybody else is like getting the last. And then these guys, and then the night, gotta adjust yourself again. Yeah. Right now.
Good right hand by Pantoja.
Oh, that was a good right hand by Pantoja right there.
Striking really well early. He's landed almost 3 times as many strikes as OLEKSANDR.
Yeah, he's fighting really well.
Ooh, that was a nice one. Nice body kick by Pantoja here with just 30 seconds left.
Every time we see it, and he looks in phenomenal condition.
The conditioning, Joe, I agree. Bahumpa always says his head coach must evolve every day. Pantoja certainly.
Oh, that was a nice body kick by Pantoja. All right, that's the end of the first round. Who am I going to give that first round to? Let's see. Look at this first. Ooh. Very early, right there into that kick. And then he hooks him. He hooks him, and then there's another knee right there. So very early on, man, the action in the first round was just absolutely full-blown, like, adrenaline, nonstop. And we're going to expect the same thing in the second round as we commence into this fight right now.
Are you moving from the right on your left? Your knees are hitting him clear. Keep your arms are up high, so try to hit the knee when he's up there.
He felt it. He felt it. Listen, at the end, he felt it. Yeah. Pantoja outstruck OLEKSANDR 30-12.
Yeah, he outstruck him 30-12 in this one.
And Pantoja's kinship with his corner really is unbelievable. We get to see it all through fight week. Marcos D'Amata, Macaral, Luciano Pereira, Everton Oliveira, Anderson Franco, of course. Round 2, Pantoja.
All right, here we go. Round 2 between Pantoja and Kai Asakara. Let's get it. We are at 452, 451, 449, 448, and we are reacting to this fight right now. Here we go. Really fast pace once again, and then there it is. Okay, so now he goes and tries to trip Kai. Now he's got the back of Kai. Pantoja is really working to try to get the back of Kai right now in the second round.
He can scramble. Well, the more extensive the grappling is, the better Pantoja does.
And we talked earlier about Nate Landwehr using that term downshift. I'm not sure I've ever seen Pantoja downshift in a fight.
He was getting better.
Some swelling under the right eye of OLEKSANDR.
Yeah, so there's a swelling in the eye of Kai Asakara right now. So far, not bad, considering that, you know what, he's never fought in a cage before, right? Okay, but now Pantoja has his back. He's got a body triangle on him. Let's see what Pantoja does here. Pantoja's looking really good right here.
It's stuck there in most instances. If you've never been in this position, it's horrible. You can't breathe, squeezing your guts.
I got to tell you one thing I do like about Pantoja. I really love that his family life story that he had going on, where his dad left him and his mother because they were poor, and guess what? He left them for somebody richer, and oh wow, he's going to go to sleep. He's going to sleep. He's going to sleep. Oh, he just put Kai to sleep. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Pantoja just put Kai to sleep. Well, I tell you what, man, that's it right there. He put him to sleep. It was a very fast pace, and out of nowhere, Pantoja was able to get him down on the ground and was able to submit him, and that was it. That was all she wrote. So this is my final conclusion on this particular matter at hand, right? I think it's a great concept to bring Kai in here. I guarantee you they're going to put Kai in other fights now. Maybe a fight night, maybe a co-main event, maybe some sort of main card capacity. But the one thing we can rest assured is that Kai was not ready for the championship level. Now, would have it been a great story to bring Kai in here in his first fight in the UFC, wins the title? Oh, yeah. That would have been great. That would have been absolutely marketable. And that would have been great for Japanese MMA and the Japanese market. But by the end of the day, one thing you got to understand is that life is not always a fairy tale or a happy ending. But for Pantoja, it is. Because just as I was about to mention his life story and how hard it was for his father to leave him and his mother because they were poor, and crying after he had won his fight, his first title win, and now here he is, shattering another man's dream, only to achieve his. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reality of the thrill and the agony in the game of mixed martial arts. So don't forget to like and subscribe. We just broke down the main event. It was a great one. It was a great full card overall. I got a full card breakdown that I did. Check out that 11-minute video that I got dropped right now. And check out this video, but also check out the breakdown that I did for the Shafkat and the Ian Gary fight. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will have all of those in the description below so you guys can find it easier. Inshallah. Tyson Fury, or should I say Luke Partridge, regarding the press conference with Usyk. Now, for straight 10 minutes, these guys did not look away. And what is the psychological reasoning behind that? Well, maybe perhaps Tyson Fury wanted to show Usyk that he was also stoic. Well, why is that important? Because you got to understand, the mind of an Eastern European fighter is a lot different than the mind of a Western fighter. For example, Tyson Fury, it's safe to say, is a lot more flamboyant, exuberant with his personality. Very, how do I say this? Outspoken. Whereas Usyk is a little bit reserved, a little bit laid back, and also just a lot more stoic than Tyson Fury. And I don't think that's really groundbreaking, to say the least, right? So I got to tell you, I was a little bit sleepy, working on some different content, but here I am doing this live after reacting to the press conference that I just saw. I literally saw the press conference, took screenshots on my phone as I was watching it, and I was like, you know what? This right here is the perfect thumbnail for this live stream. And here we are. The thumbnail, the live stream, it was perfect. And it was also symbolic of how this fight is going to play out in the next 48 hours, which is going to be very methodical. It's going to sort of involve a lot of chess movements, being very careful of every move that they make, using pawns such as their jabs to sort of set up the gameplay and then work from there. So if you guys have played chess and know what the significance of a pawn is, you know what I'm talking about. But on any regard, Luke Partridge is the real name of Tyson Fury. Now, is there some truth to that? Well, we don't know. The reality is that Tyson Fury sounds like a very attractive name. I got to be honest with you. Oh, let me show you where I'm at right now real quick. So if you guys can hear me, I'll just talk while I give you guys a little bit of a view of where I'm driving. Okay, and you can comment on the section below. Let me know what you guys think. This is in Yolo County, just right outside of Sacramento. But on any regard, Luke Partridge, does that sound a lot more like a marketable name? More than Tyson Fury? I don't think so. So if your real name is actually Luke Partridge, then you got to think to yourself, right? I think that it will be a lot more attractive if my name was Tyson Fury. Plus, I could attract an American audience who, by the way, has a serious fetish for Irish culture, in particular, a lot of people in the Boston area, right? Obviously, the Boston Celtics, so on and so forth. Notre Dame College, all of that. The Fighting Irish. There's a romanticization of Irish folklore among Americans. Okay? There we go. We're back at it again. As I was saying, Luke Partridge is not really an attractive name. It's really not. But Tyson Fury is a little bit more marketable. Also, did you guys know that the last name Fury comes from a comic book in Marvel Comics, which is Nick Fury? By the way, played by none other than Samuel L. Jackson. So this is who, I'm not saying that this is who Tyson Fury named himself after, but Fury, damn sure, seems like a really marketable name compared to Luke Partridge. So that's part of the story that we're going to talk about here. Also, Khabib. Khabib is the other side of this. Okay, I said one of the last major combat sports events of the year. Unless if you don't count Rizin, which, by the way, in and of itself is a big event every New Year's Eve in Japan, right? So that is the last major combat sports event. Tyson Fury and Usyk, they sort of take the A-side metric of even Rizin. I mean, no one's really that hyped to see Rizin, right? Because Rizin is really just for the hardcore fans and for people that are localized in. Sorry, I said that it was a great face-off that Luke Partridge and Usyk had, because it sort of told us how this fight was going to play out, or how this is going to play out in a rematch. Tyson Fury is going to be a lot more careful, but also way more aggressive. And I think that if he is capable of putting it on somebody like Deontay Wilder when he wants to and when he plans to, or when he plans in a very methodical way to ensure that, I think that there is a world where Tyson can use his height and reach as a dangerous weapon. Okay, I think this is where he can really use it as a dangerous weapon against Usyk. Size matters in this particular instance. Okay, I don't think Tyson first fight. And I think he's going to try to do something a little bit different here. But what is that difference? Height? Yes. The reach? Maybe he's going to use a lot more range, a lot more distance. But what about close range? What is he going to do in close range, Tyson Fury? It's simple. In close range, with small uppercuts, shots to the body, and also shots to the head, while also bullying Usyk by pushing him. He's going to impose his will, and sometimes that doesn't necessarily involve just punches. He's going to also impose his will in a matter where uh, he's going to play dirty with him. Do you think that it is above Tyson Fury to fight dirty, especially in the mind state that he currently is at right now? The answer is he will. He will do it. He will use it to his advantage, and he will not only use it to his advantage, he will also plant his foot and try to bang with Usyk. Yes, let me emphasize that. This is a point to a lot of analysts per se, right? But I will say this. Let me show you guys where I'm at right now. Here we are in the 10-minute mark of this live stream. I'm already bringing you guys to somewhere interesting. All right, so here we are going for a little bit of some nature walk here. Gotta watch our step around here. So so close range shots, okay? This is something that Tyson Fury has to truly emphasize, are the close range shots. He needs to move in close, hit him with the body, and then uppercuts. Sneak. All right, there we go. We're back again. Okay, so the close range shots are going to be very important for Tyson Fury to engage upon Alexander Usyk. Alexander Usyk, all he's going to do and what he needs to do is fight elusively, which is something that he's always been able to do. Now, is it going to be easy for Alexander Usyk to do this time around? And the answer is no. The reason why, it's going to be a lot more difficult to pull something like that off, the elusive style that he did, and also the power shots that he was able to land, is because Tyson Fury right now is a lot bigger. And by the way, that also translates to having a better chin, a better impact of sustaining the blow. Also, on top of being a lot more aware this time by being able to use maybe his speed or whatever is left of the speed in Tyson Fury. So whatever speed is left of Tyson Fury, he has to use it. And if he does, and especially with the extra size that he has, it's going to be a very big disadvantage for Alexander Usyk and a big advantage for Tyson Fury. So that is the reality of the situation. Okay, so all right. That was nice. Getting what is it? 47 degrees outside right now. It's 47 degrees and I'm outside with shorts. So there's yeah, let's do that again, right? You know, let's talk while being out in the cold and just refreshing your body out into nature, right? While also talking about boxing, MMA. Oh, and let's get to this subject right now, right? Alex Pereira is fighter of the year. Is it well deserved? Okay, there we go. All right, so as I'm looking at the record of, okay, there we go. All right, so as I'm looking at the record of Alex Pereira, a couple of things stood out to me, right? Jiri, he already knocked out. Khalil Roundtree, he already knocked out. Jiri, I mean, it's a great list, but he's fighter of the year because he showed up, not because of the competition that that he fought. Okay. In fact, I think that it would be even more impressive if some of that consisted of, let's say, Ankalaev. Okay. Maybe even accomplish getting a John Jones fight or a Tom Aspinall fight. I'm talking about Alex Pereira. Now, that would be a lot more valuable if he were to have those fights and maybe win those under his belt. But he didn't fight John Jones. He didn't fight Tom Aspinall. He didn't even fight Ankalaev. So what does that tell you? That tells you that all his fights are active but mediocre. I need you to understand that. Alex Pereira's entire 2024 was active but not impressive. And that's really the fair assessment to talk about. Let's get outside to the nature right now. All right. So here we are, right here. Okay. So I'm going to talk about Alex Pereira. Okay. As we enjoy 47 degrees outside. By the way, I'm out here in shorts in the middle of the countryside. I not only show you the city, but I also show you the countryside. But okay, let's get to Alex Pereira. So Alex Pereira's whole entire year was great, okay, because it was active. But was it effective? No, because he didn't even fight Ankalaev. He didn't even fight Alex Pereira. I'm sorry, he didn't even fight Tom Aspinall or John Jones. Now, fighter of the year, yes, somebody has to take the crown because somebody has to win that award. Now, could Islam Makhachev have been on that list? Maybe. But what Alex Pereira did, I mean, it is what it is, right? He stayed in there, he stayed active, and he fought who was in front of him, and he showed up when it was time to answer pay-per-views that Conor McGregor was supposed to be a part of. Yes, Conor McGregor was supposed to be a part of many of these events that Alex Pereira was in, but unfortunately, guess what happened? We all know what happened with Conor McGregor, which sort of segues us into Conor McGregor right now, okay? Let's talk about Conor McGregor. Because here's something that I want to say about Conor McGregor, right? He's fighting in India against Logan Paul for a damn good reason. You know what that reason is? Because he lost all the sponsorships, and taking this fight is going to catapult him back there. You got to remember, Floyd Mayweather never really had major sponsorships. Okay, he was very controversial at that, right? But yet he made a lot of money from the pay-per-views. But that is the reason why he had 50 fights. Conor McGregor doesn't have 50 fights. He has one big fight with Floyd, one big fight with Khabib, and maybe even Eddie Alvarez at most, maybe like in the 2 million mark, right? I would not even guesstimate that he would have broken 10 million at that. But nonetheless, his biggest paydays really were Khabib and Floyd. And that's not sustainable. But let me tell you what was. The liquor, which was a great idea, by the way, that he's now getting sued for coming up in January. So while in January, Conor is getting sued by Artem, the Dagestanis are going to win world titles right in front of him as he's getting sued by Artem Lobov. I want you to imagine that. He's about to get sued by Artem Lobov, the guy who set off the beef with Khabib, only for Khabib's team to become a multiple-time world champion Jim and a multiple-time world champion in the same major pay-per-view card, which is in 311 UFC Los Angeles. Can you imagine that? the humiliation of Conor McGregor. I mean, it is real. The humiliation of Conor is real, my man. And it is unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. But is it well deserved? That's for you to decide. Because we're not Allah. We're not God. Okay? Only God can judge any of us. But I got to tell you, there is such thing as a karma. There is such thing as a reality to your to consequences to your actions, and it's happening before our very eyes. You know, I read a hadith a long time ago that mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing it, right? And I don't know what source it came from, but something to the extent where if you talk down to a believer, at some point that believer is going to humiliate you in front of the world and take what is yours, or something to that extent, right? I sort of see all of that happening with Conor right now, as the Dagestani team is about to be a multiple-time world champion Jim in UFC 311. And again, it hasn't happened yet. For all we know, Merab could be a lot better than Omar, and he may just beat Omar, but I don't know, man. Omar is looking really good, and I wouldn't be surprised if Omar could even finish him. But who knows? Who knows? So just remember that. Everything is coming full circle. Artem is getting sued. I'm sorry, Artem is suing Conor, and that's the same guy that started the beef with Khabib. And on that same month, Khabib is going to be Coach of the Year, while Islam defends his title and Omar wins a championship. What a trip, man. What an absolute trip. But that's the reality of this situation. Look at this. Yeah. So a little live stream exclusive right there. So let me show you again right here. Yeah, man. So back to the subject at hand, right? Khabib is going to be Coach of the Year. Omar is going to be world champion. Islam is going to defend his title. And Conor McGregor is going to get sued by Artem, the same guy that started the beef with Khabib. I want you to put that in perspective. Okay, I know I'm going to repeat that several times, Because if you really think about it, man, it just really presses your dopamine to a different level when you hear that. But it's the reality of the situation, and it's also why Conor McGregor is fighting Logan Paul. And let's segue into that. Can Logan Paul beat Conor McGregor? I'm going to tell you yes. Stay tuned. I'm going to give you reasons why. I'm going to give you damn good reasons why Logan Paul can beat Conor McGregor like he was Khabib in a boxing ring. But it's all predicated on being weight bullies. Okay? Let's just be honest. I love the Dagestanis. They are my Muslim brothers. But reality is reality, and they are weight bullies. And guess what? That's what you have to be in this sport if you want to fight a grappling-centric fight. That's just what you got to do. You cut weight. It's what wrestlers do. They cut weight. The more they weigh next to the other guy, the more that they have an advantage. Let me show you guys this. Look at this right here. This little garden. You get out. I'll show you guys. Want me to show you? I'll show you. Hold on. Let me get out of here. All right, check this out right here. See, maybe we can, enter real quick. Let me show you. By the way, I'm still in the subject of why I think Logan Paul can beat Conor McGregor. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. This is why you guys tune in to my stream. When I said that this is the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, I wasn't kidding, because guess what? I go anywhere. I do a little bit of everything. And then I talk MMA. I talk boxing. I do it all. I share a little bit of everything. And you know what? I figured I'd come here and give you guys a little bit of some taste of this. Look at this right here. Yeah. All right. So why Logan Paul can beat Conor McGregor? It's really that simple, right? He's taller. He has the range. He has the speed. He has the athleticism. A lot of people don't really give Logan a lot of credit for being athletic because he's an influencer. Now, here's something I really want to emphasize and give a little bit of a monologue about the Paul brothers, right? These guys grew up as combat athletes under the conventional American school system of, let's say, wrestling in middle school, in high school, and then all the way to college and things of that nature, right? Logan was part of that whole entire program. So as a result, it allowed him to become a formidable athlete, but he found a lane along with his brother into the fake world of media content creation. And I'm talking about like fake media content creation in a way where you gotta, do all these weird acts and all these pranks and this and that. I'm not talking about doing stuff like this where you're talking about MMA or you're talking about life experiences and things of that nature. No, we're talking about gross content to the fullest to get attention, and it's a fake world. And then they went into LA, moved there, and became megastars. And as a result of becoming these megastars, they delved into a fake world and became a shell of themselves. And then fast forward to 2017, what happens to Logan Paul? He gets canceled because he had to push the limit in being out in a forest. By the way, similar to this, but there's no unalive people here to any degree. But as a result of that, he got into a situation where he got canceled, and now he had to find himself in a boxing ring along with him and his brother. And as a result of that, guess what they found? The true nature of reality and the true nature of discipline. It went back into their roots of being athletes and people that prepare for an event, people that have to stay disciplined for a certain amount of time. That's what it led them back to. So this is why you can never underestimate Logan. He has his size, and on top of that, you got to understand, man, he's already washed up, Conor. He already has this situation going on where he's just partying every day. He's not at the right weight. He's going to be a little bit heavier, so therefore the elusiveness that we're used to seeing out of him is not going to be present, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for Conor McGregor to move around. So that is the reason why. Okay, that is a reason why. So now I gave you a reason of why I think Logan can do it. Well, how's he going to do it? Okay, he's going to use his jab. He's going to use his range, and not only that, he's also going to use his his athletic ability to try and mitigate whatever danger he has presented in front of him. So I can also see him knocking him out. I swear to you, there is a world of that possibility where he can knock him out. And maybe even in the late rounds. Now, why do I say that? Because look, he has a high susceptibility of, having that happen to him. Oh, there's no doubt about it. You know what I mean? The reason why I say he has a high susceptibility of that happening to him is because it's already happened to him. Look, you got to understand, right? A human chin, is not made to be hit in any kind of degree. But when it does, it affects you in a very negative way. And when it affects you in a negative way, the resistance that you have for it declines over time. And as it declines over time, you see cases like Chuck Liddell. He's constantly uh, susceptible to getting knocked out in the latter stages of his career. Okay, a lot of people don't take this into consideration. So now we have to revisit this idea of why is he doing this, right? Is it a money grab? Well, of course it is. Because you know what? What's going on with Conor right now is really the contrasting opposite of what his whole entire ethos was when he was clear-minded and hungry in his UFC early stages of 2013 and 14. And what is exactly that he said? Look at this. Looks like some little kumbaya, little thing going on here. Okay, so what exactly is it that Conor McGregor said in 2014? He said, I'm going to come in this game, I'm going to get in, and I'm going to get out. Now, did he do that? The problem is that he did not. He did not do that. He did that. He had a chance to do that when he won the double title against Eddie Alvarez, when he got the Khabib fight. I'm sorry, when he got the Floyd fight. And then afterwards, he had to get in the Khabib fight. It was a hard challenge. Nonetheless, Floyd and Khabib are the hardest challenges that you can ever face. But either way, oh, look at this. But either way, he could have left during the Donald Cerrone fight and called it a day. He could have called it a day right then and there. He would have won. He went out with a win against Donald Cerrone. He never had to worry about fighting again. Then in comes Dustin Poirier. He fights Dustin Poirier. He thinks that he has it. Obviously not. And as a result, guess what happens? He gets knocked out, gets all of these cases against him, and now he has to come back and fight again. Right? He was not able to live up to his mission statement that he wanted to do. That's the reality of the situation, right? He had one plan, and it was great. It was a great targeted effort. It was a possibility. It was within reach, but then he fumbled it by jumping right back in again. And that is the biggest mistake, unfortunately, a lot of fighters have. You want to know what's crazy about this, right? His brother fought Mike Tyson in the most vulnerable stage of his life, where he is vulnerable for money, at least not hard off of money, but we're talking about like hundreds of millions of dollars that he lost out on under Don King. And as a result of losing out of those hundreds of millions from Don King, he wanted all of that to be compensated. So how was he going to do that? How would he manage to get compensated for the hundreds of millions that he lost to Don King? Fight Jake Paul. So it seems that the Paul brothers are becoming the last resort for many fighters that are desperate. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's going on here. They are becoming a scapegoat for many fallen legends, Mike Tyson and now Conor McGregor. That's really the best way to put it. So now, is that where Conor McGregor is at? Considering the fact that we have an idea that Logan Paul can actually win the fight, or maybe not. Maybe not, right? What if Conor can still outbox him? By the end of the day, man, Conor is still Conor, right? I've seen Conor knock out a few of his sparring partners for whatever that's worth. Okay? Whatever that's worth. I'm going to show you guys some more exclusive stuff right here. Look at this. Where all the boats are at right here. Right here. The Sacramento American River. Right here. See? What if I just park this right here? Yeah. There we go. How about that? How about that? How about if I just leave that up right there and then just talk the whole entire time? Maybe I could do that. After all, this is what streaming is about, right? They say that streaming is literally about not just, I don't know, you know what it is? I sometimes feel like while I'm streaming, I have to just talk straight out, right? Just, make my point or just make a long monologue or this and that. Obviously, that's what videos are for. That's why I have videos. That's why I do them. That's why we all do them. But then live streams are live streams. You look at other live streamers like Kai Cenat. He doesn't just sit there and talk every second, right? Or has some kind of grandiose point for every time, right? I guess that's why they call it streaming, right? Because you stream. So, ooh, right. All right. So what subject were we on? We were talking about basically the downfall of Conor McGregor. Let's see if we can. Ooh, that's good. All right, there we go. All right. So, yeah, as I was saying, I just wanted to get the right view first to, kind of bust out another monologue. But here we are. Okay, so why this is a downfall of Conor McGregor. So understand this, right? Conor McGregor at one point was in a position of power. Does this look like a position of power to you when you got somebody like Logan Paul sort of siding this whole entire negotiation? Because let's be honest, that's sort of what's going on here. Logan Paul is siding this whole entire this whole entire negotiation. Because look, think about this, right? Who do you think has more of the advantage? Let's be honest, right? Who has more of the advantage? Is it Logan Paul or is it Conor McGregor at this point? I think it's safe to say that it's Logan Paul who has the clear advantage in these negotiations. And by the way, you got to remember, there's not a lot of confirmation to this particular matter. I know that Dana White had mentioned that, hey, you know what? We have something very big to tell everybody. And he never really mentioned what that was. He never really mentioned what it is, or he never even hinted if it was UFC or boxing related, because obviously we're talking about Logan Paul and Conor, then we're talking about non-UFC related stuff, right? But then again, you never know. But all signs point to that positivity. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why all signs point to that positivity. Because the best way for PR for a fighter is to get a fight. Look, this whole Nikita Hand situation, the whole Nikita Hand situation looked so bad. You understand? Like this whole entire thing looked so bad for the UFC and for Conor. And because of that, they have to compensate for a fight. There's no way around it. They have to fight. If they don't fight, unfortunately, all of this is going to continue to linger. All the bad press, all the negativity, all of these accusations, and then there's going to be more accusations to come, and it just never stops from here. So how do they stop the bleeding? Well, they get a fight, and once they get that fight, they can make the press forget. The media is going to forget about Nikita Hand and the lawsuit and everything in between. All of that is going to be forgotten. But you need a fight. That's the main thing. You need to fight. If you don't fight, then people are just going to continue to remember this. And Conor's legacy right now is predicated, believe it or not, on a Logan Paul fight. Now, how weird is that to say, right? Look at this. It's a strange but true comment. Okay? Conor McGregor right now needs Logan Paul. All right. Let's go for more. Right here. I told you guys, I'm offering you the most epic mixed martial arts channel ever. I'm going to show you little boat community right here in the Sacramento area. What do you guys think? Beautiful, isn't it? Look at this. So wine and cheese toast right here. See? I'm going to check right here. All right. So, yeah, next monologue. Why Logan Paul is important for Conor McGregor's career survival. And the reason is because he's all he's got right now. That's all he's got is Logan Paul. And it's crazy to say, but it's the truth. And the truth should never be a disrespect, should it? But it is. It is disrespectful, especially to a man that had all the leverage in the world up until now. Conor McGregor blew the bag big time. He blew the bag big time. And guys, there are weight classes for a reason. Logan Paul is going to smash up Conor McGregor. He really is. When he smashes him up, a lot of us are going to be in regret of ever supporting Conor McGregor. It's going to look that bad. You got to remember, this is not mixed martial arts, the fight between Logan and Conor. That's important to understand. Because if you don't understand that, then you're not going to understand why Conor can't use all of his weapons that really make him dangerous. For example, the kicks. He can't use those. He's probably better than Logan at taking down, well, I don't know about that. I mean, Logan did wrestle, because I did go in that monologue earlier about how the Paul brothers come from this particular set of discipline and whatnot, right? But either way, Conor is limited in his weapons. And as a result, the range of Paul and his size are going to be a lot more effective in a boxing match, in this particular boxing match that's about to happen. So I really think that Logan Paul may have a chance to win and do it in a devastating fashion, to where, once again, I'm going to say this in a cold stare, right? we're all going to regret ever supporting Conor McGregor. Because the knockout is going to look so bad that it's going to hit us in a way where, wow, he deserved this karma. And it's very hard to say that about a lot of fighters. But with Conor McGregor, unfortunately, it's sort of set like that. Man. Conor McGregor's career is going to have an E60 documentary and ESPN. More than that, probably a biography, maybe even a series on Netflix, but also a case study for many fighters to understand in years to come. I mean, really, it really is a case study. But at the same time, a sad reality in what could have been. Conor, I'm telling you, he could have gone out as one of the greats. But when should he have done it? I think he should have done it in the Eddie Alvarez fight. And in the Floyd fight, that was it. But again, he made even more in the Khabib fight. So it's kind of weird to say this, but Conor is the richest loser in MMA. Like, now, how crazy is that? How crazy is that? When it comes to MMA, Conor McGregor is the richest loser. Look, put that in perspective. Conor McGregor is the richest loser in MMA in multiple ways. He gets his money taken the most because he makes the most, but at the same time, he's made more money losing with the Floyd and the Khabib fight more than he did winning. Because he definitely made more money in those fights than he did with the Eddie Alvarez fight. Also, the Nate Diaz fight. Think about that. He is the biggest loser in the world of MMA. How crazy is that? But it's true. If you really want to put that in statistical terms, he is the richest loser. Because the majority of his biggest paydays were losses. And that includes the Dustin Poirier fight. And it adds up. So just imagine. He becomes even the biggest loser when he gets knocked out by Logan Paul. But we'll get back to that subject now onto Usyk and Fury. I really like the undercard that they have going on. I really like it. They got that Fisher guy taking on Dave Allen. Great matchup. By the way, I love the press conference. It was UFC-like. They let everybody in the crowd, in the card talk. They had that El-Kheer guy, Saudi. First time I ever heard a Saudi with a Northern Irish accent. I've heard Saudis with British accents, American accents, but wow. That's the beauty of combat sports. A lot of people come from different parts of the world. Who else was in there? A whole lot of a big card. A whole lot of different names to be there, to be mentioned. Jack Dempsey, McKenna, a whole list of people. But yeah, that's what it is. It's a top heavy card with Usyk, but great on the effort of Turkey Al-Sheikh, sort of shaking it up and giving it a UFC feel. How about Moses Otama? And then a list of different guys that are in there fighting prospects and journeymen, right? And even the journeymen, God bless them, they are the staple of boxing. They are what keeps boxing going, right? And while they let boxing keep going, guess what happens? All these names in the undercard we end up starting to know, and it builds a future for names like Moses Otama, El-Kheer, who else? The list goes on. I got to be honest with you, man. I'm glad I don't gamble. I'm going to be honest. I'm glad I don't gamble. You want to know why? Check this out. MMA is the hardest sport to gamble, just like NFL, maybe even Premier League soccer at times, depending on the level of competition that they play. But NFL and UFC all the time, you're facing top level competition. When you're in the NFL every week, it's all the time top level competition. When you're in the UFC every week or every Saturday, top level competition. Up and down, top level competition. So you never know who's going to win. So it makes it very dangerous to bet. With boxing, I swear to you, a lot of people have made a living just gambling boxing fights with a lot of fights that are easy to predict. I swear to you. Well, now it's a little different. We live in a world where Turkey Al-Sheikh is willing to buy people's undefeated padded records. Oh, you're undefeated? Good. He's undefeated. Let's get you and him to fight. And they did that early on, maybe to the ill advisement of the team of Ammo Williams. Think about that. Because look how it worked out for Hamza Shiraz, but look how it was horrible for Ammo Williams. Put that in perspective. Okay? So, understand this, right? I think this fight right now with Usyk and Fury is going to be 50-50. Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be a 50-50 fight. The reason why I think that is because the first fight wasn't too far off. Let me show you where I'm at. I'm in South Sac now. I go from the woods to the hood. How about this? I go from the hoods to the wood. From the woods to the hood. Woods to the hood. There it is, South Sacramento. Represent. Palm trees. Ocean Way. Yeah, this fight is going to be different. Look, I have a video reacting to the post what was it? Post workout? Yeah, post open workout. I mentioned how this is going to be a different fight. I wanted to wait after the grand arrival. I'm sorry, the grand arrival. they did the post-workout, or yeah, one of those videos. I did want a post-reaction to one of those videos, and I mentioned that what you got to do. Wait, hold on. What was I talking about here? Okay, there we go. Okay, I remember what we were talking about now. It's going to be a different fight because Usyk and Fury are two different fighters coming into this. Okay, meaning that Tyson Fury learned his lesson, not letting his guard down, being a lot more elusive, but now putting on size. So I don't know where the elusive part is going to come into play. I think at some point it will. Maybe it won't. Maybe he's just going to fight him close range style. Because guess what, man? You know what the Kronk Gym is quite good at is that close range attacks. Right? Will that be effective for Usyk? I think so. One thing you can't let Usyk do is get in a certain rhythm. You can't let him do it. If you allow him to get to a certain rhythm, man, unfortunately, I think he's going to get the best of you. He will. He will get the best of you. I honestly believe that. So you can't let him get in rhythm at all. You can't let him do it. The minute he does it, it's going to be his fight and it's going to be within his rhythm. Tyson Fury has to absolutely disrupt that rhythm. And if he does it, then he's just going to win by points because Alexander Usyk, all he knows how to do is win by points as an amateur fighter. This guy had over 300 amateur fights. He knows how to fight in that kind of way. He knows how to box. He knows how to box. I want to show you guys this right here. Look at this. Look at this right here. Look at this. See? Look at this right here. All right. South Sacramento. Yeah, man. Guys, I'm in the hood right now. I'm in the hood. I'm by a train station too. But it's by the hood. Hood out here. It's hood out here. Yeah. All right. So we'll walk around a little bit. Yeah, here we go, man. Back in the days, man, you know, if you didn't have a car, you know, or anything like that, this is where you would be. You would just you know, take the train, take the bus, you know, this and that. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Right here, this is a hood out here, you know, out in South Sacramento. See, the bus would come in right here, and then it would take you to the train, just all over Sacramento and whatnot. You know what I mean? It's what it is. That's what it is, folks. Let's take a look at the train right here. Yeah. Just the hood out here. See? Because I love being out in the cold, even just 40 degrees and all that, you know? I love it. Oh. All right. Well, so what else? So we talked about Usyk and Fury. Oh, so the face-off, right? Now, they had a 10-minute little face-off going on. Like, they're trying to show each other, like, hey, I'm not going to budge. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what you're going to take out of that. Like, okay, because I decide to stare at you longer, that it's going to somehow predicate the reality of the fight. My answer to that is I'm going to disagree. But at the same time, it's sort of telltaling the sign of knowing that, hey, you know what? There is a great possibility, okay? There is a great possibility that it may give signs to, let's say, not giving an inch to each other. You understand what I'm saying? So, in other words, set yourself up for a boring technical fight. That's really the reality of this situation. It's going to be a technically boring fight. And why? Because it's boxing at its highest level in the championships stages of both of their careers. So why would you expect anything less? I just can't. I can't expect anything less. This is what you have to expect out of them. Here's another thing you have to expect out of this fight. There's going to be a controversial decision. And you know how that goes. When there's a controversial decision, nobody is ever going to be happy. I'm going to call it right now. Calling it right now. Okay? It's going to be an upset, unanimous decision, or if not a split. I'm going to call split decision. Really. It's going to be a split decision. Do you see a scenario where it's not a split decision? Let's be honest. Okay? the only way this is going is everybody disagreeing with the decision. And look, it can go either way. I'm not saying just for Fury or for Usyk. It can go either way. It can go either way. I would not be surprised if it goes to Fury. I mean, really, if you think about it, he's got to have his turn somehow. Because if you're the Saudis, I'm not accusing anyone of anything, right? But think about the big money play here, right? After this weekend, that's it. It's over between Usyk and Fury. No, I'm talking about, because my official prediction, I said it already on the video that I made. It's Usyk. I'm going with Usyk. Zayn Musa Boxing Dosage, my homie in London, shout outs to him. He also predicted Usyk. And why? He said something to the effect that, hey, you know what? Usyk lives the lifestyle and Fury simply doesn't. And I agree with him. I agree with him. He doesn't live that life. No way. Are you serious? Usyk does. He lives it. All day, every day. Doesn't skip a beat. Tyson Fury, unfortunately, he lives like most Western fighters, which is this. Hey, you know what? We're going to get ready for 12 weeks, work really hard, stay off alcohol, but then when we're done fighting, we're going to drink alcohol and then look, I guess Usyk does too. He drinks alcohol, but man, you got to look at the standards of the Muslim fighters, bro. Usyk doesn't do any of that. I'm sorry, Khabib doesn't do any of that. Usyk drinks, yeah, but he stays disciplined for the most part. Eastern European is Eastern European by the end of the day, Muslim or not. That's the reality of the situation. However, here's a couple of things you got to understand, right? Tyson Fury understands that he's limited by the time that he is wasted not developing his body. Look, you remember when he weighed 400 pounds? At some point, that has to catch up to him. And how? How and where and how and why? When is it going to catch up to him? It has to be against somebody that is highly disciplined, highly motivated, doesn't skip a beat, and has been consistent from the time he was a teenager, competing in the amateurs, all the way to the pros, now going into being 39 and into his 40s. I think Usyk is now 40, I believe. I think he just turned 40 recently. But either way, here's something you got to understand, right? Consistency beats talent. And let me tell you why and how Tyson Fury does have a chance based on his talent, but lacking in the department of consistency, which Alexander Usyk is going to defeat him in. When they're setting up the jabs in this fight, who's going to stay more disciplined at it? It's going to be Usyk. when they measure each other's shots, who's going to be more defensively sound and keep it tucked for a longer period of time and have the discipline to maintain it. It's going to be Usyk. But does Tyson Fury have the talent? Yes. What do we mean by talent? So he's long. He's got range. He's got size. Is that talent? Yeah, it's talent. Because you're offering something that not many people can offer. Okay? That's the thing about it. You're offering something many people can't offer. Many people can't offer length, which is what Tyson Fury can offer. Many people can't offer size, which is what Tyson Fury can offer. But on account of that, also, many people can't offer here we are. Yeah, many people can't offer good footwork. These are all the things that Tyson Fury can offer against Alexander Usyk. He can offer all of that. But the reason why I'm sticking with Alexander Usyk is because I just feel that he's going to stay a lot more consistent. That's my feeling on this particular matter at hand. I think he's going to be a lot more consistent. And the reason why I think he's going to be more consistent is because he's just been the more consistent fighter. Let me get out of here real quick. All right. You know what? At least I'm building more content for the preview show. So this is what I love about YouTube is, you know what? You make your content and then you can replay it whenever you want in a live setting. And yeah, that's what I plan on doing because there's a lot of good content that I've managed to get out of here while talking about the Tyson Fury and Usyk fight, which, by the way, is also going to be relevant in the time being that, let's say, this fight is going to be on a day of. So even while you're watching this on a day of, it's still going to be relevant. That's why, you know what? I never understood why some content creators go and make a post press conference reaction. I never understood that. Although I kind of get it, but it's not like I'm going to understand like the need for it because, well, look, if you're a smaller channel, I suppose you're not going to get a lot of views at it. And then by the time the event unfolds, all the things that you talk about may be irrelevant at that point, or maybe it is. But that's kind of the things that I like to do is create relevance in whatever I talk about. Create relevance in a future setting, not just within the time frame of, let's say, okay, this particular current event is going on in the world of MMA. Just trying to keep it relevant for a longer time period. But on any regard, going back to this Tyson Fury and Usyk fight, because we got a lot of different subjects we're going to cover, right? We got that, and then How about the John Jones versus Tom Aspinall fight? Is that happening? I think yes. See, many people, including myself, were fooled into this notion that John Jones is a coward. How? A guy like John Jones, it is impossible to be a coward, especially if you know that you can mess up a lot of people. Look, the amount of rounds and the amount of victories that John Jones has got, especially at the highest level, does not leave the momentum out of his body. And let me try to put in perspective what I mean by that. So, in other words, as John Jones goes, he's a guy that's fought at the highest level since he was 20 years old. Let's be honest, right? 20 years old, he was already fighting at the highest level. UFC, Brendan Vera, next thing you know, title shot, Shogun Rua, Machida, Rampage, Evans, and then the list goes on and on. Teixeira, Ovince St. Preux, Daniel Cormier, on and on. And now it's Cyril Gane. The list goes on. Now it's Stipe. The list goes on. John has that in his memory bank. He knows how to use his weapons effectively, even against somebody like Tom Aspinall, because yes, he's fought somebody like him in the likes of Dominic Reyes and in the likes of Gustafsson. So he knows how to deal with an animal like that. He knows how to deal with it. So is he afraid of Tom Aspinall? Maybe. Tom Aspinall's a little bit bigger. Let's be real. He's a little bit bigger. That plays a factor. Being a little bit bigger. Not only does it play a factor, it also may hinder John Jones from doing what John Jones does best. Because look, I had an idea in my mind where perhaps John Jones can use a front kick and really effectively mitigate the distance and the footwork of Tom Aspinall. Now, how about oblique kicking him in his shins, setting his knee backwards, right? Bending it backwards with that oblique kick. John Jones can absolutely do that and debilitate his movement. But can he? And that is a question. Is Tom Aspinall athletic enough? Is Tom Aspinall wrestling centric enough to deal with level changes of John Jones and threaten him in all of these different directions? That remains to be seen. That honestly remains to be seen. So the only thing that I can say about John Jones right now, right? I say that he's the heavy favorite. There's no doubt about it. No, I'm sorry. I think Tom Aspinall is the heavy favorite. There's no doubt about that. He is the favorite. He is the favorite. John Jones is not the favorite. It is Tom Aspinall. But this is one of those situations where the favorites of the gamblers are going to differ from the mindset of the hardcore fans. I want you to put that in perspective, okay? The hardcores are going to look at John Jones and say, hey, you know what? This guy has kicks that can push Tom Aspinall back. And not only that, disrupt the movement of Tom Aspinall. Is that true? Yes. Will Tom Aspinall get away from it? We don't know. That's what makes this fight a very difficult 50-50. Let's be honest. Okay? There is no easy pickings for this fight. Not at all. There's no easy pickings. Meaning that there's no guarantees. And you know what? You know what the Jon Jones and Tom Aspinall fight are starting to remind me of? It's starting to remind me of Usyk versus Fury. Why do I say that? My honest opinion on the Jon Jones and Tom Aspinall fight, I think that fight is going to go to a split decision. We talk about all these split decisions we got going on, right? Split decision here, split decision there. This fight is going to go to a split decision. Why do I believe that? Why do I believe that Jon Jones is going to a split decision with Tom Aspinall? Guys, the reason why Tom Aspinall is knocking out everybody is for the simple fact that he hasn't fought anybody on his level yet. Well, Sergey Pavlovich. Okay, well, Sergey Pavlovich got slept by Overeem. Curtis Blades. Yeah, but Curtis Blades got slept by Ngannou. Okay, but Ngannou's not there, but that's the point. We need to have Ngannou there to test what level this guy is at. That's the natural order of competitive architecture. Right? But unfortunately, it's not happening. So, we don't know the level of Tom Aspinall, but we know the level of Jon Jones. And because we know the level of Jon Jones, we know that he's capable of going 5 rounds. But we also know that Tom Aspinall has never been taken to the distance. And that is because nobody is at his level. Maybe Jon is at his level. That is why I am going with split decision by Jon Jones. And they're going to have a rematch just like Usyk and Fury. And that is the reason why I compare Usyk and Fury as Tom Aspinall and Jon Jones. And weirdly enough, Jon Jones is the Alexander Usyk of MMA. I'm going to say that right now. He is the Alexander Usyk of MMA. Why am I saying that? Why is he the Alexander Usyk of MMA? Why do I say that? It's quite simple. The guy was a light heavyweight, what you consider a cruiserweight in MMA. And then as a result of that, he goes and he moves up. He moves up a weight class, becomes the heavyweight undisputed champion. And that's literally the same trajectory as Alexander Usyk. Cruiserweight undisputed champion, and then transitioning to heavyweight champion, fighting all these big guys, right? So now you got to think. Sometimes some guys aren't as heavily tested as you think they are. I think Tom Aspinall is in that trajectory right now. I don't think Tom Aspinall has really been tested. Jon Jones has been tested. One heavyweight fight, yes, but it's a one heavyweight fight where he dominated him. So that means anybody that has great footwork, Jon Jones can handle, win takedowns. Because guess what? Did you know that Tom Aspinall ducked Cyril Gane? Now, why would he duck Cyril Gane? Some people would say that's such a ridiculous notion. Why would he duck him? It's really this simple, my boy. Styles make fights, and that is a bad style for him to deal with. There's no doubt about it. It's a bad style. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. You can't deal with a style like that. Because his style is very similar. And here's another thing. People say, well, Tom Aspinall has better grappling than Cyril Gane. Okay, he does have better grappling than Cyril Gane. Oh, what is this? Sorry, I didn't see the chats here. So sorry, I didn't see the chats. Okay, so assalamu alaikum. My brother streaming while driving is illegal. No, it's not. Lost to Jon Jones, Dominic Reyes. He lost to everybody. Bruno, I love Tom, but he's literally lost to Binman before he got in the UFC. Jones as well. Paradox, the Chad. That's crazy, Bruno. He also finished Gone in a minute. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, man. That's all I'm saying, guys. I don't think that he's tested. He hasn't been fully tested yet. I think that's a fair assumption to make, right? Hasn't been tested. We don't really know his capabilities. And as a result, he's going into this Jon Jones fight in a very insecure manner. More than you guys have so much security for Tom Aspinall beating Jon Jones's behind. Really. I think there is a chance that Tom Aspinall. All right. So yeah, no, I was saying don't get it twisted, guys. There is a chance that Tom Aspinall wins this fight. I just think it's a little bit highly unlikely. The reason why I say that, look, wrestling, I think, plays a big factor into all of this. I really do. That's the biggest thing that I think we really have to try and understand here is the wrestling. Okay? The wrestling here is what is going to win the fight for Jon Jones. Look, I don't see Tom Aspinall knocking out Jon Jones. Jon is too durable. Jon has a chin. And now that he moved up to heavyweight, now that Jon has moved up to heavyweight, all right, here we go. Sorry, just trying to fix a little connection here. That's crazy. Bruno also finished gone in a minute, he said here in the chat. What else? Keep lying and see what happens. All right. So now going back to the topic at hand, I want to finish off with the John Jones and the Tom Aspinall, right? Overall, I think wrestling is going to win that fight for John Jones. Tom Aspinall doesn't have that wrestling. He has the jiu-jitsu, but he doesn't have the wrestling. And I think that is the difference maker in that fight. Also, let me be also, I think John has the better Muay Thai between two. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? John has a better Muay Thai. He has a better clinch. He's going to attack him in that particular matter. And those are the two options that John has that's really going to win him this fight. The clinch, the knees, and the wrestling. Tom, he's going to defend himself well on the bottom because he has great jiu-jitsu, a great black belt, a guy that his dad had brought up to be a jiu-jitsu ace. But either way, I think John is going to have the advantage in the wrestling. But they're going to give each other a good fight. It's going to be a very good fight. I'm going to have to probably end this soon because I have low batteries on my phone and I forgot to bring a charger with me. But yeah, so on any regard. Let's end this with the OLEKSANDR Usyk. We didn't even talk about Alex Pereira, Fighter of the Year. Let's end with that. Now, we did talk about that actually. No, I'm sorry, we did talk about that. We talked about a little bit of everything. So what is next for 2025 in the UFC? Well, the one thing remains in UFC's 2025 is Islam and Arman Tsarukyan in LA. Now, what's awesome about that fight, there's going to be a lot of Armenians in LA, a lot of supporters for Arman. They're all going to turn up. It's going to be great. It's going to be an awesome show. Umar is taking on Merab. A lot of good rivalry, great banter between those two going on right now. And I think it's going to be an even tougher matchup than Islam taking on Arman Tsarukyan. I think Umar is the one that has a tougher matchup. No, you know what? I think Umar has the easier matchup. And it is Islam Makhachev with a harder fight. Look at what Arman did to Charles Oliveira. Look at what he did with Islam Makhachev, even though he lost by a decision in his UFC debut. There's a lot of options. I feature you in my new members video. Oh, awesome. Awesome, my man. Shout out to No Chill MMA. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for tapping in. Yeah, man. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to, end the stream soon because, I'm running out of batteries. I forgot to get batteries for my phone. But either way, it was a great live stream. We talked about OLEKSANDR Usyk. Let's recap on that. I think he's going to win the fight. Consistency wins it all. Khabib, possibly coach of the year. Umar, Islam, defending their title and then winning their first title all in the same night. Conor McGregor facing a lawsuit in January on the same month. Team Khabib is going to have multiple world champions in one night while Conor McGregor is facing humiliation, being sued by the guy that started the whole Khabib fight, the whole Khabib beef. Think about that. That is the reality of this. So, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe, share, tell a friend to tell a friend. Also, watch from the very beginning all the way to the end, because on this live stream, I went everywhere. I got into nature, the city, and a little bit of everything all in the same live stream. That is my 100 minutes with you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next video, inshallah. You're still here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And on to the next live stream ahead. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So right now it is approximately 7:09 in the West Coast right now as we speak, right? And we are awaiting the Tyson Fury versus Usyk rematch today. This is fight day today, right now as we speak. Probably one of the most exciting boxing cards all year long. Okay? I mean, we had Arthur Beterbiev and Bivol. That was obviously great. That was obviously awesome. The anticipation, the unknown, and the element of surprise was what made that fight really special for what it is. This particular fight right here with Alexander Usyk and Fury, we've already seen it. The only difference now is that we have two different fighters. Okay? Two different fighters. A lot of people, for whatever reason, don't like to take any of these considerations. Now, I don't know why that is. My only speculation is perhaps maybe because uh they've already seen the fight. It seemed as if the fight was one-sided or lopsided in the side of Usyk. But is that the truth? Is that the reality? And obviously, Tyson Fury is seeing a completely different reality, right? The reality that Tyson Fury is seeing right now is that of somebody that really doesn't feel like he needed to change anything. And I don't know if that is the right approach to take for this fight. But he truly believes that's the path that he should take for this fight, meaning that he doesn't feel like he needs to change a lot. And I'm going to have to disagree with him on this one. I think there's a lot that he needed to change from fight one, and then fight number two, right here with Usyk. There's a lot that he needed to change. Look, what are some of the biggest attributes of Tyson Fury? It's his footwork. Is it not? Footwork is one of his biggest tools and assets. Okay? But was he able to implement this particular style in the first fight? Not completely. And I think it really boils down to fitness. I think that's what it really boils down to. I don't think Tyson Fury really is the type of person that worries about his fitness. Okay, and I think that's going to hurt him in the long run. And I think that he was able to get away with it for so long. He was able to get away with it with certain guys that weren't as skilled. He was able to get away with it from certain people that just weren't on his level. But what if you have a mixture of skills and then attributes at the same time? Okay, because quite frankly, that is what he's dealing with Alexander Usyk. Okay, what he's dealing with in terms of fighting Alexander Usyk today is skill, not only that, the attributes of physical fitness and experience. Look, Tyson Fury is a pretty experienced pro, right? He's also got a little bit of an amateur background, but not to the likes of Alexander Usyk. This man, 300 fights in the amateurs. So you got to think, how does that translate into the pros? Quite well. He went from being an undisputed at 205 all the way to becoming undisputed at heavyweight. And here's a weird thing about this fight this morning, right? Or this today, rather. What's really strange about this fight is that it's not contested for the undisputed championship. It's not contested for that, but it was when Usyk won it. So in other words, if Tyson Fury wins today, he doesn't get the same credit for undisputed championship because the belts were spread around. I don't think Tyson Fury cares. I think the way that Tyson Fury looks at it is that I've won every belt, and therefore I don't really need to pursue. As far as Tyson Fury is concerned, he's already undisputed champion. Because in order to be undisputed champion, you got to have all the belts. But he didn't have all the belts at the same time. Now that him and Alexander Usyk fought for the first time, it was undisputed. Now it is no longer an undisputed contested heavyweight matchup. It's for belts, but not the undisputed. You can argue it's for the lineal undisputed championship, but Tyson Fury argues he's the lineal championship, and that's why it makes sense for Alexander Usyk to be the undisputed champion right now, and a linear heavyweight undisputed champion at that. So let's take a look at all the start times for Alexander Usyk and Fury all around the world. Let's take a look at this right here. So let's see. Los Angeles, 7:30, already tapped in, 15 minutes early. And let's take a look at how many views I've already accumulated from now. Already 367 views, and the fights haven't started yet. So thank you for everybody tapping in around the world. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. So Los Angeles, California, here in this area, 7:30. Phoenix, 8:30. San Antonio, 9:30. This is all AM, by the way. New York, 10:30. Toronto, 10:30. Sao Paulo, Brazil, 12:30. London, 15:30. So what is that in military time? That is 3:30. 16:30 for Lagos. That's 4:30. 4:30 once again for Berlin, Madrid, Paris, Rome, and Johannesburg. That's 5:30. Kiev, 5:30. Riyadh, local time. That's going to be 6:30. Istanbul, 6:30. New Delhi, 2100. Okay, so I believe there's a difference in time spaces that are half an hour, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, New Delhi, India, that's 2100 hours. China, 2030. Singapore, 11:30. Manila, 11:30. Tokyo, midnight, 30. Sydney, 2:30, and 4:30 in Wellington in New Zealand and Australia. So those are the start times around the world. And here we are, just a little under 15 minutes early. I hope you guys enjoyed the preview stream that I had going on. And you know what? I kind of like that I'm able to have little intros like this now that I could use, right? Watch. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
There it is, man. Shout outs to Rich Trapper on that one. I enjoyed being part of different shows and whatnot. Speaking of different shows, let me give you guys a little reaction. I got shouted out at Jesse on Fire when the homie Dubs was on. Let me show you guys that one real quick. Just to kind of give a little nice start to the show right here. Jesse on Fire with Dubs.
It's like, chill guys, just use Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that's actually made by one of the founders of Honey, and it basically...
And that's when I changed the name to Dubs V. Do make 300 of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that's been in the machine shops, a machinist, you know how every week you swear you're going to get fired. Anything can happen, you know, a tool breaks, you know, you scrap the part, and it's so stressful. And my boss is sitting in the office making millions. And you know, when you come from a hustle background, you're like, I want to be rich. I want to prosper from my hard work. And when I listened to Gunner and I did that, and I saw, wait a minute, I'm making good money as a machinist. I can make great money on YouTube.
That's right, man. So for those of you that are tapped in, very important that if you have a skill that you can relate to the world or contribute to any extent, go out and do it, right? This is the reason why I do this YouTube. I believe that there's good contributions that I can give to this community of MMA, boxing, combat sports, and politics, just life in general. So if you can do it, go ahead and give it a shot, right? But watch, Dubs shouts me out right here.
And you know, not have to stress. That's when I did it. And it's been this month, actually, it's 2 years. I've been
6 weeks and quit. I was like, fuck this shit, dude. And
yeah,
then
this
like,
is lovely.
well, and you can't like, I actually didn't think it was going to impact my ability to do the channel as much as it actually did, you know? But yeah, dude, we can talk offline about, like, I'll tell you about what happened in July when I don't like the algorithm. It's like something happened when Trump got shot. I'm like, okay, no self-respecting YouTuber is not gonna do a fucking video about Trump getting shot in the fucking ear in front of the entire world. I did it, went to the hot tub, drank 3 fucking pina coladas, looked at my shit, and I had 750,000 views in like 90 minutes. I was like,
wow,
what the fuck? And I kept refreshing it because I thought it was like broken, you know, like I'm like, that's impossible. Like that's impossible. And then it was like, you know, hit 1 million. And then I went live that night. So between those two, that live stream got 2.7 million. Eventually the first video got 1.8. You have any, I mean, I don't want to be a fucking prick on here, but like, you know, like I'll tell you offline.
Well,
that week, it was
your RPM. Like, your RPM's way different than mine because I've been pigeonholed into the prison genre. So we get pennies, but I mean, and it's weird because they don't put, like, all of us in the so-called prison genre, they didn't really push our Trump coverage the way they did others.
I wonder if you got, like, we should look at and compare like what we do, like
that's interesting. He said that, why is that? And then Jesse explains here why, right? This is some real YouTube game right here.
AdSense, because like they don't pay you less based on what you're talking about. It's based on who watches, you know, because like dude, fucking Google knows everything about everyone who watches, and it's like so like if you got like a demographic, you know, if you got a bunch of 18 to 25-year-olds, they're like, all right, these guys have this much expendable income. If you got 35, you know, the older that they get, the more money they have to spend. You know, so
you see, that's what it is. That's the YouTube algorithm game that they got going on.
But yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's a good life, dude. It's like and I mean to do anything, sit in.
What's up, Kyrie?
For 20.
There it is, right there. The Dubs shouts me out right here. 39. Right here. 39, 35. Right here.
And I mean, to do anything, sit in
What's up,
prison
Kyrie?
for 24 years,
Yes.
and then
There it is.
and so you
All right. So keep it right there. Well, let's rewind back on that one.
and I mean to do anything, sit in
What's up,
prison
Kyrie?
for 24 years,
Yes.
and then
There it is. It's shouting me out on the chat right there. Once again, I'm going to play it again. Play it again. One more time.
first video got 1.8. You have any? I mean, I don't want to be a fucking prick on here, but like, you know, yeah, like I'll tell you offline.
Well,
that week it was
your
I was like,
RPM. Your RPM's way different than mine because I've been pigeonholed into the prison genre. So we get pennies, but I mean,
and so you went full time 2 years ago. So that's 22. 5 years later, you're making money doing that. Anyway, but yeah, it's a good life, dude. It's
Right
like
here.
and
Right
I
here.
mean,
This is where he
to do
mentioned
anything,
my name.
sit in
What's up,
prison
Kyrie?
for 24 years,
Yes.
and then
All right, there it is.
And-
All right. So the card that we got going on today, right here. This is the card that we got going on today. We got Isaac Lowe taking on Lee McGregor, Dennis McCann taking on Peter McGrail, Johnny Fisher taking on Dave Allen, Moses Aitama taking on Dempsey McKean, and Sergey Boachuch taking on Israel Madurov. Just coming off of the fight with Terrence Crawford, and here he is. Another great opportunity to be a co-main event in this big card between Tyson Fury and OLEKSANDR Usyk. And obviously the promo that they had going on into the fight. I mean, look at this, the plane that they had, kind of 1980s nostalgia feeling. Don't you think? Do you guys get that feeling a little bit? Kind of like a nostalgia feeling behind it. It's kind of like, oh, you know, this is the 1980s and this and that. This was sort of our lineage of our airlines. So I don't know. I thought it was brilliant. You know, obviously, a lot of people out there have a lot of negative comments to say about these things regarding who's running boxing now. But as far as I'm concerned, these guys are bringing the fights that we want to see, the fights that we needed in boxing. And for whatever reason, people still have a problem with it. I think there's certain moral compasses that people have. I get it, but I need you guys to understand this, right? Every government in the world messes people up. That's the best way to say it, right? And I don't want to get too political on fight day. Obviously, we're going to have some good fights ahead of us, something to look forward to. But understand that every country around the world does the same things that the United States does. That's just what it is. So here we are, fight day. Excited, or does it feel a little bit lackluster? I could tell you from many casual fan bases, right? Many people that are in the casual spaces right now, they're not feeling this fight. And let's analyze why that is. Is it just because this fight had already happened? There's a good reason to believe that is a possibility, that people are over it. Is it because Tyson Fury is not as interesting as he once was, right? I mean, look at back in the days, right? When he fought Klitschko in Germany. What did he do? He went there dressed as Batman, started taunting Vladimir Klitschko. Now, the promo, I got to tell you, the promo sort of sold itself. I mean, take a look at this, right? This is sort of the promo that they got going on right now, okay? I mean, we're talking, look at this, right? Like cinematic movie production they got going on. So Tyson Fury doesn't really need to do a lot of hooplas and, you know, create all this, you know, buzz or clip-worthy comments and All of that. He doesn't need to do any of that. But whatever. Let's take a look at it and see where the prelims are for this one. So yeah, Tyson Fury doesn't feel like he needs to do a lot of hoopla for this fight because of the production behind it, the promotion. Also, I think that Tyson is sort of in this category of his life right now where his whole entire product already sells itself, if that makes any sense. Right? Like, he doesn't need to do a whole lot. All the younger guys that are coming up right now, you need to do a lot, right? You need to do a lot to promote yourself. You need to do as much interviews. You need to make as much attention and buzz for yourself as much as possible. This is what you do as a young fighter coming up. But Tyson Fury doesn't need to do that. I also think that's the reason why a lot of people don't have a high interest in this fight as they should. Now, if you're a hardcore fight fan, you're going to love this fight for several reasons. Number one, you know that this UFC for 2024 is done, right? This is the last major combat sports pay-per-view in the entire year. So you're going to be locked into that. If you're a combat sports fan, if you're a hardcore boxing fan, obviously you're going to love it because there's elements to this fight that are unknown, only known to the camps of Tyson Fury and OLEKSANDR Usyk, how each is going to do, how they're going to perform, and how they're going to go about mitigating the dangers and the challenges ahead of this very high-level fight. Tyson Fury, this is his last chance, in all honesty, for greatness. You see, Tyson Fury can't afford to lose tonight. I'm going to tell you why, okay? The reason why Tyson Fury can't lose tonight okay, so I was going to tell you why I don't think Tyson Fury can afford to lose this fight tonight. Look, everything about Tyson Fury is greatness, right? When he was undefeated, he was on the verge of greatness and was on track of trying to be an undefeated retired champion, right? Like Khabib, like Floyd, like Joe Calzaghe, and the list goes on, right? Well, if he wins at least tonight, he has some kind of redeemable quality, sort of like Lennox Lewis and George St. Pierre, where they had beaten everybody that they had fought in front of them, even if they had lost to them previously, meaning that they had to use a rematch to win. But if he loses tonight, unfortunately, I got to say that his road to greatness and glory and all of that, I mean, he's going to have a great career, but there's a great career, and then there's, how do I say this? Greatness. Okay, there's a difference between great careers and greatness. He has to win tonight in order to obtain greatness. So we'll be right back. Here's Logan Paul versus Conor McGregor. Shocking details of this event that we found out was going to happen. Yet to be announced, but sort of in the rumor mill of everybody in the behind the scenes of the industry. So check this out. The talk of the town right now is that Conor McGregor is going to fight Logan Paul. Is there any truth to it? I can tell you that both of these guys are under the same company, which is TKO. Now, what is significant about that? obviously getting this deal to get done would be a whole lot easier. And also take into consideration there would be no barriers, considering that they have the same partners, they have the same management team, and they are under the same umbrella. So making this fight would not be that difficult. And Dana White has mentioned in one of the recent press conferences, and I got to tell you, just to kind of put in context, Dana White's press conferences are just like podcasts because he constantly drops gems. And I don't know if he does it purposely, but he does do it. And when he does, it becomes newsworthy content. And this is one of them. He says that I've got an announcement that will blow your mind for 2025. Well, what exactly is that? Could it be a fight with Tom Aspinall and John Jones? That is a great possibility. Could it be Conor McGregor versus Logan Paul? Now, how did we get here? That is the ultimate question that we have to ask, because we are here with Logan Paul and Conor McGregor in a possibility of doing an exhibition in India. So that means that they're just going to go full rounds, not knocking each other out. And then there are negotiations on the contrary that state they want to do it in a pro setting, in particular Logan Paul. So that leads me to think Logan Paul, rightfully so, believes that he could knock out Conor McGregor. Now, why do I say rightfully so? Obviously, if you are trying to get into this boxing match, you have to have a belief in yourself that you're going to do something extraordinary to the extent that you're going to knock out Conor McGregor. We've obviously seen that in the Dustin Poirier fight. And thinking about it, not that I'm a gambler to any extent, but I would favor Logan Paul in this fight if I were a gambler. I don't know about you. Maybe there's some reality to that. Maybe there isn't. You let me know on the comment section below. Hopefully that we can try to make a better understanding of why this fight is happening right now. Conor McGregor just had his civil trial. He owes a lot of people money. In January, right now it's December, by the way, the same fight week of Tyson Fury and Usyk Part 2. He's got a trial coming up against Artem Lobov in a civil lawsuit once again. So what does that tell you? That tells you that he really needs to come and compete and fight once again for money. Because it's not coming in. Not the sponsorships, not the royalties from a liquor brand that he owns. And now he's going to get into a lawsuit about a brand that he no longer owns and has dropped him from it. Can you imagine that? So it's hit an all-time low. You know, there's a saying goes, a lot of these washed up MMA fighters often go and fight Jake Paul and Logan Paul. And then the other side of that is that Jake Paul is throwing his name into the mix, sort of promoting it, even though we may know at least that it's going to be Logan Paul that's going to have the fight. Jake inserts himself in it to promote the brand even more, but also to promote his brand as well in his own selfish action in that regard. But nonetheless, it's genius. It's genius for the Pauls. It's genius for WWE. It's genius for UFC. Because, hey, Khabib has said this previously, which is what? Khabib said Conor is washed up now. They're going to use him and use him and use him for money until he is done. Is Khabib correct? Yes. There was a time where Conor McGregor said, I'm going to come into this game, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to go out. And what Conor McGregor is doing right now is still tipping one toe into the game while trying to get out, knowing that he's already the biggest winner in terms of promotion in the game of MMA. But why is he doing this? It's quite obvious. And who is the ace side? It's quite obvious. It's Conor McGregor, but he's also going to be the least favorite of this fight. Unfortunately, true. He's going to be the underdog, believe it or not. He's got everything stacked up against him. Look, a lot of people don't like to take that Floyd Mayweather and that Logan Paul fight to consideration. There is a weight class for a reason. It's for everyone's safety. It's to ensure fair play competition without any unfair advantages. But then again, there are people out there that are weight bully. Hey, brother, you're a weight bully. You're a weight bully. No, actually, DC said this to Islam Makhachev, saying that he weighed 180, which I believe right now is mid-December or late December, and it's going to be in the 11th of January, that fight. So he weighs 180 right now, and he has to be 155 at January 10th. Because the day is 11th is the fight, and then, January 10th is the weigh-ins. So he has to weigh 155 pounds by then. So weight bully at that. But, either way, Logan Paul has a weight bully advantage in this fight. That's the reality of it. He has a weight bully advantage in this fight. And is he going to use that to his advantage? Absolutely. He's got the height. He's done it to Floyd. And I don't see how he's going to do anything different with Conor McGregor. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to look very, very bad. Let me tell you something. Conor McGregor, previous to all of this lawsuit and civil cases and things of this nature, he walked with absolute immunity. Okay? In more ways than one. Immunity with the law, maybe not so much. A lot of things continue to be accounted for. Like when he walked around with an Uzi, and then the Irish Garda caught on to his social media and basically confiscated his weapons. That's one thing that you got to remember about this, right? On top of that, he has all these different allegations. The 40-year-old woman who was Irish from his town in Ibiza got abused in his yacht. A whole range of other accusations, and then the DJ, and the list goes on, and things of that nature, right? He walked with immunity in most of them. The same thing in the Miami Heat game. What happened? Nobody pressed charges whatsoever. Why? Because they knew that there was no evidence. But listen, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think you understand where I'm going with this. So he walked with immunity. Never been accounted for, never been punished. And sometimes when you walk with such immunity, a couple of things you start to realize. Number one, you start to realize, hey, you know what? Maybe I got away this time. I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna hold back, and I'm gonna fall back, and I'm gonna leave it alone, and I'm never gonna do that again. Some do that, and then there are some, hey, you know what? Let's push the limits on this. Let's see where this goes. This is where Conor is at in this particular time frame. So with that in mind, what you get out of this situation is Conor McGregor now pushing his boundaries onto different people. But guess what? For whatever reason, this time, The one that should not have stuck. What do I mean by that? This Nikita hand, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is that she is a sociopathic liar. And as a result, she was able to manipulate this case in her way, which is through a civil lawsuit, but money that is sort of insecure. So you get paid what? $250,000, and then $250,000 of that you got to give back to Conor McGregor's homie for his legal fees. Right? So it doesn't seem like a win, but either way, you hurt Conor McGregor in a way where now, because of the documented aspect of him being an assaulter, a rapist, being that that's on record, even if it's just a civil trial, okay? It's still a stain on your record. And as a result, it resulted into the sponsorship negotiations failing, and on top of that, the downfall of their relationship, better yet, the termination of it all. Okay, which again is, I'm trying to find the most emotive, expressive ways to convey how bad this is for Conor McGregor. It's very bad, which leads us to Logan Paul and why this fight is happening. It is happening because he needs the money. And this right here is going to attract people to watch the downfall of Conor McGregor in multiple ways. The downfall of the fact that he has to fight a YouTuber. Let's be honest. Jake is a different level. You could argue whether he can compete in the world level or real boxers, as you call it. But either way, Logan is not that. But he is a formidable boxer and a capable athlete, which means he has the capabilities of knocking out Conor McGregor and embarrassing him in front of the world. And let's not forget, not to mention, Conor McGregor is not the same Conor McGregor anymore. And True Geordie loves to say that because there is some truth to that, even though him and True Geordie had some sort of beef going on where he called True Geordie a fat estrogen man, bitch, tits, whatever. And then, funny enough, Conor McGregor calls he calls Conor McGregor a little man. He shows a picture of Conor McGregor dressed up as some little man of some sort or whatever, in some baggy clothes, looking with his eyes like all lit up and everything, his mouth jewelry. Oh my God, man, whatever. But either way, the beef that they had going on was quite something else, right? I think it's still ongoing, and every shot that True Geordie can offer Conor McGregor, he will do it, and he has. And that is some of the things that he says about Conor McGregor, is that he is not the same Conor McGregor anymore. And as a result, what we get is a shell of himself. We have a guy who no longer trains the way that he used to, parties on a constant basis. And if we're talking about early 2025, let's say maybe even in March, let's say they do this on St. Patrick's Day, which, by the way, would make it even more insulting or symbolic. Imagine that, a boxing match with Logan Paul and Conor McGregor on St. Patrick's Day, and Conor McGregor loses. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what that is like? I can tell you that it would be horrible. It would be horrible for the Irish, or it could be a victory because of all the things that are happening right now. And let's segue this into that, right? Conor McGregor is planning on moving to the United States of America. Do I think this is a good move? Yes. Michael Bisping has done it. It was a great move for him. David Beckham has done it. He now owns Miami Football Club. And Pierce Morgan at one point lived in the United States. And now here comes this other man from the British Isles, the English Channel, from the Dublin Sea, Conor McGregor. And I got to be honest with you. Living in America is awesome. It's great. But in all true to God honesty, Conor McGregor is coming here not by choice, at least not by first choice, but rather by second choice. Now, what cities would Conor McGregor live in? Well, I'm just going to flat out say it, maybe California. And I'm saying that biasly because I live in California. But I tell you what, some of the happiest moments that I seen out of Conor McGregor was in California, in Venice Beach. Okay? I think that it'll do him some good. You want to know why? Living in LA has its drawbacks, the traffic. It has all of these strange people around you. And then on top of that, there's a lot of, homeless people on top of that. Not to make fun of them or discourage them in any kind of way or anything like that. But if you run across some of them, they could be very dangerous people, or they could be, red flags for you in some kind of way, right? But then there are people out there that unfortunately fall into the struggles of high rent, right? And as a result, they lived in the city expecting that they were going to be housed, only to have the opposite happen due to certain financial drawbacks, right? Which is the reality of cities regardless, right? So he's going to be living in California, hypothetically speaking, right? Will it be good for him? Yes, it'll be good for him because there's the beach, very relaxing, right? You get the beach around you, you almost feel like, hey, man, a lot of things really don't matter in life. Like everything is good, everything is chilling. You have a better reaction to things. And that's one thing that you got to remember that is very helpful to a fighter is building reaction, okay? Having the advantage of the ocean around you. On top of that, it's a metropolitan city. And I got to be honest with you, if you are a showman like Conor McGregor, it is going to give you positive vibes. That's just no way other how to it, right? It's going to give him positive vibes because he likes being around people. He loves being a showman. And I'll be honest, right? I'll segue this for myself just a little bit. Me, I'm a showman. I'm an athletic guy. On top of that, if I'm at the gym, I love to show off. There's no doubt about it. And it gives me a good workout. It motivates me to have a great workout all the time. You get people around me, I'm going to express my athletic ability, my prowess, and how I negotiate pain and obstacles. I will absolutely do it. I do it right now. Look at this. I'm talking 20 minutes into this whole entire video with no pauses, no stuttering, literally just off the top of my head, and no editing, giving you uncut and raw. And guess what? I have the talent to do that. Why? Because I'm a showman, and I live in an environment that sort of encourages showmanship. I mean, look, I go to Los Angeles a lot. On top of that, I live in Sacramento, which is also a big city. on top of having big names around here, you had Papa Roach come out here, record. They're from out here. Mozzie, you had Uriah Faber, a guy that I've trained with, Team Alpha Male, best team in the world. And then you got the Sacramento Kings. By the way, a place that I'm going to show you right now as we drive by, because that's how it is. You're a showman. You love to show off. You love being around that. So it's positive. Now, did he have that in Dublin? Yes, he did. He had that in Dublin, and I'm going to explain to you some of the psychological reasons why. I don't think he was challenged in Dublin. Not at all. He was the best fighter in that whole entire island of Ireland. Literally, best fighter. So you can't grow if you are the best fighter anywhere you are at, right? You can't grow at all. Let me show you guys the Golden One Center real quick. That's the Golden One Center right there, right? So as I was saying, being around the big city gives you that big feeling of vibe, but he's the best fighter in Ireland, and it's not going to help him grow. He loved being around there because it made him comfortable feeling superior to everyone else. Let's delve into that psychology of that, right? He felt superior to everyone else because he grew up in an environment where a lot of people doubted his efforts of becoming a mixed martial artist, including his parents, right? And on top of that, you just got to understand the Irish have a very pessimistic culture about things. You got to understand where the pessimism comes from. First of all, they come from a very foggy place, right? Not very sunny. And once again, this is why I segue and I predict that Conor McGregor is going to move to California because he's looking for a little bit of sun. You don't get a lot of sun in Dublin. So as a result, guess what? You're going to become a little bit depressed in most cases. Not all, or some cases rather. Especially people who are prone to it. So they're going to have a very pessimistic attitude on things. Whoa, what do you mean I'm going to be a double champion in mixed martial arts? No Irishman has ever done it. What are you doing, Conor McGregor? You know, stay being a plumber, Conor McGregor. You got to provide for your family, Conor McGregor. You have to do this. You know what I mean? Very pessimistic mindset. And there's a lot of people across all different nationalities and different faiths, different creeds that are like that, unfortunately. And you got to understand, when you have people like that, there is a higher chance of people giving up. And Conor McGregor never did, but he also mentioned something that I thought was really thought-provoking and really important to bring up in this topic at hand of Conor McGregor moving to Ireland. Moving away from Ireland to the United States, I mean. What's important about that? He said back then, embrace your home. Never talk bad about it. I see a lot of these people that move out of their home, never embrace their home or this and that. And he looks down upon this. So he is a guy that is loyal to his soil. Just like me, I'm loyal to the West Coast soil. 100%. Because growing up, I've always wanted to live in California, whether it was north or whether it was south. And I go to LA a lot because I love the city. I love downtown. I love Hollywood, all of that. Anaheim, all the theme parks, everything. Awesome stuff, right? That's what California is about. So I'm going to be 100% loyal to it. You know what I mean? I'm going to be 100% loyal to it. So as a result, I agree with what Conor McGregor is talking about when he says, never talk bad about the place that you come from. But unfortunately, where he's at right now, he has to get up out of there, move to the United States, find a positive environment that's not going to hound him about these situations, and allow him to live life comfortably without all of these external hate. And what I mean by external hate is the fact that he lives in a country that many people no longer support him, whereas back then you had a bunch of Irish people, tens and thousands of them, flocking to Las Vegas to watch him fight and then turn up with huge groups of people yelling soccer chants. That's what you had out of Conor McGregor. Created a lot of special moments. Do you think the minute that he walks into that ring and that whole entire event with Logan Paul, do you think he's going to look happy walking into that ring? Or is he going to look like Mike Tyson when Mike Tyson looked sad, out of it, non-motivated, and just felt like he was there for a payday? How do you think he's going to react? You let me know. I think everything right now is a telltale sign of what is going to happen and how Conor McGregor is going to react to it. And guess what? He may very well just win this boxing match with Logan Paul. Or for all we know, this boxing match may never happen at all. But everything that I had just mentioned is true. Everything that I had just given you in terms of documented facts and realities of situations that are probable to the outcome, let's say maybe within a half year or so, you could understand how it could end up bad for Conor McGregor in any regard. But I don't want to end it with a sour note. I want you to remember this. The guy had a great time, had a great life, had great accomplishments that you could never take away from him. But right now, I honestly think that his livelihood is on the line. You want me to continue on? I'll go on for a couple more minutes, okay? I think there's a lot of calamities that are going to seriously plague Conor McGregor later on. And I hate to say this because I tell you what, I'm only a guy looking from the outside. I'm only a podcaster. I'm only a YouTuber that's just trying to make it. That's just trying to create good content for everybody to listen to, for everybody to relate to. And not only that, for everybody to feel inspired and not just entertained by the matter of subject and content. But part of that is telling the truth. Part of that is giving your full, undivided analysis, and everything points out to everything being bad and everything being tragic. They say that time is a circle. What do they mean by that? And please forgive me if I got the phrase wrong, if I somehow can be corrected on the phrase, let me know. But from what I know, time is a circle. What does that mean, or how does that phrase go? But it means that whatever you are doing and the consequences of where that could lead you, it's not going to change for the next man because it's the same story every time. I think that's what it is. That's something what you have to understand. It's the same story every time. Kurt Cobain is the same story every time to everybody else that had some kind of addiction or some kind of depression, quote unquote, shot himself. But then there's another story considering his ex that may have something to do with it, but that's neither here or there. Another story for another time, maybe another content. Tupac, same story with a lot of young African-American males and many males from the gang world, whether that would be Asian, Pacific Islander, Latino, Armenian, you name it, Puerto Rican, Haitians, Jamaicans, Latin Kings disciples, Vice Lords, Haitians, all of that. Crip ninjas, blood ninjas, essays, Asians, all of that. The Games, West Side Story, you know what I mean. His story is the same. It ends every time. You punch somebody out, somebody comes back, retaliates, and guns you down. And crazy enough, he said it in Changes. You know the song Changes by Tupac. He said, you don't got to worry about a punk that I roughed up from. All right, here we go. So, yeah, so far I've been following the El-Kheer and Ocampos fight. So far, very good and very professional display by El-Kheer, right? Very conventional, but at the same time, very effective. Also very powerful in the way that he approaches his fights. So I think there's going to be a lot of positive outcomes in the career of El-Kheer as time goes on and as time permits. So yeah, he's really punishing Ocampos at this point right now, at this point of the fight. Wow, yeah. Goes right into the body. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering the first fight of the night all the way to the main event of Usyk versus Fury. By the way, already 3 hours into the stream. This is how I like to get the stream done, is get it done early so that we can have a little bit of a party feel, a pre-fight party feel, right? Show a little bit of some different videos sort of relating to the subject matter at hand, get hyped up for the fight, and here we are as the end result of it. Yeah, it's a very good glide back movement of El-Kheer on his part right here. It's good jab by El-Kheer. All right. Yeah, this is the second fight of El-Kheer, right? Looking very good so far in his second professional fight. What do you guys think? Andrew VM asks, hey, hi, how are you? He says, what time does Usyk and Fury start? Right now. So if you're tapping in right now, don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe, and we will be right here covering this fight right here. And I will be your host for the live stream. All right, so here we go. Clinched up. Last 20 seconds left. El-Kheer versus Ocampos. Obviously, this is what Ocampos is meant to do. He is a journeyman boxer. He's brought in every week, literally fights every week, right? So imagine if, let's say he survives a 6-rounder right here. A couple of weeks from now, he's probably going to be somewhere in Argentina, Mexico, or maybe somewhere in North America fighting again. So imagine this. Ocampos, this journeyman boxer right here. He fights right here. And then in a couple of weeks from now, he goes and fights in some bingo hall. So he goes from the big stages of Saudi Arabia with all of the glitz and glamour of the open workouts, weigh-ins, and media day. And then he goes back to the bingo hall in a couple of weeks, maybe even next week if he survives this fight and doesn't get knocked out. So that's the life of a journeyman fighter in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. So you guys can kind of get an idea of where Ocampos is at in his career. And guys like this, they know how to maintain themselves in a ring. They know how to push the athlete in ways that is competitive. But you know what? There are times where some of these journeyman guys, they can actually knock out or finish the actual star prospect itself. And sometimes they do. But if you do that, then you don't really get a job the next following week. And that's sort of, oh, okay, there's a right hand right there by El-Kheer. Is he looking to finish it right here? Or is he looking to go all 6 rounds to sort of get the feeling of the decision once again? I think he finished his first fight, didn't he? Let's take a look at El-Kheer's record right here. Oh, it's El-Kheer. El-Kheer, okay. Muhammad El-Kheer right here. It doesn't say the result. Yeah, that's the thing with BoxRec. It's not giving the proper information here. Let's see here. Huh. All right, here we go. You can always trust Topology. It was a unanimous decision. So unanimous decision at a 4-rounder, by the way. So, yeah, it's a 4-rounder, and it was a unanimous decision. And, yeah, it would be nice if he could get a finish in this fight right here, right? It would really boost a good confidence moving forward in his career. Otherwise, he's just a fighter that goes through the rounds. And you know what? Sometimes, I'll be honest with you, it's probably good to be able to go through all the rounds and get the motion in earlier in your career. And then maybe somewhere down the line, the knockouts just start happening for you. Oh, nice jab by El-Kheer right there. Ooh, nice. Nice hook by El-Kheer. All right, so that's the end of the 5th round. Now they're going into the 6th round right now. All right, next is Nowitzki from Ukraine. Andrei Nowitzki. All right. Next round coming up next. All right, here we go. Last round of the contest right here. El-Kheer Ocampo. Oh, nice. Yeah, El-Kheer's really trying to go for the finish right here. 1-2 shot right there by El-Kheer. He's got a little bit of a little shoulder roll situation going on. He knows how to do shoulder roll. He's got good fundamentals, El-Kheer, overall, right? But again, the question will be the knockout, right? Did he get journeyman that was a little bit tougher? Because look, you got to understand, right? Not all journeyman fighters are easy to finish. You look at this guy, Campos, right here. He obviously knows what he's doing, and obviously knows how to carry himself in these situations, right? Look at the way that he's able to back up. Look at the way that he's able to put his hands up. Journeyman fighters are no punks, right? It just so happens that they just don't turn it up on the prospect. And again, maybe this is useful for Muhammad El-Kheer moving forward. Just 1-2 shot by Muhammad El-Kheer right there. Ooh, nice shots by El-Kheer right there. Double jab by El-Kheer. All right, 20 seconds left into this fight. It was really good second professional fight by El-Kheer right here. It's about to end soon right here. All right, that's victory finish right there. All right. All right, decision coming up. All right. Now we're just awaiting the decision for Muhammad El-Kheer versus Ocampo. Obviously, this is a win, an easy win for Muhammad Ocampo, but yeah. All right, let's get the decision right here. All right, 60-53. All right. Obviously, Muhammad El-Kheer gets a decision. Yeah, great. Ooh, what is this? Hold up. Hold up. What is this news right here? Breaking news. The UFC has agreed to meet John Jones's $30 million asking price to fight against Tom Aspinall, according to reports. I wonder how much Tom Aspinall will make. Wow. How about this, huh? Wow. All right. All right. All right. Well, there it is. There's your winner right there, Muhammad El-Kheer. All right. We're going to be back for the next fight. Be ready. Stay tuned right here. Here's an exclusive content. But part of that is telling the truth. Part of that is giving your full, undivided analysis, and everything points out to everything being bad and everything being tragic. They say that time is a circle. What do they mean by that? And please forgive me if I got the phrase wrong, if I somehow can be corrected on the phrase, let me know. But from what I know, time is a circle. What does that mean, or how does that phrase go? But it means that whatever you are doing and the consequences of where that could lead you, it's not going to change for the next man because it's the same story every time. I think that's what it is. That's something what you have to understand. It's the same story every time. Kurt Cobain is the same story every time to everybody else that had some kind of addiction or some kind of depression. Quote unquote shot himself, but then there's another story considering his ex that may have something to do with it, but that's neither here or there. Another story for another time, maybe another content. Tupac, same story with a lot of young African-American males and many males from the gang world, whether that would be Asian, Pacific Islander, Latino, Armenian, you name it. Puerto Rican, Haitians, Jamaicans, Latin Kings disciples, Vice Lords, Haitians, all of that. Crip ninjas, blood ninjas, essays, Asians, all of that. The Games, West Side Story, you know what I mean. His story is the same. It ends every time. You punch somebody out, somebody comes back, retaliates, and guns you down. And crazy enough, he said it in Changes. You know the song Changes by Tupac. He said, you don't got to worry about a punk that I roughed up from way back. And it's happened on the same night. So it's the same story every time. The time is a circle. Okay? Tupac, that was no different for Nipsey. That was no different for Biggie. That was no different for PNB Rock. That was no different for Pop Smoke. The list goes on. It was no different for any of them. So with Conor McGregor, you think that anything is going to be any different? You think that there isn't going to be issues with drugs that could potentially be fatal? You don't think that Conor McGregor may one day crash out on the wrong person and for that person to have a retaliatory response of some deadly consequences? Or maybe perhaps Conor McGregor being in a situation where he just completely goes broke and falls off the face of the earth. And guess what? He's not going to let that happen. But what is the antidote to that? The antidote is the Logan Paul fight and then going back to the UFC. But either way, whether it's a Logan Paul fight or whether it's a UFC, the one thing you can guarantee is that Conor McGregor needs to fight. And that is the only reason why he's going to do so. That is the only reason why he is no longer just going to hide behind Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or however means that he talks trash. He's not just going to use that as an excuse and a shield to back away from these guys. He now has to face somebody, whether that is Logan, whether that is Chandler or whether that is Dustin Poirier, or maybe even Islam Makhachev, or maybe Dan Hooker. At some point, Dan Hooker was in that conversation. I don't know what happened with that. But either way, all of these things that are going behind the scenes that many of us may not know, but only speculate, are starting to unravel. For one, it's starting to unravel the idea that, hey, you know what? I have to step in that ring because I need to make money. Everybody knowing that all of these sponsorships are going away. Can you imagine? That's the position that Conor McGregor is currently at. He has no choice. So what would you do in this situation? Would you fight, knowing that it could solve some of your financial burdens? And by the way, maybe that big payday is not going to help. It will mitigate some form of damage, but I don't know. Conor McGregor is a big spender. You got to imagine all of the maids, all of the workers that have to work on his boat, that have to work on, let's say, his cars, maintain his house, bodyguards, and then having to travel with that same security, increasing your travel expenses. Traveling by yourself is expensive enough. Now you got to travel with a team. And then booking hotels, not just for yourself, but for them. It's an absolute nightmare, financially speaking. So that is something you have to realize about Conor McGregor's situation right now. Conor McGregor is at a very dangerous time of his life. So dangerous that a man who had many choices and had the ability to say no, had FU money, now has to be in a compromising state. Understand that. It is a completely different ball game for Conor McGregor right now. So please, don't forget to like and subscribe. This is the most that I have for this particular topic at hand. I've exhausted a lot of my information on Conor McGregor in terms of his entire stats all throughout the years. I've exhausted the current details that are going on in his current situation right now. But the only thing that we can do is recognize that there are clear downfalls that Conor McGregor can no longer hide. You see, a lot of us can hide many of our mishaps or many of our situations or many of our hardships. But when you're somebody who's as prideful as Conor McGregor, who knows how to hide all of his insecurities while showing all of his high prowess and strength, this is a very humbling experience that just happens to be the reality of the fact in his situation of life. So the best way to end this is to understand a few things, right? Number one, you have to be humble in life. It is so easy to fall victim of feeling like you did everything yourself. And I'm sure Conor McGregor is not that kind of guy to think that he did it all by himself, because it's obvious that he gives a lot of credit to his parents, to Dee, his fiance, and his family. But you also got to understand he's a man that really has a high self-made belief. And there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you're really self-made. But there's also nothing wrong with staying humble. Also, controlling your emotions and your actions are a very important thing to understand when it comes to this particular matter and subject. Because, like, again, what I said earlier, time is a circle. And as such, you have to understand that as a circle, it's going to remain the same result every time. It's not going to change. It's not unique. And on that particular regard, all I got to say is don't forget to like and subscribe, because you have just liked and subscribed to the most epic mixed martial arts content in the history of mankind. Well, all right. So I wanted to wait until the end of the grand arrival to be able to give a full breakdown analysis on this fight. And here we are. What an amazing grand arrival they had going on. The Saudi Airlines commercial that they had going on. And by the way, how about the trailer? Speaking of commercials, how about the trailer that they had for Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury? If you look at it, it looked like a horror movie. And by the way, that's exactly what the Saudis are going for, sort of like a Hollywood cinematic type of reaction from people's interest into this fight. Obviously, the second time around. So here we are, fast forward into the day of the grand arrival, which is today. And the Saudi airline thing was great. It had a 1980s look behind it, because if you remember anything about traveling in the Middle East in the 1980s, especially with all these planes that were being shot down in Scotland and then Gaddafi and this and that, it was quite an interesting choice to bring that nostalgic look back. But nonetheless, hey, the one thing that the 80s sort of represented was all of these things that we are sort of seeing right now: great fights, great action, and everything in between, right? So going into the full breakdown of this fight. Now, I wrote right there on the thumbnail, it's a different fight. Let me explain a couple of reasons why it's going to be a different fight. Obviously, the weight of Tyson Fury was the conversation into this whole entire matter at hand. And what exactly does all of that mean, that his weight is going to be a lot bigger than it was previously? Well, obviously, Tyson Fury's entire game is predicated on being able to have great footwork, great speed, which, by the way, Alexander Usyk has, and then some. So what do you do to counter that? Well, maybe perhaps you use size. Maybe you use your width. Maybe you use your height that you are God gifted with. And why didn't he do that in the first fight? Well, obviously, because once again, Alexander Usyk's footwork is just a whole lot better than Tyson Fury on that particular end. Well, this is what he has to do. He has to do something different, sort of similar to what had happened in the first Deontay Wilder fight. What exactly happened in the Deontay Wilder fight? A lot of people are afraid to move forward on Deontay Wilder. Now, why is it that Tyson Fury wasn't? Well, the reason was because he understood for a fact that, hey, you know what? I'm the bigger guy, and maybe my shots are going to hurt a whole lot harder if I hit him with it. Now, look, can you imagine Tyson Fury coming in here nearly 300 pounds? He said that he is coming in here at 291 pounds. What exactly does that tell you? That tells you that this guy right here is looking to drop bombs and not dance around like he normally would in some of his fights, such as the Klitschko fight, which, by the way, till this date, probably one of the greatest performances of Tyson Fury's life. Now, everybody wants to make assumptions about Alexander Usyk, especially Tyson Fury. He calls him a middleweight. Well, did he look much of a middleweight in the first fight? And the answer is no. He did not look like a middleweight at all. He looked like a seasoned heavyweight. In fact, Alexander Usyk has been a heavyweight for quite some time now. And within that time frame, he sort of adjusted into allowing his skills to develop into his new size, which, by the way, kind of brings me back into John Jones in the conversation of the UFC, right? I wonder, why did he take so long to get to the heavyweight fights? Now, obviously, there are talks of contract negotiations. There's talks of just wanting to get paid more. There's talks of just trying to negotiate with the UFC and playing them bluff, which is, by the way, what he did for this Tom Aspinall fight, and fair play to him. But with all of those things into consideration, what else sort of made him hesitant to jump into the heavyweight division? Well, the answer to that is quite simply because of the fact that John Jones wanted to develop his body into being a heavyweight. In other words, you ever heard of these stories that a lot of people said about John Jones in the training room, right? Which is that, hey, you know what? In the training room, he's beating up all these heavyweights, Brendan Schaub, Shane Carwin, Matt Mitrione. The list goes on with all these top heavyweights that he was in there with, right? Alistair Overeem, Frank Mir, all of these guys. He's beaten up all of these guys as he was a light heavyweight. Well, not that I've ever seen any of these sparring footages, unless you were a member of Team Greg Jackson, but you would think that the reason why John is beating these guys up is probably because of the striking, right? And that's just my own assumption. Now, he probably needed the size in order to somehow fit himself into the heavyweight category of the grappling aspects of things. Now, look at what he did with Cyril Gane. He took him down with ease, and then he submitted him with ease. Now, did the heavyweight weightlifting, powerlifting sessions of John Jones sort of help that? Absolutely it did. So as a result, Alexander Usyk right now is sort of trying to get ready for the weight of Tyson Fury, because he knows that in the second time around, he's going to try and move forward, try and not really fight off the back foot. Will Tyson Fury have moments where he fights off the back foot in this? Yes, absolutely. He has a lot of moments where he's going to do that. But the reality of this situation is that I think Tyson Fury is going to move forward, and this could be very dangerous for Alexander Usyk, because we've never really seen anybody challenge him moving forward, and somebody at this size. Because you got to understand, the first fight, how Tyson Fury went about it was that he was trying to match him with boxer for boxer, technique for technique, footwork for footwork. And I don't know if that's going to work. And it certainly didn't, because there were times where Alexander Usyk found openings in there. And as a result of finding those openings, it knocked Tyson Fury down to everybody's surprise. Okay, he knocked him down a few times, actually. And you know what? The other aspect of this conversation is fitness. Who is the most fit guy between them? Obviously, I'm going to say Alexander Usyk. Look, the Eastern Europeans, man, they do not miss a step when it comes to fitness. In fact, it is fitness all year round. The life of an American athlete, in particular, the life of a Western athlete, states is this: we're going to train 12 weeks into a training camp, go into a fight, and then we're going to party for, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 weeks. And the next thing you know, these fighters go and gain weight, like the likes of Paddy Pimblett and Ricky Hatton. Right? Is that sustainable for a long time? Well, for Paddy's case, he seems to be doing okay right now, at least in his UFC career, right? Let's see how long that lasts. Or will he switch up and just live the life of living healthy all year round and being focused on your craft, right? Because obviously Paddy Pimblett is now moving into the top 10 of the divisions now. So yeah, I think it's time to hone in, right? Well, guess what, man? Championship level, amateur level. By the way, 300 fights amateur for Alexander Usyk. And guess what? He's held it together. He stayed consistent. He stays in the training room. He stays studying his technique. I think that right there is going to be enough, quite honestly, to win this whole entire fight. Yes, because there is a world where I see Tyson Fury coming in reckless, coming in trying to press on his weight between the ropes, right? Holding Alexander Usyk down, trying to zap his energy with all his weight. Basically, if you've ever seen the Dylan White and the Joseph Parker fight, it's very similar to that, right? He used a lot of wrestling to win fights. And that's something a lot of people don't realize, is that you can win fights in boxing with wrestling or use it as some sort of countermeasure. Now, Anthony Joshua was known to have worked with British Olympic wrestlers to work on his clinch. Also, Alexander Usyk has mentioned that he's worked on some wrestling for this fight as a fitness regimen, not so much as maybe a little bit of both, obviously, because there's going to be some certain clinching involved that is legal in boxing that can be transferred over into wrestling and MMA. So, speaking of which, obviously we have a little bit of some MMA talk along mixing with this boxing talk. But look at this. This is the belt that they have for this fight right here, the WBC belt. If you look at it closely, let's see here. It says Rumble in the Jungle, Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury 2. So that's the 50th anniversary. Okay, so that is the 50th anniversary. Look at that. That belt kind of looks like a Prince Nas type of like it's the same trunks that Prince Nas has, but I think it sort of symbolizes the jungle, obviously being a leopard, where the fight had taken place in Zaire with George Foreman and Ali. So this is another one right here. So another one of these classics. So yeah, man, big ups to the Saudis for being able to put up all of these fights and bring these big matchups. And by the way, here's another thing that I think is really interesting about boxing right now with the Saudis in play, right? A lot of these guys that would normally protect their record right now, they are sacrificing their records for the bag. And guess what? As fans, as hardcore fans, we love it. We absolutely love it. It is amazing, absolutely amazing that we could have that opportunity to see all of these top matchups in boxing, because guess what? This is something year in and year out the UFC has emphasized over the years. And by the way, now that this is basically one of the last major fights of 2024, the Tyson Fury and Usyk rematch, maybe we might do a review of UFC's year 2024 and go from there. Maybe do it on a separate video. But for this video, I think this is going to be a different fight. I'm going to tell you right now, I do not see a finish coming into this fight. I think that Tyson Fury is very durable, but I think that he's not going to allow certain chances to allow him to get hit the way that he did in Deontay Wilder fight, the way that he did in the Usyk fight. None of that. I don't think that he's going to allow any of these small mistakes that he's made in the past that got him knocked down. So as a result of that, I think Usyk is going to have a tougher fight in his hands, but I also think Tyson Fury is always going to have a tough fight in his hands with Alexander Usyk, just like with anybody else. A man who has fought 300 fights in his amateurs, undisputed in cruiserweight, and then moving up to heavyweight and doing the same thing. This is a very difficult man to defeat, but can he defeat him? Well, he can, but I think it's going to take a lot out of Tyson Fury in this fight to do so. I'm really excited to see how this fight is going to go. I'm going to have to go with my final decision on this one. I think that Alexander Usyk is going to win this by decision. That is my final prediction on this fight. That is my review for the Grand Arrival. I am going to be doing a live reaction to this fight on this channel, so tap right in And I will see you guys in the next content, in the next live stream, and everything to come, inshallah. All right, here we go. Nowitzki versus Ramirez, heavyweight bout right here in the 4th round. So once again, probably another one of these journeyman fights. Obviously, Nowitzki is a prospect they're trying to build up, and Ramirez, another journeyman. A lot of the journeyman boxers they brought in for the undercard fighters and these prospects are Mexican. A lot of Argentinians also do a lot of journeyman work, a lot of UK guys, all of that. Like, again, as I told you in the last fight, right, that what a lot of these guys do is if they survive these rounds, by next week, they're boxing at a bingo hall somewhere, right? So that's sort of the quintessential life of a journeyman boxer. That's why when you see a lot of these UK prospects fight these journeyman guys, you'll notice they have like over 50 or 100 fights. A lot of them mostly losses, but a lot of those losses are going to the scorecards, going to a decision. They're just going from one fight to another. And if they survive and they don't get knocked out, then they get work for the next week and do it all over again. You know, sometimes there's some journeyman boxers sometimes that make a little bit way more than, let's say, a up-and-coming prospect. But it's just the way that the cards are dealt depending on the activity level of the boxer. All right, and that's the end of the 4th right there. All right, here we go. Round number 5. Double jab. The tempo of this fight, even in just 5 rounds up right now out of 10, you can tell it's going to go to the scorecards. Ramirez from Dallas, Texas. Not a lot of people in the seats right now. Look at the rows empty. Even Eddie Hearn ain't there yet. Oh, wait, no, actually, Eddie Hearn is actually the guest commentator of this whole entire card. I don't know if he has any fighters on the card, because nowadays, I mean, the Saudis own all of boxing, right? So it's a mixture of just Matchroom and Queensberry guys and maybe some top rank here and there, or maybe one PBC guy. But that's what the boxing landscape looks like today. A jab to the body. He slipped that shot right there. All right, now going into round 6. Rampage. What an interesting fight name. Obviously, we know Rampage Jackson. Now we got the Eastern European Rampage. The Eastern European Rampage. That's what we're going to call him. Oh, that was a good little inside shot by Ramirez there. Yeah, that's perhaps the weakness of Nowitzki here is the inside dirty fighting. He may not be too appreciative of that very much. So, yeah, so obviously Nowitzki's up on the scorecards. And again, like I said, right, these are prospect journeyman fights. The trajectory of this fight, it looks like it's going into a decision. But a couple of these exchanges may suggest otherwise, right? Just the bomb throwing of Ramirez and then Nowitzki sort of having to be suckered into those same actions as well, right? That's sometimes what a lot of fighters mistakenly do. Let's say if they are very technical fighters or they're very disciplined in the way that they approach their fight, they pick their shots. Sometimes there are certain type of fighters that will bring that away from them, right? Make them fight a brawly type of fight. Uh, sometimes if the guy who's trying to fight defensively doesn't have the proper footwork or the proper back step motion, he oftentimes gets stuck in close range fights like this one, where they sort of fight in the inside. He gets in close and just continuously allows it because he forgets to backstep. See right here, he's doing actually a good job now of back circling away as Ramirez is trying to close him right in. All right. Well, a great morning to everybody around the world that's tapped in, watching, and listening to this right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Have yourself a nice morning coffee and some breakfast and enjoy some boxing in the morning. At least it's morning right here in Sacramento, California. I don't know what time it is anywhere else in the world, but it's probably not morning like it is here because that's how time zones work. Stepping hook right there by Ramirez. All right, good jabs by Nowitzki there. Okay, so that's the end of the 6th round, going into the 7th round. And look, again, like I told you, how this fight is going, the tempo of it, the rhythm, is going directly right into a decision. So we shall see. And there's Eddie Hearn right there, the special guest commentator of the night. Yeah, Eddie Hearn also makes a great commentator. So I think he's going to only do the main cards. I don't know why he doesn't do a Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan does all of them. He goes from early prelims all the way to the main event. Meanwhile, here's Eddie Hearn. He's like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to take my milli time, and then I'm going to come on the main cards. Rather than coming in the whole entire card, I'm going to go pencil away in the back and then come and do my job in the main card. Maybe even just the main event. Actually, that's probably what it is. I think Eddie Hearn is probably doing only the main event. I don't think he's probably doing the entire card at all. But here, like and subscribe because I'm doing the entire card, starting from the Muhammad Akil Campos fight all the way to this current one right now, all the way into the main cards in the main event of this highly anticipated boxing rematch between Usyk and Fury, Part 2. So far, 58-6, probably the scorecards as the way Sergio Moro has it on the zone. See, I feel like Nowitzki could probably push the pedal a little bit on this one, but if he does, it seems that Ramirez is the type of fighter that would make him pay for it as some sort of counter shot, some sort of something to that degree where he doesn't want to get caught coming in, which is sort of explanatory on the reason why he's fighting in the range that he's at right now. Body shot by Nowitzki. 1-2 shot right there. 120 left into the 7th round. Very aggressive effort on Ramirez right here. But again, he's the journeyman. This is what they are brought in to do. They journey from one city to another, and they do that every week, hence the name Journeyman. Good body shot by Nowitzki there. 1-2 shot by Ramirez, moving in on him. Ooh, good shot. A jab and a hook by Nowitzki, and then there it is. Ramirez comes back with a counter, and he makes you pay for it. All right. Going into the 8th round now. Yeah, Ramirez looks kind of like Hater World. He looks like Hater World. Straight up, Ramirez looks like Hater World. Check out my WAC 100 versus Hater World video. I have a little bit of a commentary on that as well. There we go. Not even in the main cards already. We're close to hitting 1K views on this one. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Share, tell a friend to tell a friend, and tell a friend to join the live stream, and tell their friends to like and subscribe. And you know how that goes with the 6 degrees of separation. All right, here we go. Round number 8. Straight away by Nowitzki. You can tell when somebody is British with the way that they describe a story, right? Like most British guys, if they're going to tell a story about jumping someone, they're like, well, you know what? Straight away, I went at him. Straight away. Straight away. That they always say the straight away. That's sort of their main keyword that they use describing their story, especially involvement, violent altercations. All right, here we go. Round number 8. 213, 212, 211, 210. Going into a decision, just like what I told you then. 202, 201. So, like as it was saying, right, a lot of these journeyman guys, if they really wanted to finish you, they probably could. And I feel as though this Ramirez guy is holding back a little bit. And as for Rampage, I feel that he's scared to sort of really commit, especially towards power shots. But see, there are guys that have really hard jabs, right? Like Arthur Better BF, for example, has one of the hardest jabs I've ever seen in boxing, right? He can just hit you with straight shots all day, and that'll be enough to hurt you. Good stiff jab right there by Ramirez. Yeah, you know what? It'll be interesting to see how they're going to score this, right? What if they score this towards Ramirez, right? Ramirez isn't doing really too bad in this fight right now. There we go. 1-2 shot. Ooh, there it is. He's doing good, man. He's doing really good. And you know what? He's taking the center of the ring. Now, in MMA, there's a thing called octagon control, right? I don't know if they score the same way that they would in boxing. I'm assuming they would. I think the term of that is general ringsmanship, which is exactly what Ramirez is displaying right now, right? Constantly walking him down, making him turn, circle back and circling away. And I think he had a lot of effective shots along the way as well. All right, here we go. Yeah, so 2 rounds to go. Like I said, I knew this was going to go to a decision, but hey, anything can happen from now till round 9. I highly doubt it, but we shall see. Boom. There's a nice little overhand right by Ramirez right there in the highlights. All right, here we go. Ramirez versus Nowitzki. Rampage. The Eastern European Rampage. Not to be mistaken by Rampage Jackson. All right, here we go. Wow, it is a close fight now. Even look at Sergio Moro has it even. I trust Sergio Moro scoring. But you know what? You should too. But understand these judges, they're not going to score it the way a fighter would. So either way, competitive fight. Oh, nice little body shot right there by Nowitzki. And also not to be mistaken by the golden snitch, Jeff Nowitzki of USADA. Well, you know what? I think USADA is fired from the UFC, but Jeff Nowitzki stays. So how does that work out exactly? Anyways, yeah, here we go. 150, 149, 147 in the ninth round. Ooh, nice shot right there by Nowitzki. Yeah, again, backing away, jabbing. Here we go, double jab and then one to the body again by Nowitzki. There is really nice control by Ramirez. Man, Ramirez is doing really good in this fight, man. Again, don't be surprised if there's an upset in this one. All right, there we go. That is the end of the ninth round. One more round to go. One more round to go. Who do you guys have winning this one? Obviously, Sergio Moro had it. A tie going into that last round. Let's see how this one goes. All right. 1-2 shot. Boom. Nice shots by Nowitzki. Boom. Double shot. 1-2 shot by Nowitzki. There it is. Uppercut. Shout out to everybody around the world that's tapping in as I'm doing this live commentary for you right here. Breakfast in the morning with some boxing live in Saudi Arabia. I swear, it is awesome being a West Coast fight fan because you get all the best time slots when it comes to fight cards. You really do. All the overseas boxing cards in the morning, and then all the prime time. I think they do that on purpose. Is it because maybe the West Coast is, or at least that part of the region of the world, probably buys more pay-per-views than anybody else? Is that the reason why that they cater to that time slot? Because that's the only reason that you could think of. I mean, obviously the UK people, they're either going to watch it or they're not, and most of them, they just watch it on the replay the next day. They're, oh, I'm not going to stay up for that. You know what I mean? It's only the hardcore fight fans, like the MMA guru disciples, that would do something like that. All right, that is the end of the fight. Let's find out the results of this matchup. I mean, we're going to actually wait and see the results of this matchup because anybody could have won this one. You see, this is one of the reasons why you never miss out on undercards because, man, this is one of the reasons why right here, this particular reason that we are witnessing right here. What if Ramirez wins this one? Let's find out. We're about to find out right now, live. Let's tap in and find out who won this fight. Let's get a decision on this one. And still, all right. So Ramirez didn't win that one. Still a close one nonetheless. All right, here's a little intermission. Here's a video. I'll be right back. There are times where a fighter can lose a fight and lose all their credibility, lose all their contender opportunities, their championship opportunities, their contract to a certain negotiation or promotion that they want to get to. This isn't one of those cases with Ian Gary. His stock went up. He did things to Shuffcott that nobody else did. Well, very similar to Gilbert Burns, right? When Gilbert Burns took on Khamzat Chimaev, he gave Khamzat Chimaev the hardest fight of his life. But eventually, so did Usman. And later on, we found out that Khamzat Chimaev was fasting for Ramadan during that fight in Florida with Gilbert Burns. Either way, this is not one of those fights where Ian Gary was fraud checked. In fact, I don't think Shavkat was fraud checked either. At some point, when you're finishing everybody, you have to be at a position where you're going to be in tough fights eventually, especially if you're moving up the ranks and fighting tougher people. Arthur Beterbiev had to experience that in the boxing side. Even Deontay Wilder, he had to experience and understand that, being in situations where you have to go the distance. And that right there, I think, is the ultimate test of it all. Look, I think that finishes are great. They're important, and they are very much handy when it comes to getting your name out there and rising up the ranks. But what Ian Gary had going on tonight was a display of masterclass performance on both sides. Can it be just two guys are so good that they are evenly matched, that they can't be criticized for anything that they do? Or is it always like, well, you did something wrong here, or you did something wrong here, or you could have done this better? Maybe that's an important aspect of, let's say, the coaching staff or people behind the scenes. But when it comes to criticizing the fights and looking at it objectively from not only a technical point of view, but also a human limits point of view, I think that both men gave everything that they had in their highest attributes possible. And you know what? Here's the thing. I would not have been mad if Ian Gary had won the fight. I would not have been mad if Shavkat won the fight. I would not have been mad if it was a draw. You want to know why? Because that's literally how competitive this fight was. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next project, the next live stream, the next content to come, inshallah. And here we are, right here with the light. All right, so here we go. What is the question here? Will you show the live stream or will you just comment? Well, you are in the live stream. Just to answer your question, Samuel, you are in the live stream. I know what people are hinting at that. They're hinting like, hey, you know what? Can you show the fight? Yeah, show the fight and risk your channel like an absolute low IQ moron, right? I mean, like, honestly, you know, like, I don't think people understand. Most of those people on YouTube that are no channels, that are just a channel that popped up within a day purposely so that they can show the live stream of the fight, they're called crash out channels. Okay, they use them to literally crash out and fade away into obscurity. But yeah, that's the reality of it. So what do we got right here? We have the Frenchman, I believe, taking on Daniel Le Pen. Here we go. From Ukraine. All right, Daniel Lapin versus Colin coming up. What is he coming out to right here? All right. So that's what I wanted to know, is to shoot a fight, guys. I mean, the absolute entitlement of people. Yeah, I deserve to watch the fight for free. I deserve. because I exist, I deserve. Wow, straight up. All right, here comes Daniel LePen. This is the training partner of Alexander Usyk. So this guy definitely gives Usyk different looks of guys that are 6'7" and up, which is what he will be dealing with Fury, something that he has already dealt with Fury, and something he's already dealt with Anthony Joshua. You would imagine, yeah, Daniel LePen being 6'7", even though he's a super middleweight or a light heavyweight rather. You know what, man? It's a good fight in the future, maybe with him versus Hamza Shiraz. I think that would be a good fight between them. Yeah, that is a good point. What the commentator is saying, right? It does help who you train with, right? Having a guy that is high level at your gym and then having a whole bunch of other guys that are high level, it really lets you know what it looks like and what it takes to be high level, right? Because a lot of people don't know what that is, right? They often grew up or started learning in gyms that were sort of mediocre. It didn't really emphasize a certain level of hard work, a certain type of technique that could be effective in the long run. But having the right people that have been there, that have done that, and the right coaching staff to go along with it really goes a long way in developing a fighter's career. And we're sort of seeing that with Daniel LePen right here. So here we go. Next bout coming up right. So this is for the vacant IBF international title. So this is one of those international titles. Not a domestic, not a regional, but something one step closer to a world level title. Look at this dude. He looks like a crossover between GSP and Randier Lanier. From France. My name is Poulin. I am from France. All right. Shout out to the 1,000 people around the world that have tapped in already. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also share, tell a friend to tell a friend, and let's get this cracking, popping, and everything in between. Black with burgundy. From Toul, France. Okay, so undefeated, 14-0, but with 4 knockouts. Dylan Colin. He should have said it with like a French accent. Considering that he's French, he says it all like American, like Dylan Colin. Yeah. Instead of maybe calling him Dylan Colin. Dylan Colin. Instead, it's Dylan Colin. Dylan Colin from France. Dylan Colin. Okay, now that sounds Irish. All right, here's Turkey El-Sheikh making his way into his seat. And the whole room stops, including the commencement of the fight. They just announced the two fighters they were about to fight. They're pausing just for the Sheikh to sit down. It's like, yes, please wait. You wait to me, okay? I sit first, then everybody fight, okay? First I sit. Okay, go. All right, round one. Daniel LePen versus Dylan Colin. All right, here we go. Let's see the height advantage of Lappin. It's obviously going to come into play. I think Dylan Colin needs to implement a lot of speed in order to keep up with the height and the reach of Lappin. Oh, already. Straight down the middle on that one. Yeah, notice a lot of Usyk type of habits that Daniel Lappin is going to display in this fight. All right, everybody tapped in around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are round one, number one right now. Lappin versus Colin. Started from the very beginning of the fight card all the way till the end. Nice jab by Daniel Lappin. Dylan Colin has already been hurt. See, that's how you pronounce it in French. Not Colin. It's pronounced Colin. You know, that's why they got to say it all feminine. You know how the French are. You know what I mean? So they got to say it all feminine like Colin, not Colin, you know, or Colin. As they say in Ireland, they say Colin. Yeah, really no wasted effort by Lappin, right? Just straight shots, everything from the hip, not really a huge concerted effort, just very technical. Again, very similar to how Alexander Usyk fights. All right, at the end of this round, I'm going to roast somebody in the chat right now. All right, so roast time at the end of this chat. Look at this guy right here, Samuel Borak. Okay, I just wanted to know, so you won't show the fight. Bye, loser. Okay, first of all, let's analyze who the loser is. Number one, you don't have a YouTube channel. You ain't got no videos. You're the loser. You can't even afford to pay for DAZN, let alone have the intelligence to even look up where or how to watch this fight. You had to go on YouTube. You had to type it in. You had to come to my channel and say this. Who's the loser? Samuel Borak, whatever your dumbass name is. All right, there it is. You've been roasted. You're up out of here, bro. All right, don't forget to like and subscribe. Next one. Who wants to get roasted next? That's what you get coming in here talking that smack. A lot of people think they can talk smack without taking accountability. This is the problem with a lot of you people. A lot of you don't know how to take accountability. A lot of you think that you can just talk your smack until somebody smacks you in the face and lets you know what's up. There are consequences of things that you say. Do you not understand that? You know, this is the thing with people, right? Most people feel safe talking behind a camera, talking behind the internet, and things of that nature. That's the reality of people. So there it is, Samuel Borok. You've been roasted for your unintelligent comment. Boom. All right, next one. Next round coming up. Yeah, Colin really has no answer for this Daniel Lappin guy, right? Just the rhythm, the way that he offsets him, constant movement. It's a little too much for Colin. I don't think he's ever seen anyone fight like this, especially at the length and the size that he's at. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's a nice little tap right there, short little hook that he had going on there. All right, shout outs to Farzan Hamrock. He says here, Screen Variety TV is one of the best TV. All right. All right. Well, thanks for that advice. Yeah, the control of Lappin is absolutely amazing in this fight. And once again, Colleen has no answer for it at all. Hey, shout outs to No Chill MMA watching Nazai FC right now. Okay, that's awesome, man. Where is that organization at? That particular organization. Let me know, man. Shout out to No Chill MMA. Check out his channel as well. Don't forget to like and subscribe to mine and his and everyone around the world. Here we go. Round number 3. Daniel Lappin versus Pauline. Hey, No Chill MMA, let me know where that organization is at. I'm obviously just going to cover boxing today, but you know, it's intriguing to know there are other MMA fights out there right now that are not UFC. I know that's it for UFC for the year. I believe they're coming back with a pay-per-view with Islam and Armin Sarukian headlining in LA. That's going to be a fun card, and I will be here for the live stream of that as well. All right, so 152, 151 of the third round between Lapin versus Pauline. Yeah, just masterpiece performance by Daniel Le Pen. But as much of a master performance this is, you got to ask yourself, right? Like, what is his level of competition that he is facing? So No Chill says, Nazai is out of Kazakhstan. It's on YouTube. Oh, okay. So shout outs to that. Okay. So it's a Kazakhstan. Let me know if Shafkat has ever fought out of there. I would imagine if it's the major organization in Kazakhstan, he's probably fought out of there at some point, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point by Sergio Mora, right? You know, he's punching down, so his velocity and speed is a little bit different than, let's say, Colleen trying to punch right up. 1-2 shot by Daniel Le Pen. There we go. That's the end of the third round, going into the fourth round coming up. How about Nowitzki right there, right? His sixth fight of the year. It's pretty awesome. Sixth fight of the year by Nowitzki. Okay, so Andre trains out of LA. Okay, so yeah, he's trying to just rest and then go back and train right after this. He wants a fight with Wilder. Isn't he a 175er? I guess he wants to move up, perhaps. And you know what? Wilder isn't that big for a heavyweight. So a lot of these guys that are in the lower weight classes, just neighboring to the heavyweight divisions, could probably have a shot against him. All right, round 5. Here we go. Yeah, Colin is way too slow for Lappin in this situation right here. Just way too slow. Yeah, there's no speed at his side whatsoever, right? It's just, and then the size and the technical advantage for Lappin on top of that. Yeah, Daniel Lappin definitely has a high fight IQ. Bosh! The Bosch army. The Bosch army is here. I'm pretty excited for that fight with Fisher and yeah, and David Allen. That's going to be an interesting heavyweight contest right there. That was supposed to be a knockdown. What happened? That should have been a knockdown, but yeah, he didn't get that one. Yeah, still no answer on the part of Daniel Lappin here. I mean, Daniel Lappin is doing exactly what his name says. He's lapping around Colin. I mean, literally dodging these shots in and out. On top of that, he's using the range very beautifully. I mean, perfectly too, the way that he's using his range. Hey, Latcher Kovalev, I'm already streaming the fight. Here I am giving you a commentary of what's going on right here. 6th round right now, 15 seconds left. Clinch between Lappin and Colin. Here we go, 10 seconds left. And by the way, Latcher, since you're here, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, tell a friend to tell a friend, because guess what? I got some of the most epic content of MMA and boxing in YouTube, so you don't want to miss this one. Cold as ice. All right. Ooh, that was a nice glancing uppercut right there. Yeah, he didn't call it a knockdown. All right. 60 to 54 right now. Yeah, he definitely knows how to fight tall. That is one of the specialties of Lappin, isn't it? Yeah, really good at keeping the center of the ring. Yeah, still the same thing from Daniel Lappin. Just constant jabs, constant range. I mean, just really awesome job on his part. All right, there it is. That's the end of that round. All right, everybody that's tapping in, don't forget to like and subscribe because we are right now round number 8 going into with Daniel Lappin versus Colin. Dylan Colin. That's how you pronounce it in French. Dylan Colin. And in between the fights, I'm going to show you some of the epic videos that I got going on this channel. Yeah, please like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Come on, let's get those likes up, man. Let's get those subscriptions going. Also, watch all of my videos on the content, on the live stream, and check out my community posts for upcoming reminders and notifications. All right, here we go. Round number 8. Ooh, nice counter shot right there. Ooh, that was a good shot by Daniel Lappin. Is he looking to get a finish right here? Can he get a finish? Yeah, he's winning this fight by a mile for sure, man. Daniel Lappin has this fight in the bag, bro. Yeah, man. This is just a classic case of a bad style matchup. Obviously, Daniel Lappin is miles ahead of Colin. I mean, and this is a result of training with the likes of Alexander Usyk, isn't it? All right, here we go. All right, 2 more rounds, and this is the end of this fight. All right, guys, not even the main card yet. Already got 1,000 views on this live stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And Let's get on with round number 9 right now with Lapin versus Colleen. Yeah, Lapin is definitely going to come away with the victory on this one. I don't see why not. Yeah, this is quite a good test for Lapin, isn't it? Right? A guy who's 14-0. Yeah, definitely making this a one-sided fight. No doubt about it. Because Colin has no answer whatsoever for anything that Daniel Lapin is doing. Very disciplined, very consistent in his movement. And he's managed to find a way to train in a way to make him fight like this, right? Where he can maintain a certain pace, a certain rate. Uh, Yeah, and sometimes, yeah, you can look way too good and making it look too easy, and a lot of people are not going to be able to appreciate it. I think that's kind of where Daniel Lapin is at with this right now. Yeah, that is one thing that Daniel Lapin needs to do right to put butts in seats is look impressive. And the way to look impressive really is being able to lay these people out. And he's not doing any of that here. But again, Colleen is an undefeated fighter. It's just what you're going to expect. All right, there it is. One more round. One more round. An obvious Daniel Lapin domination. Clearly an obvious domination by Daniel Lapin. Here we go. Final round. Easily all rounds for Lapin. Hands down. Yeah, the foot speed was too much for Daniel Lapin. His jab proficiency, on top of the fact that he just has real great angles. And you know what? He works with Usyk to be able to do all of this. All right, so the final round is coming up. 30 seconds. Obviously, Daniel Le Pen won this one. We don't have to really react to that. I'm going to show you guys a video regarding Conor McGregor right now. Is full of fans that are sort of operating in this, how do I say this? Confirmation biased boost signal. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, a lot of them like to take up base ideas, which, by the way, are rather reasonable, and not only reasonable, but also really something that can change a different dynamic of the world today, which obviously seems to be changing in the post-Biden Trump second term administration of some sort. That seems to be the overall change of the dynamic of things. So again, it's absolutely reasonable for them to have these certain ideas, which, by the way, I'm going to be honest with you, right? A lot of these ideas really are sympathetic to McGregor in this particular case. You want to know why? Okay, so take this for example, right? There were 8 women in that jury out of 12. You got to look at the cultural significance behind that. Obviously, it's safe to say that feminism is sort of a growing movement in Ireland, right? Or it always has in some kind of way. But on any effect, you can probably argue and say that, you know what? It did them no good to any degree. You want to know why? Check this out. A lot of the women that have been pregnant in that country, guess what happens to them? They end up having phenol diseases when their babies are born. In other words, some kind of alcohol disease, right? Because they were drinking while they were pregnant, and obviously that has adverse effects to the kid that comes out. And this is common in Ireland. And then on top of that, there's a lot of cases dealing with GRAPE, right? And because of that, there's going to be some certain biases. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I'm not a fan of the idea that knowing there was a level of consent that somehow we don't take into consideration. Obviously, there were videos. Let me try and talk over this just so we don't get any, potential copyright strikes to that degree. So, I don't think that it should be dismissed, right? The idea that McGregor is absolutely capable of doing whatever, right? It's not like he's not. It's not like any man isn't capable of it. But the question is, did he do it this time? And I'm going to be honest with you. I think the answer is no, man. I think there's just so much evidence that sort of says otherwise. And the circumstances of, let's say, a biased juror, on top of the fact that there's issues with, let's just be honest, right? Cultural significance and close proximity to all these things that were going on. Like, obviously, as I've mentioned, even on the MMA side, there's a lot of confirmation bias that sort of hints a certain direction, right, in the MMA side. But also, you got to take into consideration that this time they could be right. And the reason why I say that is because let's. Hey, shout outs to Warlock Boxing. Shout out to Warlock Boxing. Thank you for tapping in, my man. Try and take a look at everything in perspective, right? There's videos that show consent. There's videos that sort of don't match the idea of her possibly getting violated in any kind of degree, and yet they voted otherwise. Well, you want to know why that is? I mean, it's really just simple because it's just biasness by the end of the day. And that's really what we are trying to talk about with this particular case, and why I'm sort of leaning into the idea that McGregor could perhaps be innocent. And people don't want to take that into consideration. Guys, I'm not doubting that the guy is capable of doing certain heinous acts. My only issue is that did he do it this time? And I'm very skeptical that he did. And you know what? Here's another thing. Confirmation bias is a real thing. Okay? They do it a lot in the MMA world. They do it a lot in the woke culture of the NBA, which, by the way, I am at an NBA arena right now, in particular the Sacramento Kings in downtown Sacramento. So I just thought it was a good little bonus to sort of give to you guys with this content. But either way, I just urge everybody to take a look at the facts, take a look at different scenarios, take a look at different considerations in terms of what is fair and just in this particular case. Because I think that the evidence that was presented did not match the unfortunate biasness of the jurors. And you gotta understand that that is real, that can happen. So that is all that I have for you guys right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next content. Inshallah. All right, so I believe the next fight coming up right now is Dennis McCann taking on Peter McGrail. If you would like to check out that video, check it out on my video section. It's regarding Conor McGregor and the great case that he had going on in Ireland, among other videos that I have. And what do we got right here? Peter McGrail coming out right now, ready to fight Dennis McCann. Here we go. So from what I understand, this guy is an accomplished amateur. Again, very different from the pros, right? By the way, I thought Isaac Lowe and Lee McGregor were going to be next, but my assumption, I think they are going to open the main card. That's what I think. So it's going to be Isaac Lowe opening at 11 a.m., which is the main card. And then after Isaac Lowe and Lee McGregor, it's going to be Johnny Fisher and David Allen. Then Moses and Dempsey McKean next. And yeah, so on and so forth. So here we go, guys. We are now listening to the ring announcer. All right, here we go. The undefeated Reese Edwards. Everybody around the world, don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe. Here we go. And his opponent. All right, 10-1, 6 knockouts from Liverpool, England, a Scouser, Peter McGrail. The Scouser, Peter McGrail. All right, here we go. Round 1. All right, here we go. Round 1. Super featherweight division. Nice overhand right by Peter McGrail there. Good shots. Good shots by Peter McGrail here. Okay, little jab by Edwards. One-two shot. There we go. Yeah, McGrail looks really huge at his size. Really huge. The Scouser. The big Scouser. There we go. Nice ducking shots right there. 1-2 shot. Boom. 57 seconds left in the first round. All right, really decent pace in the first round right here between McGrail. And of course, not a bad effort on Dennis McCann as well. Hey guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Tell a friend to tell a friend, because we got some epic content coming your way. Live commentary, professional commentary on top of professional level type of videos that I got going for you. All right, here we go. Round number 2 coming up. All right, there it is. Frank Warren's in the house. He's already in there. Here we go. Round number 2 coming up. Ooh, good shot by McGrail there. Ooh, good double jab by Edwards. Real good double jab by Edwards there. 1-2 shot right down to the body. Ooh, 1-2 shot by Edwards. Oh, McGrail. 1 to the body again. Okay, nice hook by Edwards. Ooh, good shot. Ooh. Ooh, body shot by McGrail. Ooh, that was good. All right, round 3. All right, McGregor attacking the body here. McGregor. Oh, good straight shot by McGregor right there. Oh, there's a slip right there. I think that's going to be ruled a slip. Yeah, McGregor is just absolutely aggressive in the way that he's approaching this fight right here. Just absolute aggression on the part of McGregor. But McGregor is cut up right now. I don't know where this cut is from, though. All right. Here we go. Next round coming up. I'm watching Turkey El-Sheikh's stories right now on Facebook. He man, you know, he's got a pretty active social media. I would imagine he's probably not the only one that's like, you know, behind the scenes with all that, but yeah. Oh, good. It's a lot of English dudes that flew to Saudi Arabia for this fight. All right. Oh, wow. So this guy was meant to fight in January 11th, but instead he came in on this one. All right, now I'm seeing the weigh-ins right now. Just looking at the Sheikh's story on Instagram or Twitter. I'm sorry, Facebook rather. I'm sure they're all the same. They you have the same feed that he gives out anyway. Look at this. They got Mike Tyson boxing gloves, boxing club in Saudi Arabia, and then you got Hamza Shiraz up in there teaching just the youth, the local youth in the area. Wow, yeah. Well, how about that, Hamza Shiraz? Yeah, February 22nd, Joseph Parker is in action. All right, here we go. Next round coming up. Yeah, good fight so far, man. It doesn't seem like Edwards really has a lot of answers here for McGrail, but good pace on the part of McGrail. McGrail has this one. I think he won all 4 rounds. Maybe the second round. No, yeah, I'd give all 4 rounds to McGrail. I'd even give him this round as well. Yeah, still good shots by McGrail on this round. Yeah, so just about under a minute left. I'm gonna have to give this round to McGrail as well. All right, that's the end of the round. The corner of McGrail just asking him to continue with the sensible boxing, and Edwards still continues to have no answer for it. All right, good shots by Edwards there this time. Still, I give it 5-zip to McGrail. Just about halfway into this fight already. And this is a short notice for the Welshman, so let's not forget that, right? Edwards is doing pretty good for somebody that was supposed to be competing at January 11th, instead decided to compete now. All right, yeah, good start to the round for McGrail once again. Got to keep him guessing. Ooh, good left hand. All right, and that's it. That's the end of that round. 7th round coming up. All right, here we go. Round number 7. Last 4 rounds right here. Ooh. All right, man. Really competitive super featherweight matchup right here. Good job by Edwards here. Yeah, for someone who came in here with a short notice, Edwards isn't doing too bad. Yeah, good body shots by Reese Edwards here. Yeah, who's going to close the rounds right here with a stronger finish? I think it's going to determine the winner of that round. But again, I think McGrail is way up on this one, right? He just has to win a couple more rounds and then maintain all the way till the end for him to win. I think that he's done enough to really win this fight. I really do. I think, yeah, I think McGrail could coast from here on and win the whole entire fight if he wanted. All right, there it is. That's the end of the round. 3 more rounds coming up. All right, round 8. Here we go. Go 1-2 from McGrail, just starting the action straight away. Straight away. Yeah, really good contest, according to the commentators, but on the side of Edwards. I'm sorry, McGrail. McGrail is winning this fight, and Edwards just has no real answer. But it is one of those contests where you really can't switch off at all. All right, that's it. That's the end of that round. A good round for Edwards. A good round for Edwards. So at least the second part of this fight is getting a little more competitive, I think. All right, here we go. Next round. Round number 8. Round number 9, I'm sorry. Round number 8 at the end, now going into round number 9. All right, what is Andy Lee's score here? What has he got? How does he score this fight? Yeah, that is a good point, right? Even though he is coming in here a little bit earlier, sometimes, man, full training camps can really wear and tear on you and make you overtrain. Sometimes coming in a lot early like this can really just peak you at the right time. Because overtraining is a real thing. Oh, wow, there's a right hand by Edwards right there. We got one round in a very exciting contest right now. I mean, look, I know that I had McGrail up in this fight, but it's anybody's fight at this point. All right, just 3 minutes left. Here we go. Final 3 minutes of this contest. All right, it's anyone's fight now at this point. Yeah, it's really good performance by both guys right here. I mean, there is nothing to be ashamed, especially Edwards, right? Because if you think about it, what has he really got to be ashamed of, considering that he came in here at a short notice, but he did what he could do, and McGregor was just a better man tonight. After this fight, I have a members only exclusive video that I would like to share with you after this fight. It's obviously involving the injustice of the Volkov decision against the Cyril Gane fight, the recent one. And also, we're going to talk about Luigi and the CEO shooter. So stay tuned. I will be announcing the winner for McGrill versus Edwards on the comment section below as I play this video. Let's get it. Members only exclusive. Here we go. To talk about two different subjects that sort of correlate. Well, honestly, I don't know if they correlate or not, but we're going to see. Because obviously one deals with the judging during the Volkov versus Cyril Gane fight, in which many people, including Dana White and myself, have thought that Volkov had won that fight. What was the common denominator? Adelaide Byrd, a woman who has been in the forefront of many bad decisions in both boxing and MMA. And of course, there isn't enough sufficient evidence to really pinpoint out malpractice on the judge's part. But that is why you have to learn this word called the diffusion of responsibility. And this also goes along with the language that we are going to talk about with the United Healthcare unaliving. Now, look, I don't want to mention this person's name, although everybody in the world, at least at this point right now, at the time of the recording of this video, has probably learned the killer's name, which is Luigi Maganoi or something like that. It's an Italian name. But for just simplistic sake, we're going to call him Luigi because that's his first name anyway, anyhow. So there is a big conversation to have about healthcare in America. Is it too expensive? many people are going to answer, yes, it is. Is healthcare unfair? In many instances, it is. There's a lot of people out there that can tell you horror stories of being denied access to healthcare. And it goes into the question of, is this even humane? Because let's be honest, it's no longer a conspiracy that the healthcare companies are trying to make money as much as they can. And sometimes in order to do that, they have to keep you sick. And as they keep you sick, they make more money in the process. So what is the incentive of helping you get better in the first place? You look at other countries in the world, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, maybe even Canada. They all have this basic right. But for whatever reason, in the United States, it has to be an issue of wealth and privilege. And sometimes it's not even that, because you could have the best insurance in the world, and for whatever reason, you're not getting the correct hospital bedroom that you're looking for. You're not looking for the amount of dosage that you think you should be getting, or what you believe you deserve to be getting, or what is even sufficient enough for you to get better. There's a lot of these loopholes going on. But the main issue that many people are talking about is the indecency of the action. And I understand that, because for the record, I don't condone the unaliving of anybody. Okay, that's me saying that officially right here on this channel. I do not condone it whatsoever. But I can't help but believe this is going to create a conversation that we should have had a long time ago. Now, will a lot of things change as a result of that? Not quite. In fact, I think the healthcare systems in America are going to be even more defiant as a result of this. And the first action that they're going to take into defiance is increasing the security for this next CEO that's coming up. So once again, it's business as usual. Because why? There's that word that I want you guys to learn when it comes to bureaucratic matters. And that is diffusion of responsibility. And the diffusion of responsibility also falls into combat sports judging. Because when it comes to Adelaide Bird, who's going to tell her that she's doing a bad job? Who's going to prevent her from being in the next UFC? I don't even know how they pick judges at this point, but what I understand, and from what I've seen out of Dana White, he has absolutely no control of it whatsoever. He has zero control of the matter. And as a result, this may continue to happen. I'm dead serious. This may continue to happen because there is no accountability. And why is there no accountability? Because there is the aspect of diffusion of responsibility. They're going to just bring it down to the next person that they can hold responsible for the matter at hand. And I'm not telling you that I sympathize with this CEO killer in any kind of way. But what I'm telling you is that when there are matters of being denied of your coverage, when there are matters of not being able to afford a certain amount of dosage for a medicine that you are, that you should be given a right to have, who do you talk to about that? You make a call, they put you on hold, they put you on the other line, they put you to the next person, they put you to the next telemarketer or call center worker that's dealing with these matters. And the next thing you know, maybe eventually you can run across the manager and they can help you with whatever subject you have going on. But the one person that you never see in any of these situations is the CEO, who ultimately makes all these decisions. And by the way, I want to be very fair and objective to this whole matter at hand, right? Is he really the only guy that has the power to change certain policies when it comes to people's coverages? Well, the answer is we don't really know that. And at least I don't. I don't want to pretend that I do, nor do I have the answers, but I can tell you that in a bureaucratic system of a healthcare company, I can't imagine that he is the only one that is making these final decisions. But I will also like to add that I am sure he is incentivized in keeping certain policies that can make him richer. You also got to remember, Brian Thompson is known to have maximized the profits of United Healthcare. And I don't know the exact math of that matter at hand, but I got to tell you, I don't think he had any intentions of rearranging anything that was detrimental to his success. And what was detrimental to his success potentially was giving people a little too much leeway in their coverage. So he had to tighten up in the budget and deny whatever it is that they needed to deny. Because here's one thing I understand about United Healthcare. They are the biggest company in the United States. They have the highest deniability when it comes to certain coverages, and there's statistics that back this up. I've seen it on the news, and there is articles on this particular matter. It is a common fact. So that's what deniability is. It's just another way of diffusion of responsibility, which brings me back to the horrendous judging. Now, what is going on with this? Can they actually remove Adelaide Byrd whatsoever? The answer is probably not. However, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to leave it in the hands of the judges next time you fight? And I told you, this right here is a very ridiculous notion, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you are in a professional fighting setting. Everybody should be professional. If you have to conduct yourself professionally in order to win, meaning that you have to fight a boring and methodical fight in order to achieve whatever it is that you need to achieve in that fight, then that's what it is. You got to do what it takes to be professional and to win professionally. And that goes with the officials, whether that would be the referee or whether that would be the actual judges themselves. You have to conduct yourself with professionalism. So in other words, you can't put all this, leave it in the hands of the judges type of thing. Now, here's another aspect that I want to bring up, right? Sometimes fights are so close that people will scream corruption, even though it could have gone either way. This is not one of those cases. You know what this is? I'll be honest with you and tell you exactly what this is. What this is a clear robbery during the day. It's either a clear robbery during the day or something nefarious is going on, such as Adelaide Byrd getting paid underneath the table, being incentivized. There's that word again, being incentivized to sway a decision one way or the other, while also being protected under that, what's that word? Diffusion of responsibility. So I had to make a long pause there for a second because I'm going to be honest with you. When I made this video, just like how I make all videos, I think to myself, will I come up with a conclusion at the end? Every good writer or anybody that's been in journalism school or has written papers on a college level or in a professional level understands that there is an introduction, there is a body, there is the conflict, and then there is the solution. I'm not sure if there is a solution to this, because by the end of this video, judges in the fight game are still going to screw other fighters for one reason or another, whether it's clear as day or whether it's ambiguous. And the healthcare system in America is going to continue the path that it does because it's making a lot of people rich. And quite frankly, it's also putting a lot of people in certain positions, whether that would be nurses, doctors, and everybody else in between. That's the reality when it comes to the diffusion of responsibility. I want to show you this this sticker right here to end it all, okay? To kind of give you perspective right here. I want to show you this sticker. You see what that sticker says? It says, work harder. Dozens of capitalists depend on you. I want you to think about that. And I'm not trying to spew socialism in any kind of way whatsoever. I don't believe in any of that. But when you have a system that's this broken, and when you have a tragedy that went on like this, it really begs the question in more ways than one. There is nothing to be solved in the world of judging, and there in mixed martial arts and boxing, and there is nothing to be solved in the world of American healthcare. And unfortunately, that is all that I have for you in this part. All right, here we go. Shout out to Matt K. He says, good afternoon to the loudest mouth on YouTube. Fury's getting knocked out and retiring. Ooh. All right. Well, here we go. We got Fury's homie right now, Isaac Lowe, taking on Lee McGregor. Lee McGregor with the Scottish colored trunks, and Isaac Lowe with the British Union Jack colors. Some close range shots going on right now. Oh, good shots. Good shots by Isaac. Oh, that was a good left hook by Lowe right there. He's got him rocked. Let's see how McGregor is going to recover from that shot right there. Let's see if Isaac can follow up on that hard shot. That was a good one. He had him rocked on that one. Oh, some good shots right there by McGregor. Oh, that was good. That's the end of round one right there. I think round one I'm going to have to give to Isaac Lowe. Yeah, Isaac is doing really well in this fight. I might have to give him the second round as well. Yeah, McGregor is definitely less of the boxer in this one, and Isaac Lowe is more of the boxer, whereas I thought Isaac Lowe was supposed to be the quintessential brawler. But look at the way that he's fighting right now in comparison to this guy. There it is. Good job by Lee McGregor right there. All right, yeah, that's the end of the round right there. I'd have to give it another round to Lee McGregor. I'm sorry, Isaac Lowe. I'm going to have to give this one to Isaac Lowe. Lee McGregor's not doing too good in this fight, man. There it is, Lawrence Okoli right there getting interviewed. He's making his heavyweight debut. That should be really interesting seeing Lawrence Okoli in a different level of competition. I reckon he'd probably do pretty well in the heavyweight division, honestly. You know, it's he has the size for it, he has the height. I think that's more important more than anything. Isaac is really hurting him here. McGregor's mounting a little bit of a comeback himself here. All right, here we go. Next round coming up. All right, yeah, Lowe is maintaining his dominance once again, but Lee McGregor's mounting a pretty good offense coming back, but I think that, ooh, that was a good shot by McGregor right there. Good overhand right. A little timeout here. Someone left their gum shield out. All right, a little Hamza Shiraz interview over there. I know he's got a fight coming up. Not really one of his hardest fights. I think he already had one of his hardest fights in Amel Williams. I don't know how else they're going to match him up after that other than title shots. So we'll see. All right, so let's see where the ooh, good shot right there by Usyk. Yet a corner of Usyk is telling him to concentrate. He's doing a very good job of that. All right, so that's halfway into this fight already. I think very competitive so far. Very competitive town rounder we got going on right here. They're talking to McGrail right now, asking him about his win in the backstage. So this is the little trajectory they're going to be on tonight. Right after every one of these guys fight, in between the next fights are going to have these guys talk. So all right, here we go. Round 6. Oh man, Isaac Lowe's getting busted up right now. Really busted up. Now this fight's getting bloodied. 6 rounds into it, it's already getting bloodied. Nice left hook right there. Good right hand by McGregor. All right, that's the end of that round. What's going on, man? How are you, Klein? Shout outs to Klein. How you got this score right now? P Pure. Didn't your grandmother say to you, I don't know what your I don't know what that means or what that context is, but thank you for the comment. Keep commenting. Thank you. And Klein, yeah, mad love to you, man. Shout outs to you. Yo, wasn't the score 5-0? You said 5-0 against yeah, of course. I remember that. That's because you were being a fool. So you fell off. Only 3 views. Oh, really? I only got 3 views. Check this out. You're about to talk to yourself in a minute. No, I don't think you understand. That's how it works. And what's your point? Okay, but still. And guess what you are? You're a faceless loser who wouldn't dare show his face. How about this? How about I send you an invite right now? You come right in here and show your face. I'll bet you won't. Nah, nah, nah. Of course you won't. This guy's talking to Jins. Yeah, I'm gonna ban you right now. Yeah, I'm asking you to join the call. I'm asking you to join the call. But I don't know. I'm not going to trust you getting on the call, though, because you're going to do something that's going to get me banned. So, you know what? I'm just going to ban you right now. All right, so here we go. About 13 seconds left into the 7th round. I didn't think Isaac Lowe would look this good against Lee McGregor, but hey, you know what? Styles make fights, man. And I think Isaac Lowe has a style to neutralize McGregor, and we're sort of seeing it right now. Yeah. So round number 8 coming up. It's a good jab right here. Good 1-2 shot by McGregor. Imagine being called a scaredy cat by somebody who doesn't have a profile picture. All right, so round number 8. Yeah, these rounds are progressing rather quickly, and then right after this, it is the Fisher versus the David Allen fight. I'm looking forward to that. I honestly think that Fisher guy is gonna knock Dave Allen to spot out. You know, that's how you can tell if somebody is British, right? Is if somebody says knock the spark out. All right. So here's a new rule, right? If you're not going to show your face, you're not going to get a call. Yeah, look, if you're not going to show your face, you're not going to get the call. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you're an Indian bot. So my man, I have a channel. I have a channel that shows nothing but my face. I can choose to have my face shown or when not have it shown. So all right, here we go. 30 seconds left. Lowe versus McGregor. Real tough matchup. I think one of the toughest matchups for McGregor's career. I don't see him walking out the victor in this one. This is a clear Isaac Lowe win. I would be surprised if the judges give it to McGregor, though. Usually, if they give it to somebody like this, it would often be somebody that is destined to be a big star, somebody who's like a serious prospect. So All right, next round. All right, we got about one round left. All right, now they're going close range right now with just a minute left in round 9 going into round 10. Gum Shield comes out and gets a little break from here. Hey, P Pure, why not? Why is that hard to believe that I've been streaming for 6 hours? There's ways of doing it. There's strategies that you can do behind the scenes that can help make that happen. So, I mean, yeah, 6 hours it is. It's about to be 7. You'll see that little number on the bottom. It's going to change in about 3 minutes. Just right after this fight, it's going to be 7 hours into the stream. This is easy for me, my man. This is not hard for me to do. I can talk all day. On top of that, I've got strong athletic abilities, good stamina. I'm not some lazy streamer that doesn't train or anything like that. So this is no problem for me. So, you know, how you say there's no way I've been streaming for 6 hours? Of course there is. In between while I'm streaming, man, I'm doing like multiple things at once, handling business like you wouldn't even imagine. Okay. Uh, the corner is checking out the cut of Isaac Lowe right now. All right, here we go. Round 10. At the beginning of the round. Ooh, man. And we got Fisher and David Allen coming up. David Allen, Fisher, and then Moses and Dempsey. And then the co-main event between Sergey and Israel Madurov. Wow, how about that? Israel Madurov coming off that Terrence Crawford fight. Yeah, the referee is looking to stop this fight right now. What is this? The referee wants to cut checked out. They're not going to stop this fight. Not in Saudi Arabia. All right. They're taking a point away, I believe, over a gum shield. Do I play Steam games? There's some Steam games that I play. What Steam games do you play? Let me know in the comment section below. There it is, another gum shield. It goes down. I think the referee's going to let it carry on, but he already took a point away for letting the gum shield go. That's interesting. And then McGregor right there with the right hand and this and that. Isaac Lowe, yeah, could be facing a defeat right here over some points that he should not have lost. The G, hey, man. Where's WSG? I don't know what WSG is, but yeah, thanks for saying, hey, man, I don't understand the rest of your question. I don't know why people write questions thinking like you expect them to understand it. I mean, there's enough spaces. What's this live about? Oh, okay. Well, I'm doing a reaction. That means what's good. Oh, okay. What's good? Got it. My bad. No problem, IG. What's the live about? So what this live is about is covering the Fury versus Usyk boxing match. I'm covering the undercards right now. We're working all the way up to the main event. We got about, let's see, how many fights do we have left? So right now it is the Isaac Lowe and McGregor fight. Next is going to be the Johnny Fisher and Dave Allen. After that, it's going to be Moses Itama versus Dempsey McCain. So that's what we got going on right now. Shout outs to the G. By the way, I heard someone was talking about Steam. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to offend. Yeah, no worries, man. Not a problem at all. I have a $20 gift card that I can't use. Well, my man, gift cards are awesome, but guess what? I do have a super chat down below if you would like to throw that my way. Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't mind super chat. Matter of fact, yeah, throw a super chat my way if you can. If you can, please. Thanks, man. I really didn't mean to distribute. No, not at all, man. It's just that sometimes you don't know the type of people that are coming into this chat, and sometimes you don't know what kind of questions you're going to ask, whether they're going to be abrasive or this and that. But thank you for coming with respect and asking, a legit question. And for the rest of you that were trolling earlier, F y'all. Y'all don't understand internet etiquette. Some people out here need to understand the internet. So do you want the link? No, I'm good, my brother. Thank you. Yeah, I can't accept gift cards, but I can accept the super chat, though. You can hit me up with a super chat down below and hit with a like and subscribe as well. Hitting the like and subscribe button is free. Oh, okay, man. Yeah, no problem. That's what's up, my G. So, yeah, You can hit like, subscribe, and then share. And all of that is free. A super chat would be nice, depending on how much money you're willing to give. Yeah, I'll subscribe. That's what's up, my G. Let me know where you're from, my man. Let me know what part of the world you are from as we are covering. But like, I feel bad. Don't feel bad, my man. All right, so let's get the decision between Isaac Lowe and all right, by unanimous decision. Lightning Lee McGregor won this one. All right, Lee McGregor won this one. I think a lot of people had Isaac Lowe winning this, but I think those 2 points that knocked him off really, yeah. I feel like I should give you Smith in return. I'm from Britain. That's what's up, man. Shout outs to the UK. I got a lot of followers from the UK, from Ireland, from everywhere around the world. Shout outs to everybody from around the world tapping in. And congrats to Lee McGregor for that win. All right, so I'm going to play you guys a video in between the fights right now. Let me show you this video with Conor McGregor and the drug kingpin, Big Mish. Here we go. All right, so don't forget to like and subscribe, as we are going to talk about Conor McGregor being accused, allegedly, of being a drug kingpin. And we're going to go into a reaction from none other than Jesse on Fire, who, by the way, does a lot of great Conor McGregor content. And we're going to tie all this in to Black Mafia Family's own Big Meech, who, by the way, is being released this week, this very second, right now, going on house arrest. Now, who is he? Well, I'll tell you this. During the mid-2000s, I was in high school. From the early 2000s to the mid-2000s, some of the biggest artists in hip-hop during that time was No Diddy, Sean Combs, obviously Trina, T.I., Jay-Z, Young Jeezy, and Fabulous. Who and what do they all have in common? Obviously, it deals with Big Meech, this big drug kingpin that we are talking about right now. Also on the same video where we're talking about Conor McGregor being accused as a drug kingpin. So we're going to get to it. Let's hear what Jesse on Fire has to say about this particular topic.
And the topic at hand. So former two-division UFC champion Conor McGregor appeared to be amused at accusations that he is currently running an underground cocaine business from his yacht in a now deleted post from his official X account. Let me just say one thing related to that. Okay. So in almost every single case, legal, reputation, any type of topic that you do not want people to know about, where you see someone talking about something and you're like, oh shit, you know, I really don't want people talking about this. Here is what your best way forward is. Shut up. Shut up. Don't.
And Jesse on Fire is right, but why isn't Conor McGregor doing that? Well, I think the obvious reason is that it creates sort of a notorious reputation out of this whole entire accusation, right? So in other words, there's a saying in the hip hop community, right? If somebody's accusing you of, let's say, an unaliving of some sort, right? You're obviously told to keep your mouth shut about it, not say anything, but at the same time, sort of not deny your responsibility in a very veiled way. But I think that's where he's going to go into this.
Don't acknowledge it. Don't talk about it. Say nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not a word. Zero. Do not. In almost every single case, when someone tries like, oh, I'm going to get out ahead of this thing, it's the Streisand effect. Almost every single time where people will be like, wait, what? You know? Wait, say again. What's that? You want to know how many people would have known that Conor had been accused of running an underground? I mean, like, let's just assume, obviously, this is like, I'm not saying that this is actually real, but let's say that it was and use this as a perfect example. How many people would have even known that someone accused Conor? It's like, hey, he's running an underground, blow business internationally.
So I got to tell you, that would be very far-fetched for a lot of people, especially casuals, but also more so people that are outside of Ireland and the Dublin section and that part of the world. A lot of people would have a hard time grasping the reality of this. For number one, he's already a billionaire to a certain extent, right? Or at least close to it, has all the money in the world. So why would he need to do that? Why would he need to go into that particular business? We're going to get more into that in a second. For now, let's go back into the BMF family, right? Because this is also the topic at hand, which Big Meech, by the way, is being released. And for those of you that don't know, there is a TV series called BMF, which, by the way, depicts the Black Mafia family, drug trafficking and money laundering organization, according to Wikipedia, right? As if Wikipedia is a reliable source. For many people, it is. For this particular instance in this show, it's good enough. So here we go. They were founded in 1985 in Southwest Detroit by the brothers Demetrius Edward Big Meech Flannery and Terry Lee, Southwest T as he is known, right? By 2000, it established a cocaine distribution sales through the United States through its Los Angeles-based source and direct links to the Mexican drug cartels. So let's talk about their allies, right? Because obviously they operate in Los Angeles as well. They are a gang that operated out of the Midwest, but they also have ties in the West Coast, and these are their allies: Folk Nation, Gangster Disciples, Black Disciple Gangsters, Insane Spanish Cobras, which, by the way, a lot of these are Midwestern gangs. Go figure, that's their main base, and obviously they're also based out of Los Angeles and other West Coast elements as well. So Gangster Sin City Boys, Simon City Royals, Crips, okay, Zopound, which is a Haitian gang out of Florida, and the rivals, the People Nation, Cash Flow Posse, Latin Counts, Out Cold Gangsters, Vice Lords, Almighty Gaylords, okay, yeah, Latin Kings, Bloods, Aryan Brotherhoods, and other white supremacist gangs. So that is their main entire rivals around the United States. So what we understand gangs to be in the West Coast, right, is that it operates within its own small section, and that's as far as they go. But other than that, there isn't really an international or a nationwide effort into expanding, right? And I'm talking about just California gangs in general. But these guys, I mean, they are sophisticated to every degree, right? So around 2003, the organization experienced schisms when the Flannery brothers began to feud. Terry moving to LA to head his own organization. So one of the brothers obviously moved to LA, and Demetrius, which is the guy that we're talking about, Big Meech, became the main distributor in Atlanta. So now they're operating in LA and Atlanta around 2003 and 2000. So this is the reason why these guys have a TV series in and of itself, right? Because this is how fascinating they are. I mean, they operated from one side of the country to the other. I got to tell you, that's where it gets really interesting. But at the same time, this is where you get federal cases put on you. because not only are you a nuisance to, let's say, people in your section or the police departments in your city, you're now becoming a nuisance to the federal agents that have to be within the jurisdiction of the United States, if not international waters, which obviously, according to this, they've dealt with the Mexican cartels and the Mexican mafia. So there's a bigger element of international efforts being put in this operation. So more on that. We're going to get back to the BMF and Big Mish, but back to the Conor McGregor story as we go back and forth in this. Come on, Jesse. Let's go.
business linking his sister. I don't know how to say that word. I'm sorry. I don't want to say it because I don't want to sound disrespectful and just butcher her name. But
so from what it seems like, it seems that the sister is somehow involved in the whole entire operation from this accusation. And I think a lot of it is because the sister is married to one of the Daniel Kinahan family members, who, by the way, is a notorious family in Ireland. I mean, like some real hitters and sliders on that side. So
relationship with reputed Kinahan cartel member Graham the Wig Whelan. True, fact, verified. Okay, like this is what I'm saying. This is what I always say. Anytime that I talk about Conor in the underworld, I always tell everybody, I'm like, you guys understand, like, there are people who pretend to be gangsters and there are people who are actual gangsters. If you think
so, that's exactly what I was trying to explain earlier, is that a lot of people are sort of shocked at the idea that Conor McGregor is part of this world or even is capable of that. Well, the reality is this, right? He sort of showed you signs early on that he was capable of being this kind of person. Now, a lot of that people toss up as, well, you know what? It's just all for clout, or it's just all for social media promotions and things of that nature. I mean, make of that as you will, right? All right, here we go. Round one. Ooh, some hard shots right there. Hard shots by Fisher here. And then there's David Allen with a shot of his own right there. Ooh. There's some straight shots right there by Fisher. Look at the size of Fisher, man. All right, there it is. Round one. Round one. Who do you give that to? All right, here we go. Round two, David Allen versus Johnny Fisher. Round two. All right, Johnny Fisher pawing away. Jab, jab, 1-2. Going for some 1-2 shot. He's trying to push him back with the 1-2 shot right here. That's what he's trying to do here. He's trying to push him back every time he's throwing that jab, jab. Now back onto the body with that shot. Boom. Ooh, good shots. Ooh, good shots by Fisher. Yeah, just good lead hand lead by Fisher. Really efficient in the way that he's keeping that lead hand out. Yeah, a very simple style on Fisher, right? But very effective. And here's the thing about it. Guys that are this athletic, I got to tell you, they can keep it this simple and effective. Sometimes it's the guys that don't have the right physical attributes that really need to bring out the acrobatics and the high technical prowess in order to have the right measure to beat the next man. But Fisher right now, with just the pure basics, he's doing well against Allen. All right, here we go. Round number 3 between Allen and Fisher. There's Tyson Fury right there with the video entrance of he already has his mouthpiece as he's already walking into the arena. You notice that he already has his mouthpiece while he's in the arena. Oh, just bring this for her. Right, there we go. Uppercut. There we go. 1-2 shot. Yeah, very nice. 1-2 shot. Easily thrown by Fisher. Yeah, he is looking for David Allen to punch himself out. No, actually, David Allen is looking for David Fisher to punch himself out. But the efficiency of Fisher is really good. There it is. Tyson Fury walking into the arena. I believe he has his mouthpiece on as he is walking into the arena. All right, here we go. Round number 4 coming up. 1-2 shot by David Allen. Oh, nice overhand right by David Allen there. Yeah, I really can't say this is an even fight because it's not at all. All of this is Fisher. The efficiency of his range, the efficiency of his jab, and just the volume that he's putting on David Allen is what's winning him this fight, essentially. You know, for David Allen, this is one of those one-shot situations in his career, right? As for Johnny Fisher, what he needs to do in this fight, going into the 4th and then going into the 5th round, is that he needs to knock him out, become very impressive and undeniable. Because after this point, you're going to want to make a statement in a big card like this where a lot of people are watching. Moses Aitama is in this. Dempsey McKean is in this. Other heavyweights are in this, including Usyk and Fury, right? They're all going to try to make an impression. So you got to think, whoever makes an impression of this fight is going to have a potential chance against Usyk or maybe Fury, or maybe the loser of this fight, or maybe the next guy that was supposed to fight Usyk and Fury, or somewhere in between. There's just endless opportunities here, but they got to do good. That's the main thing that you need in this fight, is that you have to do good. They have to do good. If they don't do good, they're not going to get the shot that they believe that they deserve. All right, so here we go. Round number 5. Let's see if there's anything different that Dave Allen can do here. I can't believe Johnny Fisher just got knocked down. This is crazy. David Allen just knocked him down. There's a good. Oh, look at this. Look at this. He could be on the brink of finishing him right here. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Ooh, and then he just threw him down. He just wrestled him to the ground. Look at this. Okay, this is going to be, it's going to be a slip. Okay, yeah, he's badly shaken, man. Oh my goodness. David Allen could get finished right here. Oh, I can't believe this. Oh, David Allen is going to finish him. Can you believe this? He's about to finish. David Allen is going to finish. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh, these are hard shots, man. These are hard shots. Oh, oh, wow. Look at these hooks. Look at these hooks. And now they're in close range. David Allen. Look at this. And now look at Fisher right there. He's just really throwing everything he's got behind it because he knows he's in his last legs right here. A torrid round, he said. Ooh, there it is. All right, a touch of gloves right there. Yeah, that was really good, man. Wow, man. Fisher is being put to the test right here. All right, here we go. Round 6. After a round where David Allen rocks Johnny Fisher like that, let's see how Johnny Fisher responds here. Oh, wow. Back on the clinch position now. Yeah, he's doing a really good job here of keeping a hold of that clinch to sort of keep David Allen at bay because he did hurt him bad, and he's following the instruction of his corner, telling him to paw those punches as he's doing right now. Look, he's holding that paw up. See, he's holding that up, sort of like pushing him up, sort of like what you do when you're the taller kid fighting the little boy, right? When you're holding their head and they're like just swinging away and they can't do anything. It's sort of what Johnny Fisher's corner meant when they wanted him to paw at David Allen. Boom, hard shots right there. Ooh, good shots by Fisher. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, Fisher still keeping him at bay right here. All right, here we go. Next round coming up. All right, here we go. Round number 7. Ooh, oh, there's some uppercuts right there by David Allen. David Allen has a chance of winning this fight. There we go. Some uppercut shots by Fisher right here. Oh, what is that? Some uppercuts right there. Wow, Fisher is shaken up, man. I think the experience of David Allen is playing a huge factor for him in a positive way right now. Ooh, good uppercut. Oh, that was almost getting hit in the back of the head right there. That was some good shots. And Fisher sort of firing back a shot of his own. What is this? Oh, he's daring him to come in. Ooh, oh my goodness. These are some hard shots, man. David Allen is hitting him with some hard shots, and then Fisher is coming back with some hard shots of his own. These are, man, this is a really good 50-50 fight, man. Look at this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh man, he just rocked him right there. Wow. Oh man. All right, final 30 seconds. Yeah, he's just happy to walk him down right there. And you know what? It's working. Sometimes, look, man, a lot of trainers or different fighters are going to try and walk somebody down, but can they actually do it? Sometimes there's a certain attribute or a certain grit or a certain iron that you have to have in you to be able to do it. But David Allen definitely has the grits and the iron to walk David Fisher down, and he's doing it perfectly. He is hurting Johnny Fisher here. Ooh, look at this overhand right. Look at this overhand right. This hook. Overhand. Overhand hook. Ooh, nice uppercut by David Allen right there. Yeah, just straight basics by David Allen, but it's a different kind of basics. It's basics that has emphasis on a lot of power or just the natural power that David Allen has. You know what? It seems that David Allen seems to be the more powerful of the two in comparison to David Fisher. I mean, David Fisher, ooh, but he is definitely hitting him with some accurate shots, though. I think that's really more than anything is the accuracy of these shots. And then the way that he gets lucky when he throws these overhand looping shots that seem to be hitting Fisher. Ooh, body by Dave Allen. 213, 209, 207. Ooh, good shots. Okay, they're back up in the clinch position now. Now they're off. Yeah, David Allen is doing a whole lot better than what we would have expected here, honestly. I just don't think we expected this because we saw Johnny Fisher as this prospect that is coming in here to basically dominate on David Allen, right? The washed up David Allen. But little did we know, all of these top names that David Allen has gone and took on, whether he won or lost, whether it was Lucas Brown or whether it was Dylan White, he fought top level guys. And as a result, this is what we're getting. Okay. The experience playing into this factor, not the padded record of Johnny Fisher. But yeah, man, David Allen is stealing rounds here from the aggression, from the moments that he's hurt him. Ooh, and then even some of the, I think he had a knockdown on him as well. I don't think Johnny Fisher has a knockdown on David at all. We got 2 rounds left into this fight. Hmm. He misses with that hook right there. Good counter. Boom. Good straight shot by David Allen to counter back. All right. Round number 9. Yeah. Which man is a lot more winded than the other one. And here's what a lot of people don't understand about fighting stamina, right? Stamina in fighting is not just about whether you can complete a 3-mile run or something to that effect. It is literally more about what you can do with your stamina if your stamina or your engine has been debilitated. For example, How do you react to a body punch? And how is that going to affect your gas tank if, let's say, you rely on your core and your body to do things and it got debilitated with a punch or a body kick, right? So, and here comes the accuracy of David Allen. So not only is he hitting him with accurate shots, but hard, accurate shots as well. Yeah, definitely not the stage of the fight where he can have anything done, right? In terms of like turning around and mounting an offense. Yeah, David Allen's doing a very good job of preventing David Fisher from trying to fight on the outside. It's really doing a good job of preventing that. Well, he's looking to finish Fisher right here with just about one round left. And that is the end of the round. Wow, what a round, man. What a round. One more round. All right, man. One more round. 3 minutes for all the marbles. All right, here we go. Yeah, David Allen, man. I think this is the performance of a lifetime for David Allen right now. Ooh, good one right there. All right, here we go. 150 left. What is David Fisher going to do different? Man, what a tough fight to score. I could only imagine how the judges are going to score this one. But I'm not going to be surprised if David Allen wins this one with just 60 seconds left into this fight right now. And Fisher is just really... Fisher, I mean, he is just beaten, but at the same time, Allen is kind of coasting in a way, right? Even though he's winning, he could do a little bit more here. For whatever reason, he doesn't want to do it. Like turn up the speed or turn up the notch a little bit. All right, there goes the bell. I can't believe this. David Allen is about to win this. This is insane, man. All right, but let's find out the decision coming up next. But when you know, if you know that somebody is real and you know somebody is about that life, you know.
Think because Conor's this famous that means he's not like an actual verified. You're out of your mind. Like this dude runs in the absolute highest circles. Like there's, organized crime is not a thing that just happens in the movies, dude. Like organized crime is real everywhere. Now, I have always marveled at how, what's the right way to put this? I find it so bizarre that humans repeat the same behavior over and over and over and over and over. Like, I don't know if it means.
So I know exactly what Jesse on Fire is trying to convey with this, right? When he says that it's normal everywhere, I mean, it literally is, in a sense where, you know what, people have needs, necessities, and things that they need to do. And as a result of that, they're going to get to their goal by any means necessary. And even worse, if they are in tough positions in life. Now, obviously, I said we're going to go back and forth with this. Let's go back to the Big Mish story real quick, right? Where I left off in the Wikipedia of trying to understand who they are. So around 2007, right, the brothers pleaded guilty to running and continuing a criminal enterprise. Okay, so September 2008, both brothers were sentenced to 30 years for running a nationwide cocaine traffic ring, which lasted from 2000 to 2005. Now, Demetrius Flannery, a.k.a. Big Mish, was released to a home confinement on May 5th, 2020, after being granted and compensated a release due to health ailments and an effort from the FBI of prisons to release certain inmates in order to limit the spread of COVID-19. Well, I can't say that word, but you know what I mean. Demetrius Flannery also sought his release under the same guidelines. However, a federal judge rejected the move, claiming it would be premature to authorize his release, as his prison record suggests he was not changed and continue to promote himself as a drug kingpin. Once again, going back to the Conor McGregor situation, right? Why is Conor McGregor doing that? I mean, let's just be honest. Everybody wants to look dangerous. Let's go back to the Conor and then go back to BMF and Big Mish. Back and forth.
We're in a simulation. I don't know if it means that humans are just kind of like these like hardwired creatures that do the same things, but it's so bizarre. You go to China, you have the triads, and what do? They run drugs, they run women, they run, they run protection rackets, whatever. You go to New York, you have the mafia, you have this, you have that. You go to Mexico, same thing. Colombia, same thing. You go to Ireland, same thing. It's like, it's so bizarre how like humans that have no contact with each other do the exact same things all the time. But at the end of the day, bottom line, in every single area, you will have high level organized crime that runs, you know, certain sized organizations that have a certain amount of reach, but they're all super fucking dangerous, right?
So there it is. Once again, having a certain section that they sort of control or make money out of. Right now, let's go back to the BMF stuff real quick. Okay. So BMF Entertainment in the late 2000s, Big Meech established BMF as a promotion agency and a record label for hip hop music. The Big Meech and his brothers were known to have associates at a high profile level. We're talking about P. Diddy, as we mentioned earlier, Trina, T.I., Jay-Z, Young Jeezy, which, by the way, was very big in the mid-2000s. And, of course, Fabulous, the rapper out of New York. So Big Meech founded BMF Entertainment as a front organization for generated by Cocaine Distribution Network, but was also trying to attempt to create a legitimate business and a source of income. So right around this time, the Flannery brothers organized and formally adopted the name Black Mafia Family after being unnamed. Going back to Conor McGregor, it seems to be a bit of the opposite for Conor, isn't it? Right? Because obviously we know that this guy is already a rich entrepreneur, fighter. He's already got his life going on. I mean, why does he need to do this? Well, once again, man, everybody wants to be dangerous. That's the bottom line about it, okay? Everybody wants and needs to be dangerous, and that is the reason why he is probably doing it. But who knows? Maybe all of this is alleged by the end of the day anyway. So going back to Jesse on Fire on this one. All right. So let's learn more about who Conor rolls with, okay?
Is the pinnacle of Irish organized crime, and the pinnacle of his Irish organized crime is an international group, dude. Like the Kinahan gang, the head dude is in Dubai, and it's like you can't do these huge boxing events. I mean, now the Saudis might change that, but without him blessing it, he's like super high up, super legit. I think he's on like the fucking what do you call it? Interpol most wanted or whatever I've heard. But I know people who have met him and done business with him, and they're like, he is an absolute stone gentleman, like a gentleman to do business with. You obviously know who he is.
Okay, so from what it seems, Jesse on Fire has just put that particular video on his members only section. So if you want to see the rest of that, go check out Jesse on Fire's members only stream just to watch that video regarding Conor McGregor being a kingpin, which, by the way, leads us back to BMF. Okay, let's go back and take a look at their history that we were just looking at. So right here, in the late 2000s, I've mentioned about the money laundering, the list of celebrities that they had going on. Also, Terry, his brother, moving to Los Angeles, while Demetrius, Big Meech himself, stayed in Atlanta. And as a result, yeah, this sort of put them in a hot seat based on working around the country that gets nothing but FBI attention towards you, because obviously now you're dealing with a federal system, hence why he got locked up in a federal penitentiary. So in 2005, Blue Da Vinci's album, The World Is BMF's, was nominated for the Source Awards. And so BMF appeared in numerous underground hip-hop DVD magazines, some of them known as Smack, which was very big during the DVD days, The Come Up. Obviously, they had beef back in the days. G-Unit from The Game, after he started beefing with G-Unit, that was a big thing back in the days. The organization's most visible appearance in a full-length DVD was produced at the War Report, which, by the way, gave details of their inside movement. The DVD was featured in Vibe's cover article on BMF in May of 2006. So it received wide acclaim from DJs for the Soundsmith production produced the song Streets on Lock, headed by BMF affiliate Blue Da Vinci and featuring, guess who, Fabulous and Young Jeezy. So a music video was later produced for the single, and though it was never released to the networks. So that's what you have. Now, going into the investigation with these guys, right? So the police started investigating them back in the early 90s before the organization before that organization was ran by Big Meech and his brother. So it was named or reached its peak distribution way before it could even reach that. So the lead up to the October 2005 indictment began with a series of large drug seizures, subsequent informants' testimonies from BMF members. So again, there was a lot of people in BMF that sort of told on Big Meech. So on October 28, 2003, a 2-year organized crime drug enforcement task force began coordinating Operation Motor City Mafia. Okay. So in 2004, BMF carrier Jabri Hayes was pulled over in Phelps County, Missouri, along driving a 40-foot motorhome. Okay, supposedly for swerving over the fog line. 2 suitcases, approximately 95 kilograms of cocaine and 572 grams of marijuana were found in the back of his Range Rover after the canines started spotting it out. So 2004, low-level crack dealer. 2004, in November, William Doc Marshall. Testimony given during these various trials indicated that Flannery organization operated as follows. BMF operated 5 stash houses in Atlanta. Approximately every 10 days, vehicles would arrive 10 to 150 kilograms of cocaine packed in secret compartments. Wow. Okay. So in a 2005 arrest, money seized by the BMF was right here in this picture. This is all the money that they had. $3 million in cash, 5.7 in assets, 632 kilograms of cocaine. So Demetrius and Terry were charged under the continuing criminal enterprise statute, conspiracy to distribute 5. Okay. And so they were all over the United States. These guys were not just in their hometown doing it. I mean, they were everywhere, obtaining several winning lottery tickets from a third party. Wow. Okay. Jacob the Jeweler. Okay. List of accused was also Jacob the Jeweler as part of this whole entire operation. So 2007 unveiled 16 more members of the Black Mafia family with conspiracy to distribute cocaine. 2008 and in 2009. So allegations of violence over the years that they've had over here. Dimitri arrested in connection with Buckhead area of shooting of Club Chaos. Okay. And obviously in popular culture, 2012, they had a documentary about them. 2010, Rick Ross, of course, would get up on it using aliases and things of that nature. Gangland covered them in their 87th episode, and the drama television show called The Black Mafia Family on Stars, by the way, produced by 50 Cent, with his son, Flannery Jr., by the way, playing his dad, which sort of ties into Ice Cube doing that same thing with his son back in the days. So that's what we have going on with this one, right? You got Conor McGregor being accused of being a drug kingpin. And you got this guy. Well, I'm going to close it off with this. I need you guys to understand something, okay? Sometimes there are people out there that have to commit these crimes out of necessity. And then there are those that are just doing it out of power. And these two guys right here are sort of a combination of both. Now, obviously, Conor had to get into the fight world in order to get out of poverty. But once he got out of poverty, he could not leave that life whatsoever. But here's the thing. None of this could be true. It could just be all accusations, just a figment of someone's imagination. But by the end of it all, it still works for having a notorious reputation. And as far as Big Meech goes, I got to be honest with this, right? What makes him honestly any different than those corrupted politicians out there that are making their money any way that they can? And of course, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not big on drug sales whatsoever. I'm just not big into that, right? Because obviously it destroys a lot of people's lives. It's not something that I would engage myself upon, knowing that I'm destroying someone's life as a result of making money off of their habits. It's just not in me to do that. But there are other people that can do that because they either are doing it out of necessity or they're just stone cold hustlers to the core, and none of it really matters other than the bottom line for them. Well, for now, that is all that I have. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and also check out one of my new videos that I've had recently. Let's see, what are some of the new videos that I got going on right now as of... All right, so I figured this is what right here. MMA is not UFC. That's a new video I got. Also, Rachmanov and Muhammad signed for UFC 310. Also, Better BF's Bitter X. Fight news with Dan Hooker. Also, the coverage for Better BF. And also some of the live. All right, here we go. Ishmael Davis versus Siri, round one right now. Fresh off of that video and into the live stream right now as we cover this fight. Let's go. Round one. Ishmael Davis and Siri. Good jabs by Siri. Shots to the body by Ishmael. And this one's a 12-rounder right here. Yeah, this fight is a 12-rounder. Oh, nice overhand right by Davis. Yeah, good stance switches by Ishmael Davis. It's good stance switches right here. All right, there it is. That's the end of the round. Ooh, tough round to score. I'm going to have to give that one a Siri. Yeah, I'm going to have to give that round a Siri. Really good jab, really good ringsmanship on his part. He's saying, man, the body doesn't move straight hand to the body. That's a very good point. You know, the body does not move, and most people don't think about moving their body. So it's a target that is always there. And surprisingly, not something that a lot of people are willing to target straight away. All right, so straight away, here we go. Ooh, here comes Ishmael Davis going forward. Nice, good accurate shots by Siri right here. Yeah, real good shots by the Ukrainian. Oh, he just knocked down Ishmael. Oh, that was a hard shot. Ishmael goes down. 7, 8, 9. Can he get his hands up? Can he get his hands up? The referee checking him out. All right, the referee says he's okay, ready to go. Let's see if Sirhi can finish him off in these last 20 seconds or so. Ooh, he smells blood. He's looking for it. Ooh. Oh, those are some hard uppercuts. Let's see how Ishmael is going to respond from that. That was a hard shot. Look at this, right in the body, too. Ooh. Devastating shot. There's Vladimir Klitschko right there. Ooh, good shots by Ishmael there. Ishmael fighting back and not allowing that mishap in the last round to affect him in any kind of way. But here comes Siri just moving forward. Yeah, it's becoming a very good fight. I wonder if Siri can finish him off in the fourth round. Let's see if that's possible. Oh, here we go. Now they're going at it and brawling. Ooh. Ooh, a lot of blood coming from somewhere. Is it coming from Ishmael Davis? All right, fourth round coming up next. The fourth round is coming up next. There's Francis Ngannou right there. There's Lennox Lewis. There's Vladimir Klitschko. There's Teddy Atlas. It's a whole bunch of people that are in the house tonight. All right, here we go. Round 4. Yeah, Ishmael Davis has some eyes swelled up right now, man. What's going on? I mean, obviously he's taken a certain amount of damage in this fight so far. So a good body shot from Boacek here. How's he gonna finish this fight? I feel like there's gonna be a finish coming on soon. All right, another shot by Boacek. 45 seconds left into this 4th round. Yeah, he's definitely not taking a backward step, especially when he knows he's smelling blood from Ishmael right now. Oh, good shots from Boacek. Oh, he got Ishmael rocked again. Okay, that's it. Wow. Wow, man. Yeah, he's got this fight in the bag, man. Yeah, Boacek definitely has this fight in the bag. And there's Tyson Fury right now getting his arm wrapped up, veins popping out of his head, looking real ready. All right, here we go. Round number 5. Let's see if Siri is looking to get the finish here in round number 5. Already scored a knockdown, hurt him again in the 4th. Let's see how he does here in the 5th. Yeah, man, he is absolutely relentless. This dude, man, relentless, constant. Now they're fighting each other close range. Boom. Boom. Just throwing some hard shots right here. Now they're just at close range at each other, just throwing hooks and uppercuts. Yeah, they're definitely stuck in a pattern of just plotting and throwing hard shots with their feet planted to the floor. Mm. Oh, good hooks by Siri. Yeah, they're just fighting each other at this close range. They're not really moving away from each other around this close range. Yeah, and just maintaining the same tempo over this period of time. Wow. There's Jason Statham right there. There's Daniel Dubois right there. Yeah, Joseph Parker and Daniel Dubois. That's a good fight, man. That is a good fight. That is like one of those fights where like you don't know what's going to happen. You thought that you saw these two fight each other before, but they never did. But they're supposed to, and it kind of puts things in perspective in the heavyweight division right now. But either way, yeah, here we go. Rounds are going by quickly now. We're at round number 6 already, halfway into this fight now. Yeah, one round away from a halfway. Yeah, man. Shout out to Ishmael Davis's story, the hardships that he did to get to this point. Yeah, man. This Siri guy is really scary. Probably one of the scariest dudes in the 154 division right now. Oh, 1-2 shot by Siri. He's looking to finish Ishmael right here, but Ishmael is really tough, like sort of taking this easily. Wow, but big ups to him on that for being able to survive. Oh, wow, look at this. The referee has called this off. Yeah, the referee has called this off. Good job on the referee for calling this off, man. Good job. An awesome job on Boacek for getting this done. Really good job. I am watching UFC 310, reacting to the show, right? And I find out that Tommy Fury has pulled out of his fight against Darren Till. I'm thinking to myself, why did he do that? And the reason why he did that was because of the fact that Darren Till had threatened to kick him in his face. Darren Till went on to the Ariel Helwani show, and I believe he told him that, hey, you know what? I was just talking trash. I was just bantering. And then you also got to take into consideration all the bullying that the Fury family has done over the years. I mean, are you going to deny that these guys are bullies, that they try their very best to intimidate others? Well, now for the first time, you got an MMA fighter in your crosshair. John can't do none of this. Oh, no man alive can do anything to me. Start taking his shirt off or start yelling or anything like that. None of that. He can do anything with an MMA fighter, especially somebody that is as seasoned as Darren Till. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, oh, well, Darren Till sucks. He had this situation going on. He lost to this guy or this and that. By the end of the day, Darren Till is an accomplished mixed martial arts fighter. And as such, he's going to beat up literally 80, if not 90% of anybody out there, and that includes boxers. So now here's Tommy Fury. Interesting enough, I see a video of him and Tommy Aspinall training. He had Tommy Aspinall in a stacked guard position while he was raining punches from the top, sort of simulating and training ground and pound positions. And I'm like, wow, there's a position I never see Tommy Fury train in. Obviously, you never see boxers train in this capacity because all they do all day is just work on their punches. That's just the reality of boxing in contrast to mixed martial arts. So I thought to myself, well, you're talking about a proper fight. He fancies himself a proper fight. He's obviously training MMA. And by the way, I'm going to tell you something about Tommy Fury. I think that he has the body to do MMA. He's long, he's big, he's got a wrestler's frame. Obviously, the learning curve of trying to catch up to the wrestling, the jiu-jitsu, the kicking will take a while, but he has a base for boxing and has attributes in his body, and he's long. Longer guys, taller guys with good reaches do well in MMA and kickboxing, and those two sports are important to MMA in and of itself. But for him to pull out like this, I think there is an excuse going on. Darren Till said something to the effect of, well, you know what? I think that he pulled out because he has an injury going on or he hasn't been training as hard. And so therefore he thought, hey, you know what? I'm just going to pull out of this fight and use the excuse that he was going to kick me in my face. Here's the thing. If he kicks you in your face, he gets disqualified. He gets fined, and you'll look like the biggest BICTH in the world because you got knocked out in front of the world with Darren Till right there knocking you out with boxing shoes on. I can never even imagine kicking somebody with boxing shoes on. They're not meant to be kicked. I would imagine they are a whole lot harder than wearing shin pads. There was this boxing fight in Russia where a guy threw a head kick. Oh, wow. Just like that, Doo-Ho Choi just got a stoppage by ground and pound in a crucifix position against Nate Landier right now. Like I said, as I'm making this video right now, I'm reacting to Doo-Ho Choi and Nate Landier at UFC 310. And yeah, this was literally just the fresh and first time that I had found out that Darren Till is pulling out, or Tommy Fury is pulling out due to Darren Till's reason of threats. But in reality, let's just call it what it is. He's not fighting because of the fact that he has injuries going on, or maybe he hasn't prepared and needs time. This doesn't mean he's afraid of Darren Till. It doesn't mean that he is never going to fight Darren Till. He just doesn't want to fight Darren Till at the assigned date that they had previously arranged for. But will they fight in the future? Yes. When he is a lot ready, when he is a lot in better shape, when he has better preparation and he doesn't have the underlying injuries that he may have going on. That is the reality of Tommy Fury and what he can do in this current moment of time right now. In fact, I think that he could probably even fight MMA at some point, maybe not at the level of Darren Till, but he did say that he wants to fight Jake Paul in MMA and he fancies his chances on it. So I would be curious to see how that goes in the near future, inshallah. I will see you guys in the next video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you on the live streams, on the videos, and all the contents that I'm going to have in the future and in the past. Like and subscribe and watch all of my content from top to bottom. All right, what it seems here is, I believe Turkey El-Sheikh has, I think he's giving away a Mercedes-Benz. He's yeah, doing a little giveaway. They're going to randomly choose somebody in the crowd. What if you win their plane? Like, you get to have your own plane. You win your own plane, and then they have like a private pilot to just fly you around. Obviously, if you win the plane, you don't have a pilot's license. You can't be flying it around. It ain't like GTA, but who is it? So who did the computer choose out of everybody in the crowd? All right, there it is. This guy has the keys to his brand new Mercedes. All right. All right. Let's get back to last week's Buckley and Covington fight just before we get back into the coverage. Versus Colby Covington has now been concluded, and we are going to go through the entire card from top to bottom, giving you some analysis and giving you the results of the entire card. So first fight of the night, Pereira Rodriguez taking on Josephine Kunsun. This was a unanimous decision win for Pereira Rodriguez. The next fight after that was Davy Grant versus Ramon Tavares. Davy Grant was doing great with front kicks and just using the distance and the range in this fight. Moves up 14 and 17 up to the 135 division. Miranda Maverick taking on Jamie Lynn Hort. This was a three-round decision, I'm sorry. Miranda Maverick had the height disadvantage, but in any regard was able to use her aggression, her forward motion to win the fight, and that was all that she wrote from there. So moving on to the card of the night, let's see here. Hold on just a second here. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. So right after Miranda Maverick, it was Felipe Lima taking on Miles Johns. So great fight right here. Most of the takedowns were on the part of Lima. That's what won him the fight. 42% out of his strikes, 60 out of 140. No takedowns for Miles Johns. The grappling won this one for Lima. Sean Woodson, constant boxing, constant just jabs in your face, using his length, using his size. 53% out of the total strikes that he had, 70 strikes that he threw, sort of equal to Padilla. The only difference was the percentage was on Sean's side. What made that a significant difference was the fact that he was able to out jab him, use his height, use his reach. That was all she wrote. First round knockout with just 2 seconds left for Sean Woodson. Joel Alvarez, the same thing. Knocked out Jakar Close in the first round. Okay, Jakar Close had one takedown, could not keep him down. The striking of Joel was just too much. He was able to finish him literally in the first round. Okay, first round for that fight. Flying knee and following up with some ground strikes right after. Michael Johnson versus Ottoman Azatar. Now, obviously, like most high-level fights, they're going to have a feeling out process. They're going to look like they're trying to see what each other is going to do or this and that. And then when you catch openings, it is exactly what you see out of Michael Johnson. He's capable of knocking people out like this. He's knocked out Dustin Poirier. And as a result, he gets a right hook following up with some ground and pound. A little controversy there. A lot of people thought that it was a little too much right after the fact. But either way, great win for Michael Johnson. Moves up 23-19, a veteran, right? Just a journeyman of a fighter, but at the same time, a veteran of the sport. He's fought everybody. He's 50-50 with a lot of the people that he fights. And it's just really what it is with Michael Johnson. But nonetheless, he shows up to fights like this. He shines through, especially against Ottoman Azatar. But shout out to Michael Johnson for this win. Next fight, unanimous decision by Navajo Sterling against Tuco Tucois. Really interesting name, right? That's the beginning of the prelims. I'm sorry, the main card. 3 takedowns for Tucois, yet didn't win. Why is that? Maybe the percentage of the striking. Navajo Sterling was using his height, his reach to get the job done, and I think ultimately that's what won him the fight. Daniel Marcos, undefeated, remains undefeated against Adrian Yanez. 3-round decision on this one. 2 takedowns out of 4, 60% in his striking percentage. Significant strikes, 86 that he landed on Adrian Yanez. Adrian Yanez just didn't have enough of the striking percentage or enough of the grappling to really win this fight. Daniel Marcos remains undefeated. Justin Jacoby knocks out Vitor Petrino in the 3rd round. Now, Vitor looks like an absolute unit, but that's not what wins fights. The fact that this brother right here, Justin Jacoby, was a former K1 top-level kickboxer, really helped them along the way. So, 3rd round knockout by Dustin Jacoby. And how did he do it? How did Justin Jacoby win this fight right here? With a right cross. Laid him out right there. Manel Kape, ground strikes, 3rd round against Bruno Silva. Now, obviously, we know that Muhammad Mokaev yesterday just won a fight in Brave FC in Bahrain. But Manel Kape lost to him, and yet Manel Kape is here. So it's just really interesting how all of this unfolds. Manel Kape looked really great in this fight. The way that he moved up and down, he looked like Conor McGregor in 2016, the way that he was dodging in and out, the way that he had his hands down, the way that he was using a lot of elusive movements. So big ups to Manel Kape on this one and this win. Cub Swanson taking on Billy Quintero. Right cross for Cub Swanson. He lays him out. I mean, it was an even fight at that point, and then out of nowhere, Cub Swanson takes him out with that heavy shot. No takedowns for Cub Swanson. 3 out of 11, Billy shot for the takedowns, but ultimately Cub Swanson won this fight. Now, on to the main event of the evening, Colby Covington versus Joaquin Buckley. Colby Covington had a hard time trying to get Joaquin Buckley down, and I thought to myself, you know what? There's something very suspicious going on in this fight. Why is it that Joaquin Buckley is considered the heavy favorite when we know everything that we know about Colby Covington? Colby only loses to guys in championship levels or top contender levels. Could it be that Joaquin Buckley is a top contender? This is his 4th win in a row in welterweight right now, so who knows? As for Colby Covington, it was a doctor stoppage, just a lot of blood, and the blood was so gruesome to the point where Joaquin Buckley had his blood on his knees, if you can really put that in perspective. So, nonetheless, it was a great night of fights. What's next for Colby? Where does Colby go from here? Does Colby become a gatekeeper? Because that's the trajectory that he's going. Is he going to retire from here? Who knows? We don't know. We're not going to know until sometime down the road or maybe in a couple of weeks. But nonetheless, this was the last fight of 2024 in UFC. Next week, what do you got? Tyson Fury versus Usyk. And then obviously the holidays right after that. Oh, and then there's Ryzen in December 31st, New Year's Eve. There's always that. But either way, great night of fights. Was very surprised of the results. I obviously had Colby Covington winning this fight, and I thought that he was going to win this fight. But just the way that he attempted 8 takedown attempts, Joaquin stuffing all of them. And there was even one point where Joaquin was on a mount position. He let go. He either let go or Colby may have alleviated from it. But either way, staying on the ground would not have been the best decision for Buckley. But what did Buckley do in the process? Well, he went and finished Colby Covington. He finished him with a right cross. I'm sorry, with a doctor stoppage and a cut right above his eye. It was really bad. I felt bad for Colby, but he walked out with Hulk Hogan. He walked out with Chael Sonnen, almost as a way to symbolize the fact that he wanted to let people know he's still a star, even if he were to lose this fight. I don't know. I felt like Colby knew something that we didn't. And maybe the rest of the world knew something that we didn't. Maybe an underlying injury. I don't bet. I don't do gambling or any kind of thing like that. But the way that they were conveying the betting lines, it seemed sort of odd and weird. But either way, I'm happy for Joaquin Buckley. I'm happy for the UFC for the rest of the year. And I will see you guys next year in the next fights, next fight nights, pay-per-views, and everything in between. Oh, and of course, I'm going to be here for the boxing, UFC Fury versus Usyk. That's the last of the UFC fight. I'm sorry. Usyk versus Fury. And then there's Ryzen. So that's what we got to look forward to. Great night of fights. And from here on, even though it's the last fight of the year, the UFC goes on in next year. And then there's UFC 311, so on and so forth. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of the fights tonight, because I did. And it was fun to see Colby Covington in the main event and Joaquin Buckley. It's always fun to see him get down and have one of the biggest wins of his career currently right now. So like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah. All right, and here we are. We are now in the co-main event of the evening. Co-main event of the evening between Fury and Usyk. We got Moses Otama taking on Dempsey McCain for the co-main event of the evening. Now, this is a great choice. I thought that other guy was the co-main event, but obviously it was supposed to be Israel Madurov, but it was not him that got put on this card. Instead, it was Ishmael Davis. So this poster is actually outdated. But on any regard, here we are, close to the main event of the evening between these two right here on the screen. All right, here we go. Main event. Moses Otama is about to be announced. 19 years old, this kid. Chat from England. Intercontinental heavyweight champion. Here we go, Moses Otama. I think if Jake wants to be a world champion, he probably has to go through the Intercontinental belt first, right? Or maybe even a regional belt like the North American belt, which is similar to the British Championship. Yeah, this Dempsey dude is quite a big Aussie right here. I think this dude is like around 6'5", 6'4". Otama maybe standing around 6'3" or something like that. At 19 years old, he'll probably grow a lot bigger than that. You know, because I don't think you stop growing as a male until you're 21. So I would imagine, yeah, Moses Otama is going to be a lot taller than 6'3", maybe 6'5" to 6'6" when he's done with the entire thing. But either way, here we are, all 6'3" of them taking on 6'5", 6'6" Dempsey McKean from Australia. Let's see how Otama is going to deal with his new challenge in his career right now. A 10-rounder, co-main event of the evening. Yeah, Dempsey's got a little bit of a Muay Thai stance. You could tell he's got a Muay Thai tattoo on his back, if you notice. A lot of Thai paraphernalia stuff. But right now, Muay Thai is not going to help with Moses Otama, who is a seasoned amateur going into the pros, trying to become the youngest world heavyweight champion of all time at 19. Is it possible? Well, let's see. If he wins this fight, wins it in a devastating fashion, at any time he could pick up some kind of opportunity. Ooh, there it is. Knocks him down. That's why I never blink. He might just end this fairly quickly right here. Let's see what Moises Otama is going to do here. He's going to finish him. Come on, finish him up, man. You got this. Oh, wow. That was a devastating shot. That's it. He's done in one. Done in one. Wow, that was impressive by Moises Otama. Shout out to Moises Otama for that amazing knockout. Wow, out of nowhere, he lays him out cold. He was out cold. And just like that, we're on to the main event. Just like that, we're on to the main event. Yeah, that was absolutely devastating. Easy work to the fullest extent, man. Great job on Moises Otama on that one. Man, yeah. Dempsey McCain trained really long for that fight, only for a 1-round fight. That's crazy, man. That's combat sports for you in a nutshell, bro. Amazing win for Moises Otama. I mean, honestly, knockout of the night, right? I don't think there's been any finishes the whole entire night until it was with this guy. Yeah, so he turns 20. Moises Otama turns 20 in December. He should already be, oh my God, he should already be 20 years old. But how old was Mike Tyson when he won the heavyweight championship? So he won it in 20 years and 4 months. So December, January, February, March, April, Okay, yeah. He needs about yeah. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Got it. So he's got 4 months and 21 days. Yeah, so he's got until March to win. Yeah, that's what he has, Moises Otama. He has that long until he can be world champion. Yeah, maybe February or March, huh? How about that? Saying that he could come back maybe February or March. Interesting. Wow. Wow. Well, all right. So I wanted to wait until the end of the grand arrival to be able to give a full breakdown analysis on this fight. And here we are. What an amazing grand arrival they had going on. The Saudi Airlines commercial that they had going on. And by the way, how about the trailer? Speaking of commercials, how about the trailer that they had for Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury? If you look at it, it looked like a horror movie. And by the way, that's exactly what the Saudis are going for, sort of like a Hollywood cinematic type of reaction from people's interest into this fight. Obviously, the second time around. So here we are, fast forward into the day of the grand arrival, which is today. And the Saudi airline thing was great. It had a 1980s look behind it because if you remember anything about traveling in the Middle East in the 1980s, especially with all these planes that were being shot down in Scotland and then Gaddafi and this and that, it was quite an interesting choice to bring that nostalgic look back. But nonetheless, hey, the one thing that the 80s sort of represented was all of these things that we are sort of seeing right now: great fights, great action, and everything in between, right? So going into the full breakdown of this fight. Now, I wrote right there on the thumbnail, it's a different fight. Let me explain a couple of reasons why it's going to be a different fight. Obviously, the weight of Tyson Fury was the conversation into this whole entire matter at hand. And what exactly does all of that mean, that his weight is going to be a lot bigger than it was previously? Well, obviously, Tyson Fury's entire game is predicated on being able to have great footwork, great speed, which, by the way, Alexander Usyk has, and then some. So what do you do to counter that? Well, maybe perhaps you use size. Maybe you use your width. Maybe you use your height that you are God gifted with. And why didn't he do that in the first fight? Well, obviously, because once again, Alexander Usyk's footwork is just a whole lot better than Tyson Fury on that particular end. Well, this is what he has to do. He has to do something different, sort of similar to what had happened in the first Deontay Wilder fight. What exactly happened in the Deontay Wilder fight? A lot of people are afraid to move forward on Deontay Wilder. Now, why is it that Tyson Fury wasn't? Well, the reason was because he understood for a fact that, hey, you know what? I'm the bigger guy, and maybe my shots are going to hurt a whole lot harder if I hit him with it. Now, look, can you imagine Tyson Fury coming in here nearly 300 pounds? He said that he is coming in here at 291 pounds. What exactly does that tell you? That tells you that this guy right here is looking to drop bombs and not dance around like he normally would in some of his fights, such as the Klitschko fight, which, by the way, till this date, probably one of the greatest performances of Tyson Fury's life. Now, everybody wants to make assumptions about Alexander Usyk, especially Tyson Fury. He calls him a middleweight. Well, did he look much of a middleweight in the first fight? And the answer is no. He did not look like a middleweight at all. He looked like a seasoned heavyweight. In fact, Alexander Usyk has been a heavyweight for quite some time now. And within that time frame, he sort of adjusted into allowing his skills to develop into his new size, which, by the way, kind of brings me back into John Jones in the conversation of the UFC, right? I wonder, why did he take so long to get to the heavyweight fights? Now, obviously, there are talks of contract negotiations. There's talks of just wanting to get paid more. There's talks of just trying to negotiate with the UFC and playing them bluff, which is, by the way, what he did for this Tom Aspinall fight, and fair play to him. But with all of those things into consideration, what else sort of made him hesitant to jump into the heavyweight division? Well, the answer to that is quite simply because of the fact that John Jones wanted to develop his body into being a heavyweight. In other words, you ever heard of these stories that a lot of people said about John Jones in the training room, right? Which is that, hey, you know what? In the training room, he's beating up all these heavyweights: Brendan Schaub, Shane Carwin, Matt Mitrione. The list goes on with all these top heavyweights that he was in there with, right? Alistair Overeem, Frank Mir, all of these guys. He's beaten up all of these guys as he was a light heavyweight. Well, not that I've ever seen any of these sparring footages, unless you were a member of Team Greg Jackson, but you would think that the reason why John is beating these guys up is probably because of the striking, right? And that's just my own assumption. Now, he probably needed the size in order to somehow fit himself into the heavyweight category of the grappling aspects of things. Now, look at what he did with Cyril Gane. He took him down with ease, and then he submitted him with ease. Now, did the heavyweight weightlifting, powerlifting sessions of John Jones sort of help that? Absolutely it did. So as a result, Alexander Usyk right now is sort of trying to get ready for the weight of Tyson Fury, because he knows that in the second time around, he's going to try and move forward, try and not really fight off the back foot. Will Tyson Fury have moments where he fights off the back foot in this? Yes, absolutely. He has a lot of moments where he's going to do that. But the reality of this situation is that I think Tyson Fury is going to move forward, and this could be very dangerous for Alexander Usyk, because we've never really seen anybody challenge him moving forward, and somebody at this size. Because you got to understand, the first fight, how Tyson Fury went about it was that he was trying to match him with boxer for boxer, technique for technique, footwork for footwork. And I don't know if that's going to work. And it certainly didn't, because there were times where Alexander Usyk found openings in there. And as a result of finding those openings, it knocked Tyson Fury down to everybody's surprise. Okay, he knocked him down a few times, actually. And you know what? The other aspect of this conversation is fitness. Who is the most fit guy between them? Obviously, I'm going to say Alexander Usyk. Look, the Eastern Europeans, man, they do not miss a step when it comes to fitness. In fact, it is fitness all year round. The life of an American athlete, in particular, the life of a Western athlete, states as this: we're going to train 12 weeks into a training camp, go into a fight, and then we're going to party for, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 weeks. And the next thing you know, these fighters go and gain weight, like the likes of Paddy Pimblett and Ricky Hatton. Right? Is that sustainable for a long time? Well, for Paddy's case, he seems to be doing okay right now, at least in his UFC career, right? Let's see how long that lasts. Or will he switch up and just live the life of living healthy all year round and being focused on your craft, right? Because obviously Paddy Pimblett is now moving into the top 10 of the divisions now. So yeah, I think it's time to hone in, right? Well, guess what, man? championship level, amateur level. By the way, 300 fights amateur for Alexander Usyk. And guess what? He's held it together. He stayed consistent. He stays in the training room. He stays studying his technique. I think that right there is going to be enough, quite honestly, to win this whole entire fight. Yes, because there is a world where I see Tyson Fury coming in reckless, coming in trying to press on his weight between the ropes, right? Holding Alexander Usyk down, trying to zap his energy with all his weight. Basically, if you've ever seen the Dylan White and the Joseph Parker fight, it's very similar to that. Right? He used a lot of wrestling to win fights. And that's something a lot of people don't realize, is that you can win fights in boxing with wrestling or use it as some sort of countermeasure. Now, Anthony Joshua was known to have worked with British Olympic wrestlers to work on his clinch. Also, Alexander Usyk has mentioned that he's worked on some wrestling for this fight as a fitness regimen, not so much as maybe a little bit of both, obviously, because there's going to be some certain clinching involved that is legal in boxing that can be transferred over into wrestling and MMA. So, speaking of which, obviously we have a little bit of some MMA talk along mixing with this boxing talk. But look at this. This is the belt that they have for this fight right here, the WBC belt. If you look at it closely, let's see here. It says Rumble in the Jungle, Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury 2. So that's the 50th anniversary. Okay, so that is the 50th anniversary. Look at that. That belt kind of looks like a Prince Nas type of like it's the same trunks that Prince Nas has, but I think it sort of symbolizes the jungle, obviously being a leopard, where the fight had taken place in Zaire with George Foreman and Ali. So this is another one right here. So another one of these classics. So yeah, man, big ups to the Saudis for being able to put up all of these fights and bring these big matchups. And by the way, here's another thing that I think is really interesting about boxing right now with the Saudis in play, right? A lot of these guys that would normally protect their record right now, they are sacrificing their records for the bag. And guess what? As fans, as hardcore fans, we love it. We absolutely love it. It is amazing, absolutely amazing that we could have that opportunity to see all of these top matchups in boxing, because guess what? This is something year in and year out the UFC has emphasized over the years. And by the way, now that this is basically one of the last major fights of 2024, the Tyson Fury and Usyk rematch, maybe we might do a review of UFC's year 2024 and go from there. Maybe do it on a separate video. But for this video, I think this is going to be a different fight. I'm going to tell you right now, I do not see a finish coming into this fight. I think that Tyson Fury is very durable, but I think that he's not going to allow certain chances to allow him to get hit the way that he did in Deontay Wilder fight, the way that he did in the Usyk fight. None of that. I don't think that he's going to allow any of these small mistakes that he's made in the past that got him knocked down. So as a result of that, I think Usyk is going to have a tougher fight in his hands, but I also think Tyson Fury is always going to have a tough fight in his hands with Alexander Usyk, just like with anybody else. A man who has fought 300 fights in his amateurs, undisputed in cruiserweight, and then moving up to heavyweight and doing the same thing. This is a very difficult man to defeat, but can he defeat him? Well, he can, but I think it's going to take a lot out of Tyson Fury in this fight to do so. I'm really excited to see how this fight is going to go. I'm going to have to go with my final decision on this one. I think that Alexander Usyk is going to win this by decision. That is my final prediction on this fight. That is my review for the Grand Arrival. I am going to be doing a All right. So Colby Covington is fighting Joaquin Buckley. And the crazy part about it is that he doesn't even have beef with him, which is kind of ironic, being that it's a Colby Covington fight. However, he does have beef with Belal Muhammad, and we're going to talk about what he said, making comments about the pager, which sort of references the Israelis using a pager. Shout outs to Edward Allen. Definitely a Prince Nassim theme right there. Yeah, shout out to Edward Allen for that right there. I'm glad you noticed that. The whole leopard skin and all of that. Fury has got to pull it back. Definitely. He definitely has to pull out all stops on this one. To blow up suspected Hezbollah members. And why would Colby Covington say that? Well, because he's Colby Covington. He's going to go for the low-hanging fruit. And I see all the other liberal media MMA members, right? Luke Thomas, maybe even Ariel Helwani, who himself is a Jewish man but would absolutely condemn a comment like that. And I understand. The reality of this situation is that it's the fight game. We're here to hurt each other. Do you think that when people say Islamophobic comments to me online that I somehow get offended by it? No. You want to know why? Because I know that in the back of your minds that you are a loser, that you got nothing going on in your life. Because why else would you use such low-hanging fruit, racist comments to try and feel better about yourself? Now, look, believe it or not, this entire video is not really about Colby Covington, because Colby Covington, believe it or not, is exempt from this conversation. You want to know why? Colby Covington is a fighter who has to promote his brand, who has to get into the cage this coming weekend, or it's tomorrow at this point. And I'm going to make a bold prediction that it's obviously going to be Colby Covington that's going to win this fight. He is going to win this fight without a doubt in my mind. However, the story is not about Joaquin Buckley, because there's no beef there. There's not even real competition there. And second of all, I think that the bigger story is Belal Muhammad and Colby Covington. So you got to think, right? With him as a potential contender by beating Joaquin Buckley, I don't know. But his name is constantly right up there with the champions, constantly putting himself up there with Leon Edwards. Do you remember the comment that he made about Leon Edwards' father? Now, look, here's something you got to understand, right? I may not agree, and you may not agree with the lifestyle of Leon Edwards' father, but saying that is low-hanging fruit and tasteless at its best. And you got to understand, Colby Covington is that type of guy. So why would you expect anything different? I wouldn't. But I tell you what, it makes for a compelling story. It puts Belal Muhammad's name in the headlines. And by the way, it's gladly needed, okay? Because let's be honest, Belal Muhammad doesn't promote himself the way that he should. But guess what? This right here is a blessing in disguise, and you couldn't ask for a better promo. And as for Colby Covington, he's doing everything that he is expected to do. But here's the fact of the matter that you have to understand with people that support this kind of narrative and this kind of rhetoric. A lot of you hate your lives, and as a result of that, you will never be happy. And a lot of you are just projecting all of your hatred and negativity towards the world out there. But bottom line, by the end of the day, it is what it is. You guys hate Muslims, and if you don't like somebody and you hate somebody, I'm not going to go and try and change your mind. You are who you are going to be. But at the same time, you're going to show yourself through who you support and the things that they say. But also, when it comes to Colby Covington, he's just standing on business when it comes to promoting his brand and getting his name and his opponent's name and whatever event that he's a part of out there. And that is all that I have for this particular matter at hand. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content, live stream, and everything to come, inshallah.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website. So people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced plane.
All right, they got a little Rocky theme going on here. What do we got here? I'd like to see Naseem hurt Jake Paul in proper mate. Think it might be a good fight. I don't know, man. Nas in the first place was too small, and now he's not even in shape to be in the proper weight that he's at. Savachi Financial tapping in. All right. We got some people tapping in now for the main event. Here we go. Little Rocky theme playing in right now. All right. Rising up, back on the streets. Man, let me tell you, that song right there, it's got this real hypnotizing theme to it. I mean, look, overall, I'm going to be honest with you. Obviously, as Muslims, we have a certain belief that music is, made by the jinns, made by the devil and whatnot. And you can see why. That song, man, it puts you in a different mood. Whether that's positive or negative, it creates some kind of mood. And there's some magical powers behind that. And I got to tell you, who's Rocky, Usyk or Fury? Maybe Fury this time, right? Considering that Fury lost last time. But the problem with that is Usyk is the Eastern European guy, but Fury is the bigger guy. So in a way, they're both Rocky and they're both Ivan Drago in their own way. Right? But that's sort of what Rocky was symbolized in the first place. You see, Rocky symbolized every fighter out there, whether they were undefeated or whether they were a journeyman. Drago. Let's see. So who's coming out first right now? Probably Fury, I would imagine, since he's the challenger. Look at this. So they got some palm trees coming out that I probably symbolize as Saudi Arabia in some kind of way. And then it's shaking with lightning. And it looks like something is coming out of the ground. A one eye. Ooh, okay. A one eye coming out of the ring. And then there's the palm trees disappearing into thin air, sort of having this biblical type of disaster going on, as like Noah's Ark of some sort. What did he say here? Champ. They had to make a fictional one because they didn't have a real one. Equals RIYADH season. They needed Rocky to promote a white boxer. True. That's really what it is, isn't it? You know, all of this. This is all real right here. All of that. Cool. All right, so now here's Tyson Fury turning into a stone and then turning into Alexander Usyk and switching up. And let's not forget, this week they were promoting this plane right here. The 1980s Saudi Arabia Airlines look. What is this? Adi Odolapo. So they're asking all the media people what they thought about the first fight. And while we're at it, why don't we just put up pictures of Ronaldo reacting every time a punch happened? Oh. I mean, we all do that, but for whatever reason, they wanted to make it seem more special that Ronaldo was doing it. Oh, look at Ronaldo. He's reacting. He's reacting to the fights. RIYADH season is what happens when Western obsessed hang out with Ronald McDonald too much. Ronald McDonald. I mean, if you think about it, they did hang out with Ronald McDonald, right? They hung out with Ronaldo, and then after Ronaldo, then they had McGregor there. But hey, man, when McGregor and Ronaldo were sitting down, Ronaldo looked scared, bro. Why do we need Ronaldo's reactions? Because people are in demand of it. That's why people are in demand of his reactions. Like they want to know what Ronaldo thinks, because what Ronaldo thinks matters. There it is, right there. There it is. Are you not into There's Ronaldo right there. Couldn't give a monkey's what he thinks. He can stick it up his uppies. Edward Allen. Hey, let me ask you something, Edward Allen. Did Ronaldo play for a team that you were for? Did he play against the team that you were for? Or were you a Manchester United fan, or maybe you're not a fan of English Premier Soccer? He looks like Paulie D. He looks like a Jersey Shore character. Yeah, he definitely does. He do got that look going on. All right, here we go. Bruce Buffer, or in boxing's version, Buffer, the other Buffer. And Fury's about to walk out right now. Here we go. Don't do football. It's a shite sport. He said it's a shite sport, Edward Allen says. Bruce Buffer's twin. It is. I'm English. Okay. What part of England are you from, Edward Allen? Oh, look at this. He's walking out to Mariah Carey's Christmas song. This has to be a secondary song. Essex. Hey, Edward, do you know Tommy Jacobs? He's from Essex. He's a boxer that I know out of there. He was the former captain of the British Olympic team during the days of Amir Khan's Olympic run. So if you know them, let me know. Do gypsies do Christmas? They do, yeah, because they're, if they're Christian, obviously. But let's say if they're like Mormon or, Jehovah's Witness don't do Christmas. So that's kind of different. They're kind of different in that regard. I don't think Mormons do either, but yeah, for the most part, most gypsies are just regular Christians, or I know they're not Catholic for sure. So can't say I do. Okay. Roman Catholic, big on religion. Oh, look at this. He's walking out to Hypnotize. This is Conor's song, though. It's kind of weird. And he's walking out to Conor McGregor's song, and then you got Diddy and all of that. It's kind of weird that anybody would pick a Bad Boy song right now. I mean, look, Mace ain't get caught up in anything, but it's, you know what? You don't see anybody walking out to bad, 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 bad boy. You make me feel so worse. There we go. Tyson Fury, bald, bearded up, ready to go. Got the red on. I was about to say, I thought he was going to wear red, to represent blood with Ray J, because, Ray J's his homeboy and all that, if you guys didn't know, probably with the Daniel Kinahan connection, but that's a separate podcast for a separate time. That is true, right? If there is anybody that could beat Usyk, it is probably Tyson Fury. And I think all of that is really just up to Tyson Fury, depending on how disciplined he is, if he was ready for this fight, if he had prepared properly for this fight. It's really up to him because he has the size, he has the distinct advantage. The only thing is, can he do it? Is Conor there, the international rapist? No, he ain't there. He's probably going to lay low for a while. Ray J and Fury, yeah. Look up Ray J and Fury during the first Deontay Wilder fight in LA in 2018. They were hanging out together. Eddie Hearn going to need some Diddy oil after this. You know what? Eddie Hearn is the special guest commentator for this fight. So obviously none of these guys are his fighters. I thought for a minute Alexander Usyk was a matchroom fighter, but I think he only signed a temporary deal, maybe to fight Tony Bellew and some other matchroom guys. But I think, overall Usyk has his own promotion. But yeah, Eddie Hearn doesn't have a dog in this fight. That's why the Saudis asked for him to be the special guest commentator. Botox buffer, yeah. I think the younger brother probably is bigger on Botox than than the boxer buffer. Maybe, who knows? All right, here's Usyk. Look at this. He's got a little turban looking like a genie. What's up with this look? It's kind of a weird look for Usyk. But, Usyk is a weird guy. He makes weird look normal. Like, that's the thing about Usyk. He has this look about him where he makes it look normal. All right, so my man Edward Allen got 7th round knockout for this one. I got Usyk by decision. Sabachi Financial, if you're still in here, let me know what your official prediction is. Fighters are getting Botox on their hand. Yeah, you know what? That's a little bit different. He's an Israelite. Is he an Israelite? Ukrainian Israeli, the serial killer look. Is that what it is? Are you talking about the thumbnail that you're looking at right now, or his current look right now in the ring? All right, here we go. Everybody, please stand up for the Saudi national anthem so that we can show respect to the country that has brought us all these great fights. And we want to say thank you to His Excellency for bringing all of these great fights and all the great fights that he's going to bring in the future. Thank you very much. Do not unalive me. R.I.P. Khashoggi. Excuse me, guys. Got something stuck in my throat. You know, maybe it's a buzzsaw. I don't know. But yeah, so where is Zelensky? Where's Zelensky? Hey, you know what? Zelensky's probably gonna turn up. I didn't even think about that, bro. You know, but for real, Zelensky's probably gonna turn up. Just him with his vibes. Where's Zelensky? Where's Ariel? Ariel's hiding now. You know what? Ariel, the Sheikh wants to promote peace between Ariel Hawani and Dana White. Yes, that's what he wants to do. I don't think Ariel's ever been to Israel. I'm sorry, Saudi Arabia, has he? I don't think he ever has. God save your king. All these emotional British dudes like get all teary when this song starts playing. You know, no, getting all emotional. He should go to Yemen, or is he he only goes to Jake Paul fights? I think mostly Jake Paul fights. I think Ariel does have a deal with MVP of some sort. The queen was a hoe. Stuff-o-lah. Stuff-o-lah. All right, here we go. Now, everybody, I want everybody to boo while the Ukrainian national anthem is being played. So come on, everybody, boo. Ukraine, we steal America's money, even though they are broke. We don't care, no one can pay their rent because we still need more money for war to spend. Okay, let me stop. Shout out to all my Ukrainians, all my Russians, all my Armenians, all of that. Shout out to all of them. Look at these Ukrainians. And you know what? They got a lot of Ukrainians and a lot of British people turn up. You know what? This is sort of the vision that the Saudis are looking to do, right? Obviously, you have Ukrainians show up. You got all these UK dudes that would normally travel to go see their favorite soccer team play a Champions League game in Middle Europe somewhere. I think the Saudis are doing exactly what they are planning to do, which is expand their tourism. Look at this. Look at all these Ukrainians right here. 10 years ago, you wouldn't see any of these dudes up in there, right? Unless they're Muslim going to a Hajj. But other than that, a lot of these dudes would not have been there a few years ago. So for a while, the Saudis were just okay with like, hey, you know what? We make money off of Hajj. We make money off of oil. Well, now we want to do something different. And here they are, man. They're making a real huge stamp in the fight game. All right, and there's a Sheikh being escorted out of the ring. He had to pull up his Galabea a little bit. He should go make Ukraine and Russia great again. Mora, yes, make the Europeans fight each other. Lawrence of Arabia in reverse. Turkey of Europe. This is what it is, right? It's an top Eastern European versus top Western European boxer. right? I mean, they're kind of the staple right now, right? You know, the British and the Eastern Europeans are kind of like the staples of boxing right now. I mean, you look at the undercard earlier, you had Moises Otama, he was up in there. You had Fisher, very poor performance. I thought David Allen won that fight, but either way, they gave it to the guy with the big name, big record. And I think it's only a matter of time before he gets exposed. So, man, a lot of the British, man, they got all the top heavyweights right now. Shout outs to the British. Shout outs to the Eastern Europeans. They got all the top boxers. Russian, Ukrainian, Chechnyan. Better BMF is right up there. Obviously, I'm going to be biased towards the homie, but he's right up there. He's the best boxer in the world right now. He's the best boxer in the world next to Terrence Crawford. And maybe you could add Canelo in there, although I don't know why they add Canelo in there. He got his ass whooped by Bivol. And then look what Arthur Better BMF did to Canelo in the process. Fury's going to make Usyk Russian again. Yeah, about that comment. You know what it is? I'll tell you about this comment, right? A lot of people in certain Ukrainian regions, they claim Russian. It is only these Ukrainian government people that are sort of bullying them into saying, hey, you know what, you guys, you are all Russian. You are all, no, you are all Ukrainian. You're not Russian. You are Ukrainian. Ukraine. You take blue, red, and white flag. No. You wear the rainbow color of yellow and blue. The officials are in place, are ready, are in the ring, and they are ready. For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world from Saudi Arabia, let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Introducing first. Wow, man, time flies, man. Tyson Fury's already a 36-fight veteran at 36 years old. It only felt like yesterday where I was waking up in a random Saturday morning watching him fight John McDermott when Cain Velasquez was the heavyweight champion of the UFC on that side of the fence. They are just Western-backed separatists. Very true. They are terrorists. Very true. Very true. All right, here we go. Yuri Pachenko. '22 pro fights. But don't let that fool you, considering that Usyk at 37 years old has over 300 championship amateur fights. Look at Daniel Lappen in the background, fresh out of his win earlier, now back into the corner of Alexander Usyk. 6'7" of him at 175 pounds still was able to help him get ready for somebody like Fury. But the difference between Daniel Lappen and Fury, both 6'7", the only difference is that 6'7" for Tyson Fury means he's as thick as Suge Knight. So it's a little bit different boxing that than boxing your training partner who's 6'7" at 175 pounds. So we're going to find out right now. The moment of truth. Round number 13 is about to commence, and the moment is right now. Already, as soon as the main event is about to start, we got 3,000 people from around the world tapped in. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe. Edward Allen says they hold the best events. They try to make boxing great again. Very true, Edward Allen. That's what it is. That's what the Saudis are trying to do, right? You know, obviously to the benefit of their economic supremacy and their standings in the world. But hey, that's what all sports do. That's what Americans do. All of a sudden, the Saudis start doing it and everybody is shocked, right? Like as if the Americans don't pump out NBA propaganda worldwide to spread American supremacy. But here we go. Round one. Tyson Fury with the gladiator shorts. And, ooh, what is this? Ooh, I think he rocked Usyk early on, or maybe he made Usyk feel his power. It's very hard to tell earlier on when they start very fresh and easy. Yeah, Fury is holding down the center a whole lot more than the first fight. That's what he's doing here. He's doing it now. He's getting backed up a little bit here. It looks like Usyk is trying to push him forward here. See, these are the little steps that a lot of analysts don't look at. The little footstep movement that they do where they're trying to step on each other's toes. Watch the front leading part of Usyk and Tyson Fury's toes. That is where high-level boxing and high-level striking starts at. Like how you step and how you step back and how you step forward. Now, Fury's very aggressive here, but while he's aggressive, he's also very aware defensively and keeping a very good defensive stance while he's at it. It goes, what did my man here say? It goes to a decision. It will be Fury to see fight number 3. Wow. All right. So my man Edward Allen is changing his mind midway through. So I think you agree with me that perhaps maybe there's. Oh wait, no, you never said decision for Usyk. I did. You're saying decision for Fury, or no? You said earlier that he would knock him out, but now you're saying decision. Man, I tell you what, man, it's not easy to knock out Usyk. I've never seen it, and I don't know if anybody could make it happen. But if there's anybody that can make it happen, it's the man in front of him right now. So it's like now or never. If Tyson Fury doesn't knock him out, then Tyson Fury will never be able to knock him out ever. There it is, round 1. Who do you give round 1 to? I'll start scoring right now. That's what I'll do. I'll throw down a score. Okay. Let me see what score I could throw in here. Round 1, I'm going to give to Fury. I'm giving round 1 to Fury. What do you guys think? That's my my first score of the night right there. I'm giving it to Fury. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. Who you got on round number 1? Round number 1, I got Fury. Fury did a very good job. He held the center of the ring. And again, I'm talking MMA terms, right? It's called, octagon control, ring generalsmanship in boxing. He did that. Look at that left hand he hit him with right there. All right, round 2. I will not leave you alone. Now look, Usyk is looking a lot more reckless, or at least a lot more less risk averse than the first one. Here we go, jab by Fury 227, 225, 223. If you guys are trying to sync up, letting you guys know. Yeah, Usyk, there it is. He's going left hand onto the body on that one. Meanwhile, Fury is concentrating on hitting him from up top. And so far, he's had some positive successes with it. Okay, good pump fakes on both of them. Yeah, nice shoulder roll. Nice little step hook as he's allowing Usyk to come right in. And you see this, you notice how Usyk is coming in like a javelin, throwing that straight right. As he's doing that, he stepped away and hit him with that cross hook. So yeah, there's a lot going on because both of these guys are going so fast right now for heavyweights, especially Fury. People don't understand how fast Fury is at 6'8", 6'7", and especially at his weight. And a lot of people give way too much. Savachi Financial gives it to Fury for round one for England, for the Queen. There it is. Yeah, so round two, so far, well, I'll give you my score after these 30 seconds. 30 seconds after these 30 seconds. Usyk looks like a midget. I agree. Let them host, have money, and they do it well. Round two's out. Round two, Fury. I give round two to Fury as well. So remember, we're doing live scoring. I'm writing mine down. So just in case we have anything different as the round goes on. So far, I have Fury for 2 rounds. But those were some good shots to the solar plex right there by Usyk. He's doing exactly what a little man should be doing. Every time I sparred anybody taller, especially if it was just straight boxing, going to the body, especially if you're fast and smaller and technical, you can get away with getting a lot of shots in that department. So here we go, round three. Round three as the fight progresses. I feel this may go to a decision, but let's see. There it is, targeting the body once again. Usyk going to the body. Ooh, there it is, going right up top. Ooh. All right. Round three, a little bit harder to score. Although Usyk, okay, yeah, there's one accurate shot right there by Usyk. Edward Allen says, seventh round, but it goes all the way. It will be in Fury's favor. Who do you have for this round so far? I might have to give this one to Usyk. But it's too early to tell. Fury has to do something to steal this round right here. Fury is actually a freaking giant, man. But at the same time, his legs are so skinny, but hey, man, it works. Look at Fury's shorts are like literally pulled up all the way to his chest. Maybe that is a strategy because he sort of knew that Usyk was going to go target down that area. Ooh. You know what, man? I'm giving round 3 to Fury also. Tyson switched southpaw third round. Yeah. I'm giving round 3 to Fury. So far, unbiasedly speaking, round 3 Fury as well. Yeah, I got round 3 on Fury. All right. 30 seconds. All right, here we go. Round 4. 245, 244, 243 of the fourth round. So far, what Fury was talking about with being aggressive, I could see exactly what he's trying to implement here. I peep game into what Tyson Fury is doing here. Two rounds to 1 for Fury so far. Okay, 2 rounds to 1. I got 3 rounds on Fury right now. I just think that he's fighting exactly the way that a big man should be fighting. Like how a big man should be fighting, he's doing that exactly that. He's also doing a very good job of pawing away his leading hand and then switching stances at the same time. Ooh, he got rocked right there. This is one thing that you got to be very careful about with Tyson Fury. Ooh, good right hand by Fury. He's really hurting Alexander Usyk this time, man. Look, I think this is the Fury that we should have seen from the very beginning when they had the first fight. For whatever reason, we didn't get that, but we're getting that with Fury this time. And you know what? We're seeing everything. We're seeing Fury use underhanded tactics. Okay, he kind of was insinuating he was going to throw an elbow right there from the close range a little bit. We're also seeing Fury fight close range, fighting Mexican style. And we're also seeing him fight a much more matured version of the way that he used to fight. Now, obviously, less on his bicycle and just sort of sitting down on his shots a little bit more, but very disciplined. And that's what I mean by a much more matured version of his fighting style. Round 4, I'm going to have to give to Fury again. What do you guys think? So now we're heading into the 5th round. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to be scored. All right, seconds out. Here we go. Round 9. Round 5, sorry. Round 5, not round 9. Sorry, what was I saying? Fury switching southpaw every now and then. Yeah. Just like Terrence Crawford. You know what? It's very good to switch stances. It's like you can really confuse the heck out of your opponent. Oh, yeah, he's really implementing a peekaboo style right here. This isn't something Usyk for the 3rd. Oh, look at this. Yeah, really using his size really well. Round 5 and Tyson still looking good. Yeah, I agree. He's looking very good in this round. He's looking so good. I really don't give any rounds to Usyk yet, honestly speaking. Like, if you give, in my opinion, if you're giving any rounds to Usyk, you're just trying to make excuses for him. I mean, in just my objective, humble opinion. Ooh, nice body shot to but so far, really a whole lot better than the first fight, in all true to God honesty. This fool got commercials now. What? I got commercials for real? Oh, that's good. That's good. If I'm getting commercials, while this is playing, then yeah, that's a good sign. But what I don't like about that is while I'm talking in between, they're like playing a commercial. So, I'm not too thrilled about that because I used to hate it while a guy was talking and then they play a commercial and then they just push it back to the current live. So. Yeah, 5th round, I'm giving to Fury again as well. Next round. All right, round 6. Here we go, round 6. So far, a clean shutout for Fury. Usyk is actually busted up right now. Yeah, he's super busted up right now. All right, so this one, I may have to give this one to Usyk, this round 6 right here. All right, here we go. Yeah, round 6, I'm going to give to Usyk. Yeah, this is quite different. It's done all 3rd round. All right. All right, good shots by Fury right there. My man said I haven't seen Ronaldo's reaction yet. Well, that's because Ronaldo is I don't know where he's at right now. I think he's getting ready for next season or something. Or I think he's got a game coming up. It is soccer season. Ooh, that was a hard shot by Usyk. That was a hard shot by Usyk, but not totally clean. All right. Okay, so far, if you're watching this right now, I am giving you the here, give that to her. She can sleep. No showboating this time for Fury, taking it seriously. Yeah, that's definitely the trajectory that he's at right now, right? So round number 7, I'm going to have to give to Fury as well. I'm going to give that to round 7, Fury. Now we're at round number 8. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we are witnessing what Fury looks like when he does take it very seriously, right? Not a lot of showboating. But here's the thing, right? I think showboating is a strategy to a certain extent. I think it works on certain people. Certainly it worked against Klitschko, but Usyk is a different style, a different mentality, different approach. What is he? He's complaining or clash of heads of some sort. All right, so just right after round 9, which is going to be around round 10, I'm going to do a recap of the whole entire event and then react to the last 2 rounds. Okay, I was about to do that earlier, but yeah, I just thought it was going to be too soon. I sort of wanted to, give a little bit more of a full scoring. 10 rounds would be good. Maybe the last 2 rounds, I'll recap the whole entire event and then react to the whole, because what you guys don't know, as I'm doing this live stream on audio right now, I got another camera right in front of me right now, ready to shoot to do reaction for this full fight, full card breakdown coverage. So far, Fury has been winning every single round. I literally only give 1 round to Alexander Usyk. And look at Alexander Usyk. He's sort of daring Tyson Fury to go forward at it because he knows this time the volume is on the side of Tyson Fury, and he's using his size and width in order to accomplish that. Okay, so the closing stages of the round. Okay. So round number 8, I'm going to give to Fury as well. I'm going to give round number 8 to Fury. You know what? I'll just start doing the post-fight reaction right now. So right now, we are about to be in the 9th round of the championship fight between Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury for the rematch in Saudi Arabia, December 21st, 2024, which is right now. But the rest of the card has concluded. We're going to start with Muhammad Akil. Gets a 6th round decision, 2nd career fight. I think he's got a lot to learn, but that's what getting rounds are in there for. Obviously, not a very big amateur pedigree. Nonetheless, he went through 6 rounds. Okay, round number 10. Andre Nowitzki versus Edgar Ramirez. He gets a unanimous decision, Andre Nowitzki. Edgar Ramirez did a very good job in giving a good account of himself, but by the end of the day, it was Andre that had won that. Next up, we got Daniel LePen and Dylan Collin. We're going to talk about that right after the 9th round. So right now, we are in round number 9 between Usyk and Tyson Fury. Oh, look at this. So far, the way that they have it scored is even. You know how I have it scored? Literally all 8 rounds for Tyson Fury and only 1 round for Alexander Usyk. Out of those whole entire 8 rounds, what is the round that I gave Alexander Usyk? I gave number 6, round number 6 to Alexander Usyk. We are in round 9 right now. If you want to sync this up, it's at 216, 215, 214, 213 of the 9th round. So here we go. So far, Fury has been fighting a very disciplined fight. Fury has showed a lot of discipline in the way that he approaches this fight. There's not a lot of showboating, okay? That's sort of one of the things that I noticed. Somebody in the chat had mentioned that. Shout out to Edward Allen, who had mentioned that. He's not showboating to any degree in this fight. He's all about business. And so far, from what I'm seeing right now in round number 9, it seems that he's on a track to win this fight. So we are at 135, 134, 133 of the 9th round. And the one thing that Fury has been doing from round 1 all the way to round 9 right now is doing a very good job of creating ring generalsmanship, or what we call in the octagon control. He's doing a very good job of controlling the pace, controlling the jab, controlling the distance, not allowing Alexander Usyk to get in rhythm in the way that he did in the first fight. So we got about under 60 seconds left in the 9th round right now, which I project that this fight is going to a championship round. So while we're looking at all these rounds, we're going to recap all of tonight's fights at the same time, okay? So all right, so, ooh, that was a good straight shot by Usyk right there. But so far, Fury is all right, so that is the end of it. I'm going to have to give that round to Alexander Usyk. Usyk did a good job right there. So round 9, we're going to give to Usyk. Okay, so moving on to Daniel LePen. Okay, Daniel LePen gets a unanimous decision against Dylan Collin. The height of Daniel LePen, very important in this matchup. He used it to his advantage. And by the way, Daniel Le Pen is obviously the training partner of Alexander Usyk. Tyson Fury is 6'8", 6'9". Some will even argue maybe really 6'7". Either way, the height of Daniel Le Pen was perfect to get ready for a fight like this. As we move on to round number 10. Next round after that, Peter McGregor against Rice Edwards. Peter McGregor gets a decision win on this one. Very aggressive performance on his part right here. And then after that, Lee McGregor taking on Isaac Lowe. Isaac Lowe, in my opinion, I thought won this fight, but Lee McGregor came out with a unanimous decision. Very controversial at that. Now here we are, round 10 against Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury rematch. Round number 10, will we also get a unanimous decision or a split decision that is controversial? Let's find out and tune in right now. Johnny Fisher versus Dave Allen, I'm going to go over next because that was also a controversial decision. By the way, one of the many controversial decisions of the night. Sergey Boshak, obviously that fight ended in the 6th round. Doctor stoppage. Not even a doctor stoppage. It was a corner stoppage. No, a referee stoppage. And then the only knockout of the night, Moses Otama, at least so far. Right now we're in the 10th round against Fury. Shows you the level that Moses Otama is at. 19 years old, still has time to beat Mike Tyson's record as the youngest heavyweight champion ever. Maybe somewhere in March he can do it. Maybe get a title shot, maybe just try something else. But he's got a great chance of beating the record. I say, why not? Chase greatness. He earned it after that first round knockout. Now here we are, 10th round. Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk. Let's see how this fight plays out with 120, 119, 118 of the 10th round. So right here in the 10th round, we already gave a full breakdown of the entire card. And as we gave a breakdown of the entire card, hey, guess what? Round Fury is for 9. What did he say here? Round Fury 9. 5-3 for Fury. No KO in the 7th. I reckon all 12 rounds will be decision. Usyk is such a hard worker, according to Savachi Financial. Yeah, he's definitely a hard worker. He has to work hard in order to get this fight going right here. He's not winning this fight at all, in my opinion. Now, the way that the judges have it here, they have it for a tie. You know what? Don't be surprised if this goes to a draw. But we're in round number 10, and we got about 6 minutes left for this fight. 6 minutes in total to figure out who won this fight right here. Ooh, nice uppercut by Fury right there. See, he's doing a very good job of dodging away these shots. Every time he comes in, he throws a jab, and then he comes right back out, jab, and then comes right back out. Fury is doing a very good job of that. So now that is round 10. Who do I give that round to for round number 10? Man, that's a tough one. Round number 10 is a tough one. I got to give a round to somebody. I'm going to have to give that one to Fury. Round number 9, I give to Fury. So I got Fury winning all of this so far. Right? So round number 10, 11, and 12 coming up right now. So round 10, Fury. Round 9 and 10, Fury. Now we're in round number 11. 2 rounds to go right here in this breakdown that we are watching right now. So round number 11 starts 244, 243, 242. A lot more in the tank for Tyson Fury, huh? Well, good, because we got one more round after this. Alexander Usyk needs a knockout. That is how I see this fight, but the way that the commentators have the fight, they see it differently. I wonder why. Maybe you were watching a different fight, but who knows? Don't be surprised if there is a split decision coming this way right now. Good shot. Good shot right there. So now we are down to the wire, right? Less than 5 minutes left to determine this championship matchup, this legacy matchup between these two men that are in their prime, yet also in the twilight of their career at the same time. It will be really interesting to see where this fight goes. One more round. Here we go, 103, 102, 101 in the 11th round. After this, one more round. And the fight is over, and then we get to decide who the winner is. "47 seconds left in the 11th round. And so far, I really think that Usyk needs to get a finish at this point. There it is. He had a nice 1-2 shot right there. It looked like it hurt Fury a little bit. But Fury seems unfazed. And here's something that a lot of people really don't understand about Fury. He has a chin. Sure, you've seen him knock down. Ooh, he got rocked right there in that one. He walked in on that shot, but he took it. And now Usyk is backing him up, walking him down. Ooh, nice shot. Ooh, he hit him with the right. Okay. So round number 11, I'm going to give to Alexander Usyk. Round 11, we're going to give that to Usyk. We got about one more round left on this one. And so far, going into the final round, this is what I have. Round 1, I got Fury. Round 2, 3, 4, 5, I got Fury. Only round 6, I got Usyk. Fury number 7, Fury number 8, Usyk number 8, Fury number 9, Fury number 10. In the last round, I got Usyk for the 11th round. Now we're going into the 12th and final round to determine the heavyweight championship of the world. And so far, I have Fury winning. Usyk needs to get a knockout. Fury is slowing down. Usyk needs a knockout. Only way he can win as long as Tyson can last these 2 rounds. Correct. Round 9, Fury. Did I have round 9 Fury, Edward Allen? Yes, I did. 5 rounds to 3 for Fury. Okay, we read that one. All right, so 12th and final round. Here we go. 12th and final round in this contest. So 244. Ooh, nice uppercut by Fury. Fury is going really rapidly aggressive at Usyk right now. Boom, look at this. He's got the elbow up. What is it? I think he's complaining about something. Ooh, nice shot. Nice shot right here. All right. 220, 217, 214, and then there's. Oh wow, this is scary, this matchup right here. Very scary. 206. Now they're back in the clinch. Oh man. I'm so nervous for this one. I know Fury is going to win this one if he just holds on, but then again, you never know with the judges. Look at this. He's got a little dirty boxing upper. Ooh, look at this. Throwing some hooks and some haymakers at Usyk right now. So we got 132, 129. Yeah, this is a strong 11 for Fury right now. Fury got number 11 so far if he continues this trajectory. All right, we got about 60 seconds left into this contest. Look at this. Look at this. Swinging for the fences. Swinging for the fences on this one. I just took a picture of that one. What is that? 33 seconds left. We're going to find out the official decision on this one. And that is it. That is the 12th and final round right there. So now we await the final decision. We await the final decision. So the 12th round, who do I have that one for? I have that for Fury. I got that one. I got 12th round for Fury. Yeah, I got Fury on that one. So we're going to find out the decision on this one. I gave you guys the breakdown. I let you guys get a little bit of this recording while the live stream is going on. And by the way, I'm doing a post-fight review right now. As you guys are watching this live right now, I'm doing this on a separate camera right now, right? I'm doing it on a camera while I'm doing it on audio. And by the way, shout outs to everybody across the globe. We just now hit 4K. This is my second highest stream ever in this whole entire YouTube thing. So shout outs to everyone from across the globe that stay tuned and watch my live coverage of this fight for Usyk and Fury 2, and also for this video that I am recording right now. And we are about to find out the decision. So, like I said, round 1, Fury, 2, 3, 4, 5, Fury, Usyk, number 6. All of Fury up until number 8, which was Usyk, and then Fury until it was Usyk number 12, and then number 11, and then number 12 it was Fury. So a Fury majority decision, in my opinion. Let's see what the judges have to say, because they're going to really draw this out into a long drawn type of decision, right? They're going to make us wait and wait. But let's find out. Let's find out who the winner is. Look, if they give this to Usyk in any kind of way, I'm telling you, there's a screw job going on. They want to somehow create, what do you call it? A rematch. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to create a rematch, right? And to make money out of it. That's what they do. That's what the game is about. So, yeah, what are they talking about, man? Fury had more than 2 rounds. I mean, I don't know why they would say something. All right, let's go. What is the I can't believe it. Usyk won. I can't believe that Usyk won. But you know what, guys? If it's Usyk, it's fixed. It's been a pleasure with you. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you for tapping in. Fury by decision. I'm saying, yup. There it is, man. Yeah, Alexander Usyk won this one. Wow. Wow. Listen, a lot of people are going to complain about this. This is an ultimate screw job, but hey, by the end of the day, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, man. Thank you for everybody across the globe that has tapped in. And yeah, Fury got robbed on this one. I'm going to stay for a bit and talk about this while I upload this video for you guys. I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked by this. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. 9 rounds Fury. And 3 rounds Usyk. Yeah, man, that was wow, man. That was an ultimate screw job to the max. I don't agree with the decision at all. I told you guys, right? This is one of those situations. I predicted that this was going to be a screw job. Yeah, the judges got it wrong, man. They absolutely got it wrong. They got it wrong, guys. I'm sorry. They got it wrong. They got it wrong. Fury got robbed. Uh-oh. This is going to be an upset. Cheers, fella. Till next time. I'll watch your post fight video when it's up. Thank you, my man. All right. Well, everybody around the world, thank you for making this now my second highest stream. So I will be right back. Stay tuned, okay? Let's hear what Alexander Usyk has to say. Hold on just a second. All right. Well, look at this. How about Daniel Dubois coming in here confronting Usyk? This is great. This is what he should do. And you know what? By the end of it all, this is the fight that needs to happen, especially since how controversial their first fight went. All right, everyone. Well, thank you for tapping in. This is the end of the live stream. I'm going to play a bonus video, and I will be out. Thank you for all of those that have tapped in from around the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next content. And by the way, uploading the post-fight press conference or the post-fight breakdown right now, inshallah. See you in the next one. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all